Soon after, he shouted, "Speak, you demonic Gu Master, how did you kill Tai Clan's Gu Master and obtain this token?" Tai Dao Ku was stunned, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Pfft! I am an upright man, Tai Clan's Tai Dao Ku, I will never change my name. After falling into your hands, you can kill me or torture me as you wish, but now you are still trying to frame me, don't you seem hypocritical?" The blood did not land on Bai clan leader's body, as if it hit an invisible wall in the air, it fell to the ground. Bai clan leader's expression was somewhat ugly. Tai Dao Ku sneered, "My Tai clan specializes in investigation. Bai clan, you captured me and humiliated me like this, hee hee, you better chop me into pieces and pray that no one finds out. Once you are found out, hee hee, your Bai clan will suffer my Tai clan's thunderous revenge." Bai clan leader sneered, "You keep saying you are a Tai clan Gu master, but I have seen many Tai clan Gu masters. Rank 5 and below always move in large groups, and they are all capable and imposing, with a steel-like concealment. Not mentioning that you are alone, look at your current appearance, if you want to act as a Tai clan Gu master, you better act properly." Tai Dao Ku's sneer froze. Bai clan leader's words evoked the most painful part in his heart. Thinking of the time when they set off from Qingmao Mountain, the group of 9 were in high spirits. But now, he was the only one left, and he was even a prisoner. So bitter, especially when Tai Dao Ku thought of Tai Ao Tian's death, the huge regret and pity made him feel even more pain. He was Tai clan's 4th young master, with outstanding aptitude and a persevering nature, he had been placed high hopes on since young. He was a strong competitor for Tai clan leader, and the hope of Tai clan's future. Ever since he was young, he had displayed extraordinary intelligence and aptitude. From him, Tai Dao Ku saw hope for the future. But when the earth-shattering explosion rang out, everything was over. The explosion was too sudden. Tai Ao Tian, who was at the center of the explosion, did not even have time to activate his defensive Gu worms before he was blasted into smithereens. A generation's pride, a future star, died just like that. Not only Tai Ao Tian, but the others also suffered. Several of them were killed in the explosion, and countless Gu worms were destroyed. The remaining 2 were heavily injured. Tai Dao Ku was one of them. At that time, he was at the back of the group, and because his skin was modified into copper skin by a Gu worm, he was able to survive. There was also a heavily injured person, half of his body was blown up, and after 5 minutes, he fainted. Rescue efforts failed, and he died. Tai Dao Ku shed tears as he buried his clansmen's corpses into the ground. He had wanted to bury them separately, but most of the corpses were blasted into pieces. Tai Ao Tian's situation was even worse, only palm-sized pieces were left. He built a grave with an extremely sorrowful heart. He cut off a huge rock and moved it here as a marker. Afterwards, he investigated the explosion site. With his rich experience, he determined that this was charred thunder potato goo. More than 100 charred thunder potatoes were buried in the ground. No doubt, this was a huge, sinister and vicious trap. Who did such a wicked thing? Who set this trap? Tai Dao Ku thought about it, and felt that Fong and Bai were the most suspicious. Of course, he did not know Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing's names and other information, but he understood, this was very likely the work of the demonic Gu master they were chasing. Too despicable. Too vicious. Tai Dao Ku was furious, his hatred was as deep as the sea. Revenge, he had to take revenge, and bring this demonic Gu master to justice. To Tai Dao Ku, he could no longer return to Tai clan. Tai clan's 4th young master was dead, this responsibility had to be pursued. Moreover, if Tai Dao Ku returned like this, it would be a huge humiliation to him. He decided to continue chasing. Tai Ao Tian was dead, his life had turned from colorful to gray. He wanted to kill Qingmao Mountain's demonic Gu master to vent the hatred in his heart. Even if he could not kill them, he would use all his strength. Revenge! Revenge! He shouted towards the sky, vowing not to rest until he killed Fong and Bai. However, reality was cruel. His injuries could not be treated effectively, and in the next few days, he had a high fever and felt dizzy. He was also attacked by beast groups, and only managed to escape by water. But under the situation of lacking supplies, he still fainted. When he woke up, he found that he had been saved, and had become Bai Clan's captive. He could not bear to recall the past, and felt pain just thinking about it. Tai Dao Ku knelt in the tent, and could not help but shed tears. Bai Clan leader was secretly surprised, and continued to ask questions. But Tai Dao Ku did not speak, as if he was ready to die a martyr. This was not the demonic Gu master who disguised his identity and wanted to survive. What if this person is really a Tai clan Gu master? Bai Clan leader felt something was wrong, and the bad feeling in her heart was growing. She wanted to find out more information, but Tai Dao Ku did not speak, and even closed his eyes, not cooperating at all. Bai Clan leader's eyes turned, and suddenly said, "Not long ago, our Bai Clan hosted 2 Gyue clansmen. They were 2 youngsters, and one claimed to be the young master of Gyue clan." Before Bai Clan leader finished speaking, Tai Dao Ku suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with brilliance. Hatred, anger, joy, all sorts of complex emotions were revealed at once. He was so excited that he wanted to stand up, but was pressed down by the 2 Gu masters behind him. He shouted, "It's them, it must be them. To think I would meet them here, and 2 youngsters at that. Humph, they must be demonic Gu masters who escaped from Qing Mao Mountain." Tai Dao Ku naturally did not know about Bai Clan. The investigative Gu master was only interrogating him. It would be strange if he told him this. Bai Clan leader saw that he finally spoke, and immediately asked, "If you are a Tai clan Gu master, where are your companions?" Tai Dao Ku's attitude completely changed at this moment. For the sake of revenge, he replied in a deep voice, "They're all dead." "Where did they die? Where are their corpses?" Tai Dao Ku's expression changed. "I cannot tell you this. The dead are buried. Even if you suspect me, I will not allow you to dig up their graves." Bai Clan leader heard this, and her heart sank. This was not something a demonic Gu master would say. "Don't tell me." Bai Clan leader felt a strong sense of foreboding. She finally waved her sleeves, and a colorful smoke flew out, spiraling in the air and showing a scene. "Your clan's young masters are in our hands, get out now." In the scene, Fang Yuan had already shed all pretense of cordiality. He grabbed Bai Sheng and Bai Hua's throats, one in each hand, and shouted coldly. Bai Clan leader was stunned. After a few breaths of time, she flew into a rage, and slammed the table in front of her into smithereens. She roared in anger. "So you are demonic scoundrels." Chapter 225. Bai Clan leader's expression was extremely terrible. Everything was clear now. She was hesitant at first, but after seeing the scene in the colorful smoke, only an idiot would not be able to tell. Bai Clan leader was not an idiot. In fact, she was wiser than ordinary people. In Fang Yuan's previous life, she led Bai Clan to complete the migration, and laid a solid foundation for the next generation. Damn it! How can this be? These 2 scoundrels are actually demonic Gu masters. They are too good at acting. "Young master, the 2 young masters are in their hands, what should we do?" In the tent, the other Gu masters saw this and panicked, their minds in chaos. The situation was terrible. Fang Yuan was holding the 2 young masters hostage, causing everyone to be wary of taking action. Bai Clan leader forced herself to calm down. She was Bai Hua and Bai Sheng's mother. Her anxiety and worry could not be matched by others. But as a leader, she had to have her own strengths. Other than her identity as a mother, she was also a clan leader. She first ordered her subordinates to release Tai Dao Ku. "I have misunderstood Tai clan's hero, I apologize to you here." She stood up and bowed with a sincere expression. Tai Dao Ku snorted. Although he was extremely unhappy, he admired Bai Clan leader's ability to let go. Right now, he was only a prisoner. His life and death was at the mercy of Bai Clan leader. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Because his body was extremely weak, even this action was very difficult for him. Come, help Tai clan's guests to their seats. Bai clan leader ordered. Tai Dao Ku sat down, his gaze fixed on the scene in the colorful smoke. He looked at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing with a burning gaze, making it hard for others to look at him directly. The demonic Gu masters who escaped from Qingmao Mountain, are they the two of them? That explosive trap was set up by them? Young Master Tai Ao Tian's death, my current predicament, were caused by these two youngsters. Tai Dao Ku imprinted Fang and Bai's appearance and physique deeply in his mind. No, it might not be them. Maybe this is a misunderstanding. Tai Dao Ku quickly thought of another possibility. He was an upright person and never killed the innocent. But no matter what, I have to confirm it personally. If not, I will go after the real culprit. If that's the case, then I'm going to cripple their apertures and chop them into pieces. Thinking of this, he said, 100 Clan's leader, the most important thing now is to capture these two thieves and save the two young masters of your clan. Tai clan hero, what do you have to teach me? Bai clan leader wanted to get some useful information from Tai Dao Ku's mouth. But she was destined to be disappointed. Tai Dao Ku shook his head and revealed a bitter smile. The atmosphere in the cave was tense. Back off. Do you want me to repeat myself? Fang Yuan sneered and threatened. Fang Zheng, what are you doing? What's going on? Why did you kidnap the two young masters? Bai Lian, Bai Xingjing, and the others were all dumbfounded. They had originally thought that they would be able to find the spirit spring. However, everything had happened too quickly. No one had expected that Fang Yuan would suddenly launch an attack and kidnap the two young masters who were so close to him. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. All of a sudden, 3 figures appeared. Fang Zheng, you dare to kidnap our clan's young masters, your audacity is unforgivable. Let go of the young masters and we will spare your life. Fang Zheng, let go of the young masters now and come back with us. We will send you off. The 3 elders spoke one after another, their expressions extremely ugly. They had strong cultivation and had been following and protecting this group. Now that they sensed the commotion, they rushed here first. You finally couldn't hold back and jumped out. Very good. Fang Yuan sneered. In his hands, the twins Bai Sheng and Bai Hua were struggling crazily. Evil thief, let go of us. If you kill me, you will die too. The 2 children shouted with difficulty, their faces were flushed red. They were choked by Fang Yuan and could not breathe properly, gradually feeling suffocated. These 2 children would become rank 5 Gu masters in the future, the leaders of Bai clan, the twin stars of the righteous path. Unfortunately, right now, they had no strength to even truss a chicken and were being strangled by Fang Yuan. In just a moment, their eyes started to roll back and their auras weakened. Fang Zheng. Don't make a mistake, let go of the 2 young masters. We have given you the chance, as long as you let go of the young masters, our Bai clan will let you leave and will not stop you. What do you want, Yuan stone or Gu worms? The 3 elders were anxious, their eyes shining with ominous light as they were ready to make a move. Wasn't my words clear enough? Get out of here, otherwise. Fang Yuan laughed malevolently and signaled Bai Ningbing with his gaze. Bai Ningbing understood and took out the chainsaw golden centipede. She injected her primeval essence into it and the silver saw started to move crazily, making buzzing noises as it slowly moved towards Bai Hua's delicate arm. Let go of my sister, let go, let go. Bai Sheng stared angrily as he shouted and struggled with all his might, but Fang Yuan used a bit of strength and his words were stuck in his throat. Don't be rash. Stop, stop. At this time, other Gu masters rushed over. Seeing this scene, everyone shouted and panicked. Fang Yuan laughed, I'll count to 3, if you don't leave this cave, your young master's arm will be gone. Everyone gritted their teeth, their eyes spewing fire, wishing they could chop Fang Yuan into pieces. Still not leaving? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows and raised his arm. Bai Hua and the chainsaw golden centipede got closer. Ah! Everyone screamed in shock. Oh my God! A young female goo master covered her eyes. Leave the cave! The clan elders shouted. They were afraid to take action and did not dare to gamble. The crowd slowly retreated, but before they left, they all glared at Fong and Bai. If looks could kill, then Fong Yuan would have been killed countless times already. If anger was like water, then Fong and Bai would have been swallowed by a tsunami. Everyone left the cave and Fong Yuan handed Bai Hua and Bai Sheng to Bai Ningbing, then looked around. The entire Baigu mountain had no rocks or soil, it was made of white bones. This cave was the same, a field of snow white. Around the cave walls, there were sharp bone spikes. These bone spikes looked no different from other caves. But in fact, if one observed carefully, they would find that these bone spikes were like spiral spears, they were different. This was the Spiral Bone Cave. It was also the entrance to Grey Bone Scholar's inheritance. Although there were many caves in Baigu Mountain, only this cave had such dense spiral bone spikes. Fong Yuan had never been to this inheritance before. But in his previous life, he had heard many rumors, and even Bai Sheng and Bai Hua had personally confirmed it. I first entered the Spiral Bone Cave, then I unexpectedly found a bone spike that could be twisted. This is the mechanism to open the entrance. Fong Yuan thought for a while, before starting to search for that special bone spike. There were thousands of bone spikes in this cave, but in Fong Yuan's previous life, Bai Hua had once revealed some details during a banquet. At that time, she was playing with her brother at the back of the mountain, and saw a bone spike in the cave. It was extremely sturdy and had dense spiral patterns. She casually touched it, and unexpectedly twisted it, opening the cave entrance. Fongzheng, you are already surrounded, you can't escape even if you have wings. Come out. In all fairness, our Bai clan has treated you well, but you are repaying our kindness with enmity. Fongzheng, let me give you a piece of advice, leave some leeway for others. If anything happens to the two young masters, our Bai clan will do our best to take revenge. The cave was not deep, and many Gu masters' shouts could be heard from outside. Bai Hua started to sob softly. Bai Xing said, Fongzheng, stop. Let us go, I can guarantee with my identity as a young master that you will leave safely. He was so young, and in such a dangerous situation, he was even calmer than an adult. From his body, the light of a future star was already shining. Fong Yuan turned a deaf ear, but his eyes suddenly brightened. He took a step forward and stretched out his hand, placing it on a protruding and thick bone spike. Next, he lightly twisted it. Creak, with a loud sound, the bone spikes all shrunk, and the secret door opened from the side, revealing a cave entrance that was right in front of Fongzheng. Bai Ningbing's eyes brightened. Bai Hua stopped crying, and stared blankly at this change. Ah, there is actually a cave here. Bai Xing shouted. Humph, shut up. Bai Ningbing struck the back of Bai Sheng's head with his hand, knocking him unconscious. He was purposely shouting to leave a clue for the people outside the cave. Sure enough, there was a commotion outside the cave. Cave entrance? Not good, they are trying to escape. Quickly chase. Fong Yuan growled, whoever dares to enter the cave, I will kill Bai Xing first. This voice immediately stopped the Bai clan Gu masters. Fong Yuan quickly walked into the cave, and Bai Ningbing knocked Bai Hua unconscious, carrying one in each hand and following closely behind. Stepping into this secret tunnel, it was bright inside, shining with a gentle white light. But in this cave, there were still bone spikes growing, like sharp spears, their roots piercing into the cave walls. These bone spears were densely packed, completely sealing the tunnel, leaving only some gaps, allowing Fong Yuan to vaguely see a large hall at the end of the tunnel. It seems this is the reason you came to Baigu Mountain. I will open the path. Bai Ningbing walked forward, wanting to use the chainsaw golden centipede, but was stopped by Fong Yuan. These bone spears are extremely hard, don't be anxious. Fong Yuan searched around, and according to what Bai Hua had told him in his previous life, he found the shortest spiral bone spike and pulled it out. Crack, With the sound of a mechanism, the tunnel behind the two closed up, and at the same time, the densely packed bone spears in the tunnel shrunk back into the cave walls. All of a sudden, the road ahead became smooth and flat. Fong Yuan laughed and turned to Bai Ningbing. "Welcome to Baigu Mountain." Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered, and she subconsciously turned around to look. The tunnel behind her was already completely closed. If the Bai clan Gu masters wanted to chase them, they would at least have to open up this tunnel, and that would take some time. Bai Ningbing's lips curled up, showing an excited smile. Everything had become exciting. This was the kind of life that he had been pursuing. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Isu. Chapter 226. The secret passage was not long. Fong and Bai walked for a while and arrived at a large hall. The pure white hall was made of bones. In the center of the hall, there was a huge vat. The vat was filled with a white liquid that seemed to be milk, emitting a fragrant smell. Fong Yuan walked closer to the vat, and related memories surfaced in his mind. According to Bai Hua's description in his previous life, this vat should be connected to a spring. This spring was a milk spring. The spring water was like milk, tasting sweet and delicious. Not only was it a good drink, it was also nutritious. Children could grow up after drinking it, and the elderly could grow stronger after drinking it. Milk spring was a specialty of Baigu Mountain. In Fong Yuan's previous life, after Bai clan moved here, they developed 5 milk springs. This made the milk spring a specialty of Bai clan, not only supplying themselves, but also being traded as a commodity, attracting many caravans to trade every year. "There is a gu in this vat," Fong Yuan said, gesturing to Bai Ningbing with his gaze. According to his memories, there was no danger here. But Fong Yuan was a cautious person. After all, this was not his own experience, the information was all from hearsay. It was better to let someone else do the risky things. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, activating her defense and stretching out her hand like a vat. "There are so many gu inside." Soon, her brows raised, showing a shocked expression. When she retracted her hand, Bai Ningbing's hand was already full of gu. These gu were the size of a person's index finger, completely white. One end was smooth, while the other was sharp, like a miniature spear. This was the bone spear gu. Although this gu is rank 1, there are too many of them. This vat is almost filled to the brim with them. Bai Ningbing said excitedly. Bone spear gu, similar to Gyua village's moonblade gu. It was the foundational item of this Baigu inheritance. In his previous life, after Bai clan found this inheritance, most of the clan's gu masters were equipped with this gu. The bone spear gu became a specialty of Bai clan's gu masters. "Look around again, there should be rank 2 gu in this vat." Fong Yuan stood at the side, his expression calm. Bai Ningbing searched a few times, finally finding rank 2 gu. This gu was similar to the bone spear gu, but the surface of the bone spear had spiral markings, spiral bone spear gu. This gu was the evolution of the bone spear gu. When it was shot, its attack power was higher and had more penetrative force than the bone spear gu. In the vat, the bone spear gu occupied the majority, only a small portion was the spiral bone spear. This way, I finally have a regular and stable attacking method. Fong Yuan held a spiral bone spear gu as he thought. The charred thunder potato gu was very unstable and needed to be planted on the ground. If others did not step on it, it would be a white seed. If it was a gu master with a terrible memory, forgetting the location where they planted the charred thunder potato gu would bring disaster upon themselves. Moreover, the charred thunder potato gu's usage was restricted. It must be used in the soil, the more fertile the soil, the better. As for a special place like Baigu Mountain, the charred thunder potato gu could not be used. Otherwise, Fong Yuan wouldn't mind laying 1 or 2 more traps. A pity there is no rank 3 gu. Bai Ningbing was rather regretful. She chose a spiral bone spear gu and placed it in her pocket, planning to refine it later. But this kind of rank 2 gu, to her, was a novelty. In a real battle, it would not be able to display the strength of a rank 3 goo master. Seeing that there was no danger in the vat, Fang Yuan started to move. He fished out the goo worms by the handful, and relying on the spring autumn cicada's aura, he spat out his primeval essence and instantly refined them. You are. Bai Ningbing was tongue-tied. In just a short period of time, Fang Yuan had already refined tens of goo worms, and he was still continuing. Because of the spring-autumn cicada, he could instantly refine them. And because of his aptitude and heavenly essence treasure lotus, his primeval essence recovery speed was faster than the refining speed, causing him to move non-stop. This was like a crazy performance. In Fang Yuan's aperture, there were 200 bone spear goo and over 20 spiral bone spear goo. Refining goo had always been a difficult task for goo masters. Although Bai Ningbing had seen Fang Yuan instantly refine goo a few times, it had never been as visually impactful as this time. In Fang Yuan's hands, refining goo was like eating and drinking. No, it was as easy as winking his hand. It was simply too easy. What kind of trump card does he have? Bai Ningbing was extremely bewildered. At this moment, Fang Yuan's image in her heart became even more profound and unfathomable. But on the surface, she curled her lips and said calmly, "You have so many goo at once, can you raise them all?" Fang Yuan laughed, "Of course not. Bone spear goo and spiral bone spear goo, they both fed on milk. Thus, they were raised in this milk vat. Don't look at how the milk spring water was full, but the consumption was huge. It was because the bottom of the vat was connected to a spring, thus it was like this. If Fang Yuan wanted to raise so many goo, he would have to have a milk spring of his own. Although I can't raise them all, I like to bring as many as possible. Otherwise, those Bai clan people would benefit from it." Fang Yuan laughed and pointed at the vat. "All right, you can destroy the rest of the goo." There were too many goo in the vat. Although Fang Yuan had refined a lot, considering his rank 1 aperture's endurance, there were still quite a few left. A moment later, Bai Ningbing looked at the ground full of goo corpses with a complex expression. She was extremely clear of the huge value of these goo. Destroying them was like destroying a small mountain of yuan stone. Even Bai Ningbing felt heartache. However, if they were left behind, they would be taken by Bai clan. Rather than giving resources to the enemy, it was better to destroy them. The two left this hall and followed another secret passage, entering the second bone hall. In the center of the hall, there were 3 white bone pillars. At the top of the pillars, there was a carving of a human hand, only the flesh was shaved off, leaving only the bones. In the hands of the white bone men, there was a goo worm. 3 pillars, there were 3 goo worms in deep slumber. Fang and Bai walked closer. The surface of the pillars were carved with words. It was an explanation of these 3 goo worms. Rib shield goo, flying bone shield goo, arm bone wings goo. Bai Ningbing's gaze swept across as she mumbled. Soon, her gaze focused on a line of words. Choose one of the 3, satisfied. Bai Goo Mountain inheritance, left for future generations. The meaning was clear, they could only choose one goo worm. This opportunity would be given to the fated person in the future. Rib Shield Goo Master could grow 2 rows of ribs to protect their chest. It had outstanding defense. It was a rank 3 goo worm. Its advantage was, apart from the initial growth stage, it required large amounts of primeval essence. After that, it could be maintained without primeval essence. Similar to the heavenly essence treasure lotus, after refinement, it could be used without the need to pour primeval essence. Flying bone shield goo, after use, could form 3 spinning bone shields. The surface area was small, floating around the goo master. Arm bone wings goo, on the other hand, grew a pair of bone wings on the forearm. Flapping the bone wings could slightly increase movement speed. The most important thing was the increase in attack speed. Rib shield goo can be used with his carapace goo, forming a front and back defense. But the carapace goo is destined to be eliminated by me. With only 1 rib shield, the area of defense is too small. I have the jumping grass, and am not specialized in fighting, so the arm bone wings goo will not be of much use. Fang Yuan thought for a while, choosing the flying bone shield goo. He crushed his hand bone, refining the flying bone shield goo and keeping it in his aperture. As for the other 2 goo worms, they did not move. This was a righteous inheritance, testing the fated person's ability to control themselves. If they really could not control their greed and desire, and took the 3 goo worms, the secret passage would change. Although there would not be any sinister traps, the gains would be greatly reduced. Righteous inheritances were different from demonic inheritances. Normally speaking, they were designed with benevolence in mind. If the goo master was fated to meet them, there would be gains. The only difference was the amount of gains. Bai Ningbing saw that Fang Yuan did not move, and did not dare to move, afraid of any traps. The 2 followed the secret passage, entering the 3rd hall. There were no other secret passages in this hall, and a human skeleton was sitting cross-legged on the wall. In front of the human skeleton, there was a large book. This book was made from bones. It was an arm's length, half an arm's width, and 8 inches thick. Fang Yuan motioned for Bai Ningbing to pick it up, and seeing that there was no danger, he took it. This book was named Grey Bone Book by the Bai clan siblings in his previous life. Inside, there were many goo refinement recipes, and at the same time, the owner of this inheritance, Grey Bone Scholar's life experiences, as well as the reason for establishing this inheritance and so on. Fang Yuan flipped it open, and it was indeed so. This was a genuine righteous inheritance. At the end of the book, it said, "This skeleton is the Grey Bone Scholar himself. If the fated person has the heart, they can pay their respects and kowtow 3 times. After paying their respects, they can split open the skull of the skeleton and see a goo. This goo is Grey Bone Scholar's vital goo. If the person obtains it, they will benefit the world and uphold justice, and so on." Fang Yuan smiled at this, and handed the Grey Bone Book to Bai Ningbing. He knelt on the ground, and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. This was a genuine kowtow. His forehead touched the hard ground, and 3 muffled thuds could be heard. Bai Ningbing was astonished to think that Fang Yuan had such a side. After Fang Yuan finished kowtowing, he stood up, but there was no movement in the hall. He did not mind it and smiled slightly. There were no other secret passages in this hall, but it was not the end. This place tested the person's nature. If they were pure and kind, and knew gratitude, they would definitely kowtow. If he knocked his head on the ground 3 times, a new secret passage would be revealed. But this was only 1 layer. If they not only kowtowed, but also remained motionless in front of the skeleton, showing respect to the senior's corpse, a 2nd secret passage would appear. In my previous life, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua both kowtowed, but Bai Hua was afraid of pain, and did not make a sound. It was this Bai Sheng who activated the 1st layer of mechanism. But Bai Sheng wanted to open the skull to take the goo, but was stopped by Bai Hua, who wanted to leave the senior alone. Thus, Bai Hua activated the 2nd layer of mechanism. Fang Yuan's imagination ran wild, and he looked at Bai Hua and Bai Sheng. They were still unconscious in Bai Ningbing's hands. Bai Ningbing also looked at these 2, and sighed. It seems that we will have to rely on these 2 to protect ourselves. But I am very curious, what is this Grey Bone Scholar's vital goo? Let's open the skull and take the goo. Fang Yuan shook his head. This is the ingenuity of this place's design. Curiosity can make people imagine the goo in the skull very beautifully, and it will be even more tempting than seeing the real thing. Don't be anxious. He had just finished speaking when a part of the bone wall shrunk and slid open, revealing a new secret passage. I see. Bai Ningbing seemed to have understood something, and was about to make a move, but was stopped by Fang Yuan. Although this passage is correct, it is not the most valuable one. Let's wait a while more. The waiting time was the longest. Especially Fang and Bai, who were still being chased by Bai clan. After waiting for a few minutes, Bai Ningbing gradually became anxious. Another secret door slid open, and the secret passage quietly appeared. Ah, this is it. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, and walked forward, raising his leg and stepping on Grey Bone Scholar's corpse. With the appearance of this secret passage, this corpse was useless. Fang Yuan took out a goo from the skull, it was a rank 3 bone spike goo. Chapter 227. Boom! With an explosion, the smoke and dust dispersed, revealing a cave entrance. There really is a cave entrance. No wonder they disappeared, they must have entered this cave. Strange, why is there a mechanism here? Ah, clan leader is here. When clan leader arrived at the scene, she just happened to see everyone breaking the wall and revealing the secret tunnel. This should be an inheritance ground. Tai Dao Ku, who came along, deduced with just one glance. So it was like this. It seems these two thieves' true destination is here. Clan leader gritted her teeth, her eyes shining with a cold light. Such good acting skills. On the way here, she recalled the scenes of these days. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She was actually tricked by these two youngsters. The Grand clan leader and her clansmen all fell in the hands of these two juniors. If this spread, it would be a huge blow to clan's reputation. Junior did not handle the matter well and did not protect the two young masters. Clan leader, please punish us. Bai Lian, Bai Xingjing and the rest were extremely nervous as they knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Get up, all of you. You're acting on my orders. If you want to blame someone, blame those two thieves for being too cunning. Clan leader's words made Bai Lian and the rest let out a sigh of relief. These days, you were together with these two thieves, did you really not see any flaws? Tai Dao Ku asked. The three young girls stood up with complex expressions on their faces. This was especially true for Bai Lian. She had initially thought that Fang and Bai were merely playthings in her hands. But to think she was tricked by them first. There were no flaws. These two are too good at pretending. Now that I think about it, they were using our Bai clan. They are really cunning and sinister. The three young girls shook their heads, answering Tai Dao Ku. On the way, Tai Dao Ku got a rough idea from Bai clan leader. Of course, the matter of the Bai clan spirit spring was not leaked. This means these two thieves' true goal is to find this place. With their strength, they are not enough to roam around Gu Mountain. Thus, they borrowed your Bai clan's strength. Tai Dao Ku analyzed as if there was no one else around. Hearing his words, the Bai clan Gu master's expressions turned unsightly. It was indeed so. In the past few days, in order to open a path in White Bones Mountain, they had sacrificed a lot and paid a huge price. But in the end, it was paving the way for Fang and Bai. Damn it! If these two thieves were to fall into my hands, I would definitely chop them into pieces. Patriarch, let us attack. I'm going to kill these two bastards to avenge this humiliation. For a moment, everyone in the cave was furious. Bai clan leader looked around and nodded. How could she not want to kill Fang and Bai? As the mother of Bai Sheng and Bai Hua, she could not wait to appear in front of her children. The morale of the army was at its peak. The 100 Clans clan leader looked at the last elder who volunteered, then order your men to move out. We must open up this secret passage. Yes. The elder replied in a low voice, accepting the order. Slow down. This secret passage is filled with jagged bone spikes and is completely sealed. How did those two thieves get in? There must be a trap somewhere. Let me test it out. Tai Dao Ku stood up and raised an objection. The elder who received the order stared. The situation is urgent, the two young masters are in grave danger. How long are we going to wait to find the trap? Bone spike goo. Fang Yuan held this goo and played with it. This goo was like a cactus, fist-sized, with needle-like bone spikes on its surface. Holding it in his hand, it was somewhat heavy. This goo was a rank 3 goo, typically harming the enemy by 1,000 and the user by 800. Because when a goo master uses it, the bones in their body will mutate, producing sharp and hard bone spikes. To use these bone spikes against the enemy, these bone spikes must first pierce through the goo master's skin and flesh. Pain was secondary, but if there was no corresponding healing goo, it would be terrible. The enemy might not die, but the user would be heavily injured after using the bone spike goo. What goo is this? Bai Ningbing looked over curiously. But after hearing Fang Yuan's introduction, she lost interest. It was not because she was afraid of pain, but because she had already used the ice muscles goo. Right now, her skin had been permanently transformed into ice muscles by the ice muscles goo. Not only did it have defensive properties, it could also stop sweat and stop bleeding. If Bai Ningbing used this bone spike goo, the bone spikes would first break the ice muscles, and it would not be worth it for her. Fang Yuan did not have much interest in this bone spike goo. But it was still a rank 3 goo, thus after refining it, Fang Yuan kept it in his aperture. Let's go. Fang Yuan chose the last hidden door. Bai Ningbing was still leading the way. After entering the door, there was a flight of gray bones that extended downwards. This flight of stairs was long, at least 1,000 meters. Halfway down, the surrounding light gradually dimmed, and the stairs became narrower. Almost in the darkness, Fang and Bai reached the end of the stairs. A tightly shut door appeared in front of them. On the door, there were 4 words, Flesh Sack Secret Pavilion. These bones are really fucking hard. The Bai clan elder wiped the sweat off his forehead and cursed. 15 minutes had passed, but only half of the secret passage had been opened. These uneven and densely packed bone spikes looked no different from the rocks of Baigu Mountain. But only when one truly attacked them would one discover that these bones were shockingly hard. Bai clan leader's expression was not good either. The more time passed, the more danger her 2 children would be in. In the past quarter of an hour, the mother felt like a century of suffering. But as the clan leader, she had to remain calm, at least on the surface. She had to set an example and bring confidence to her clansmen. Crack! Suddenly, a soft sound was heard as the mechanism activated, and the remaining bone spikes suddenly retracted back into the cave wall. Everyone was stunned, and looked towards the culprit. Tai Dao Ku rubbed his chin, and analyzed, this mechanism is quite ingenious. Previously, to open the cave, one needed to twist the spiral bone spikes. This left a deep impression on everyone. Before coming to this secret passage, people would often twist the spiral bone spikes around them based on their previous impressions. Unfortunately, to close this mechanism, one needs to pull the spiral bone spikes. For a moment, everyone was speechless. The elder who had received the order earlier had a red face, looking embarrassed and embarrassed. After this secret passage, Bai clan's group arrived at the first hall. This is... Many people were stupefied. They saw a ground full of dismembered corpses. These were the results of Bai Ningbing crushing the goo worms in the large vat. This should be bone spear goo, and spiral bone spear goo. Immediately, an elder recognized this goo. This is indeed an inheritance ground. This is the first time I have experienced something like this. Someone was excited. Look, there is a large vat in the center. What is inside the vat? Someone was curious. Other than milk spring water, there was nothing left in the vat. Bai clan's group was disappointed and angry. These 2 thieves are too ruthless. Nothing was left behind. Damn it, they are simply devoid of conscience. So many goo worms, and they've all been crushed. Many people cursed in pain, feeling indignant. Even the elder's eyes were filled with regret. Let's go, the earlier we catch them, the less our losses will be. Tai Dao Ku's words made everyone's eyes brighten. With this stimulation, everyone's morale rose even higher, wishing they could immediately appear in front of Fang and Bai. Everyone arrived at the second hall and saw the 3 stone pillars. There are goo worms left behind. The goo master at the front cheered in joy. Clan leader, please take a look. Soon, the arm bone wings and the rib shield appeared in front of Bai clan leader. Bai clan leader only glanced at them before instructing someone to keep them, without any joy in her heart. Compared to goo worms, she was more concerned about her children's safety. Did you see? The 2 goo worms just now were both rank 3 goo worms. This inheritance is really worth looking forward to. Fortune lies within misfortune, and misfortune lies within fortune. These words are indeed true. Everyone was either deeply moved or shocked. Don't you find it strange, why did they leave these goo behind? Tai Dao Ku, on the other hand, had a clear view of the situation and felt something was wrong. Choose one of the three, satisfied. By Goo Mountain inheritance, left for future generations. Soon, someone discovered the words carved on the stone pillars. It seems this is not a demonic inheritance, I'm afraid it was left behind by a righteous path figure. Satisfied, but we are not satisfied at all. Let's go, let's go. Let's save the two young masters, then we can go sightseeing. Everyone urged each other and arrived at the third hall. A cross-legged skeleton and a giant bone book appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Grey Bone Scholar, so it was this senior. An elder opened the huge book and realized, this was indeed a righteous inheritance. By clan leader's tightly furrowed brows relaxed a little. This was the first good news she had heard so far. Righteous inheritances were usually gentle, unlike demonic inheritances that were sinister. Tai Dao Ku's brows, however, gradually furrowed. He felt that something was wrong. The words carved on the stone pillars made him feel indescribably worried. Everyone split open the skull of the skeleton and picked it up, it was a bone spike goo. Next, a stone wall slid open and a new secret passage appeared, everyone entered in a line. Flesh Sack's secret chamber. Bai Ning Bing mumbled, trying to push open the door. The door was not locked, so it was easily opened. Behind the door was a secret room, it was not big, but it was very strange. The walls of the secret room were all made of flesh. Fong and Bai walked in and felt like they had entered the stomach of a monster. The flesh walls were warm and pulsated rhythmically, as if there was a heart hidden inside. As if sensing that someone had entered, the flesh walls suddenly cracked open, revealing mouthfuls of white teeth. Bai Ning Bing was shocked. The flesh walls seemed to have countless large mouths. The mouths were wide open, revealing a mouthful of even teeth, tightly clenched. The idiom grimacing in pain was the most suitable to describe it. He, ha ha ha, he, these mouths let out all kinds of laughter. The laughter mixed together and reverberated in this narrow secret chamber, making people's hearts palpitate. Chapter 228. The Strange Flesh Sack Secret Chamber. The surrounding flesh walls were filled with mouths. The mouths opened one after another, revealing a row of tightly closed white teeth. Not only that, these mouths also let out a strange laughter, making people shudder. Fong Yuan patted Bai Ning Bing's shoulder. This is the effect of flesh smile goo, similar to earth treasury flour, it is used to store goo worms, there is no need to worry. While speaking, a mouth suddenly had all its teeth fall off, and a bright red tongue stretched out from it. The tongue was very long, over a meter long. After the tongue stretched out, the tip of the tongue opened up, revealing a book. This was also a bone book. But it was many times smaller than the previous grey bone book, it was quite pocket-sized, only half the size of an adult's palm. Fong Yuan took it and looked at it. The content of the book was, since the successor can reach here, it proves that they have a pure character and are qualified to inherit my true inheritance. I have two identities, one is called Grey Bone Scholar, the other is called Flesh Bone Master. This flesh sack secret chamber contains many goo worms, if the successor is fated, they can casually knock on the teeth. If their luck is good, they can open the teeth and take out the sleeping goo worm. This is purely a test of luck. Fong Yuan saw this and understood. Bai Hua in his previous life did not explain this checkpoint in detail. Fong Yuan could only try randomly. The first to succeed was not him, but Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing bent her index finger and lightly knocked on the teeth. These teeth were like musical instruments, every time they were knocked, a clear and melodious sound could be heard. She knocked randomly, and the laughter of this mouth stopped abruptly, all the teeth fell off, and a bright red tongue stretched out, revealing a goo. What goo is this? Seeing this goo, Bai Ning Bing's face showed a surprised expression mixed with a strange one. This goo had a peculiar shape, like a set of fake teeth. Pure white teeth lined up on top and bottom, extremely neat and clean, emitting a pearl-like luster. Fong Yuan looked at it and showed a joyful expression. Not bad, this is the famous rank 3 healing goo, flesh bone. Raise the dead, flesh bone. Bai Ning Bing muttered. Among the rank 4 healing goo worms, the publicly recognized number 1 was raise dead goo. Even if a goo master died, as long as it did not exceed 14 hours and their body was intact, this goo could be used to revive them. But this goo could only be found and not sought, it was too rare. Moreover, it was a one-time consumable item that had a price but no supply. Fleshbone was a rank 3 goo worm, but it was not an expendable goo and could be used repeatedly. It was often used together with raised dead goo. If the goo master's corpse was not complete, fleshbone could be used to regrow the flesh and blood. He then used dead man goo to revive him. In history, this kind of combination was not uncommon. Many big shots benefited from this, including rank 9 immortal venerables and demon venerables. This was Fong Yuan's ideal healing goo. Fong Yuan had been searching bitterly for so many days, and he finally got his wish at this moment. Hee, you want it? You can use the yang goo to exchange for it. Bai Ning Bing held the goo in her hand, smiling proudly. Fong Yuan snorted, do you think I'm an idiot? Bai Ning Bing's smile vanished, her gaze turning cold. As long as you give me the yang goo, we can cooperate sincerely. Fong Yuan, I have followed you for so long, you know my patience is limited. I am no longer afraid of death, at most we will die together. Of course you are not afraid of death, but do you think I will be afraid? Fong Yuan sneered. He had already expected such a scene, thus he was not surprised. Bai Ning Bing retracted her gaze, looking at the flesh bone in her hand, her lips curling. Maybe, killing you is not a bad choice. Look, you are only rank 1, but you can instantly refine a goo worm, and even heavenly essence treasure lotus. Other than these, if I kill you, I can at least take this inheritance for myself. Thinking about it, it really makes my heart beat faster. Bai Ning Bing's words were full of threat. Take it for myself? Hee, you seem to have forgotten about the Bai clan behind us? Maybe they are already walking on the stone steps outside the secret pavilion. Without me, do you know where to go from here? This inheritance seems to be a straight line on the surface, but it is actually divided into many paths. I am indeed unable to defeat you for now, but you are too naive to want to kill me and take my treasures. Do you think I will give you the chance to take away the Yanggu? If you don't believe me, you can try. Saying so, Fong Yuan turned around and started tapping his teeth. Actually, after arriving here, he did not know where to go from here. There were no other paths in this secret pavilion. Bai Ning Bing looked at Fong Yuan completely exposing his back to her, not putting up any defenses at all. It was as if she could kill him with just a slight movement. But even so, Bai Ning Bing did not dare to act rashly. Every word Fong Yuan said touched her heart. Without Fong Yuan, what should she do next? Going back the way she came was definitely a dead end. Bai Ning Bing squinted her eyes. For a moment she even thought, was Bai Clan's pursuit also a trap set up by Fong Yuan? Creating external pressure to restrain her killing intent because of benefits? Until now, Bai Ning Bing was still in a daze. She did not understand, why was Bai Clan so cooperative, escorting Fong Yuan all the way here? In fact, ever since she was controlled by Fong Yuan, she had been worried. The Yanggu was in Fong Yuan's hands. She was afraid that Fong Yuan would use it to threaten her. Although Fong Yuan said that when his cultivation reached rank 3, he would hand the Yanggu over to her. But what kind of person was Fong Yuan? Bai Ning Bing could not be clearer. To him, going back on his words was a common occurrence, as natural as eating and drinking. Rather than trusting Fong Yuan, it would be better to just knock your head against the wall and die. Since there was no need to give an example, let's give an example around us. That pitiful Bai clan leader was a strong woman, an elite and wise woman. But after she believed Fong Yuan, what kind of outcome did she end up in? Fong Yuan was too good at acting. Bai Ningbing shuddered when she recalled the scene of Fang Yuan crying at the banquet. This was a genuine crafty old fox. There were even a few of them who purposely glanced at Bai Lian, setting up a trap for the Bai clan to happily step into it. She still remembered Bai Lian's shocked and dazed expression when Fang Yuan made things difficult for her. What Bai Ningbing was most worried about now was that even if Fang Yuan cultivated to rank 3, he would not hand over the Yanggu to her. The possibility of this was quite high. Right now, I am rank 3 and he is still rank 1, I still have some initiative. In the future, when he cultivates to rank 3 or even higher, wouldn't I be under his control and become his chess piece? Bai Ningbing's anxiety intensified especially after Fang Yuan used the green copper relic gu and broke through to rank 1 upper stage. Bai Ningbing was anxious, but there were many people who were even more anxious than her, even to the point of being irritable. What is going on? A group of people stood at the entrance of the inheritance passage, looking at the scenery before them. Their expressions were extremely ugly. They hurried along the way, passing through several bone halls and gaining some gains, but did not encounter Fang and Bai. Finally, they walked out of the secret passage and arrived outside the mountain. As expected, Tai Dao Ku suddenly heaved a long sigh. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Why does Brother Tai say that? Bai clan leader immediately asked. If it was in the past, with her shrewdness, she would have already known the answer. But now that her son and daughter were kidnapped, the longer this dragged on, the more her heart was in a mess. This Baigu mountain inheritance looks like a straight path, but there are actually many side paths. Like this branch in my hand. He casually broke off a branch from a bone tree beside him. For the first part of the journey, we went through it together with them, thus we could see the traces they left behind. But after that, we went to a side path, while they went to another side path. Do you still remember the second hall? There were 3 stone pillars there, and I suspect there are traps on the stone pillars. We entered the third hall and saw Grey Bone Scholar's skeleton. But clearly, this skeleton was not touched by anyone. The crucial point is the secret passage after the second hall. Before Tai Dao Ku finished speaking, Bai clan leader shouted coldly, "Let's go back." Time continued to pass. Fang Yuan wished he could extend time by 50 to 60 times. He knew Baigu Mountain's inheritance could at most deceive them for a while. When Bai clan's Gu masters realized the truth behind the layout, they would be in danger. But unfortunately, he did not know where to go from here. There were no other passages in the secret chamber. Going back was definitely out of the question. Even if Bai clan's group entered the side path, they would definitely arrange people at the exit. Don't tell me, this secret chamber is already the end? Bai Hua and Bai Xing's gu worms were all obtained from these mouths? No, in my previous life, the rumors said that after Bai Hua and Bai Xing passed the inheritance, they finally arrived at a remote cliff in Baigu Mountain. This rumor was also publicly acknowledged by Bai clan. Maybe the mechanism to open the secret passage is in one of these mouths? Thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. There was not much time left. Bai Ningbing was muddle-headed and did not know the details, only thinking that Fang Yuan had some arrangements. But Fang Yuan knew their situation was getting more and more dangerous. This door did not have any effect in blocking enemies. Maybe at the next moment, the furious Bai clan Gu masters would break the door and enter. At that time, I can only rely on Bai Hua and Bai Sheng, these 2 protective talismans. But this layer of protection is not very reliable. There are too many wondrous gu worms in this world. Many of them can cause dizziness, hypnosis, paralysis and other control effects. Bai clan is a grand clan, they definitely have such methods. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but look at Bai Hua and Bai Sheng. The twins were lying on the floor, still in a comatose state. Got it. Fang Yuan suddenly had an idea. He decided to wake these 2 children. First, time was pressing, he needed more manpower. Secondly, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua were the true owners of Baigu Mountain's inheritance arranged by fate. Moreover, they were mortals, he did not need to worry about them causing any trouble. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took a step forward and raised his leg, kicking towards the siblings. Chapter 229. Bam, 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 with the explosions, the bone walls collapsed, and new paths appeared in front of everyone. Destruction was much easier than construction. Especially this inheritance, there was no one in charge. There is news from the front. The fifth path has been explored, but no target was found. Reporting to clan leader, after entering the sixth path, I found a white bone hall. There's a skeleton inside, as well as a huge book made of bones. Reporting, the seventh path also has a hall with a similar layout, there is a seated skeleton and a bone book. Reporting, we found the eighth path. Explore again. By clan leader's expression was gloomy. In front of her, there was a stack of white bone books. There were 7 of them stacked together. This kind of design is really well thought out of people's minds. When a Gu master finds a skeleton and a bone book, they will subconsciously misunderstand. They think they have inherited the entire inheritance, but in fact, the grey bone scholar has fallen into many similar halls. The true treasure is still hidden in one of the side paths. Tai Dao Ku sighed. By clan leader's brows furrowed even more. The situation had become complicated. She was not worried that Fang and Bai would go back, because she had already arranged a large number of people at the entrance as insurance. What she was worried about now was that Fang and Bai would escape from one of the side paths. After all, she could only control the entrance, but not the countless exits. But at this time, a Gu master ran over with an excited expression. We found it, we found a white bone hall on the 8th path. The skeleton inside has been crushed, and the Gu worms in the skull have been taken away. This must be their path. Tai Dao Ku's spirit was roused. Lead the way. Bai clan leader immediately moved. A moment later, a group of people rushed to the hall. Why are there 2 secret paths? An elder was shocked. Which path did those 2 demonic scoundrels take? Forget it, we will split up. Once we catch up to them, we need to protect our clan's young master. The stone steps leading to Flesh Sack's secret chamber were so different, attracting Bai clan leader, Tai Dao Ku and most of the elders. Flesh Sack's secret chamber. Soon, everyone reached the end of the stone steps. Bam! The door was smashed into pieces, and everyone swarmed in. However, the secret pavilion was empty. Hee hee hee. Ha ha ha. Hee hee hee. The countless mouths on the wall let out noisy laughter. What the hell are these? Laughing meat Gu, specially used to store treasures. These mouths are like drawers. This mouth is so wide open. Looks like they went in. The 100 Clans clan leader swept her gaze around, then stared coldly at the only secret room in the secret pavilion. You all stay here. The rest of you, follow me. A moment ago, in the same secret pavilion. As soon as Bai Xing woke up, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. If you don't want to die, then stand up. After that, a cold voice resounded in his ears. Bai Xing had a deep impression of this voice. The owner of this voice had deceived the entire clan and kidnapped him. What Gyue clan's young clan head? It was probably a lie. Liar, villain, devil. Even though he was cursing in his heart, Bai Xing still obeyed and obediently got up from the ground. He found himself in an extremely strange place. The flesh walls were filled with mouths, and noisy laughter lingered in his ears. Flesh smile Gu. He blurted out, thinking of the records in the book. Little guy, you are so young, but you have a lot of knowledge. Fang Yuan laughed. In the rumors of his previous life, it was said that the Bai siblings were talented and intelligent, especially the elder brother Bai Sheng, who had great wisdom despite his young age and almost had photographic memory. Now that he could recognize such an unorthodox flesh smile Gu, it seemed the rumors were not groundless. You too. Bai Xing gritted his teeth, staring at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing with intense hatred in his eyes. Big brother. Bai Hua was also kicked awake by Fang Yuan, and ran to Bai Xing's side crying. Bai Xing quickly protected his sister behind him. What a deep sibling relationship. Bai Ningbing laughed lightly. You vicious woman. You are so beautiful, but your heart is as vicious as a scorpion. Bai Xing scolded without fear. The smile on Bai Ningbing's face disappeared. Bai Xing's words deeply hurt her. Woman, beautiful, she did not want to hear any of these words. Slap slap slap. She walked forward, grabbed Bai Xing, and slapped him 3 times. She had the strength of a crocodile, and although she held back most of her strength, Bai Xing's cheeks immediately became red and swollen after the slap. Vicious woman, evil woman, kill me if you have the guts. But Bai Xing was still cursing. Slap slap slap. Bai Ningbing slapped him 3 more times. Sob sob sob, let go of my brother, I beg you, let go of my brother. Bai Hua hugged Bai Ningbing's leg, crying and begging for mercy. Sister, don't beg her. Bai Xing said with difficulty. Fong Yuan sighed and walked forward, grabbing Bai Hua's collar. The little girl was lifted by Fong Yuan, crying in fear. Bai Xing was no longer unyielding and anxiously shouted, evil thief, let go of my sister. Fong Yuan stretched out his other hand, tightly pinching Bai Hua's face, and said slowly, you're so noisy. Do you believe that I won't cut off your tongues if you scream one more time? I'll start with your tongue, okay? The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile, and a cold light flickered in his eyes, filled with killing intent. Bai Hua was so scared that she did not dare to cry anymore, and tears welled up in her eyes. Bai Xing opened his mouth to speak, but when he was glanced at by Fong Yuan, his heart suddenly palpitated, and he closed his mouth. That's right. Cooperate with me obediently, and maybe I'll let you live. Fong Yuan was still smiling. Bai Ningbing curled her lips. But Fong Yuan immediately added, I'm serious. I don't dare to go against your mother, and capturing you is only for our own safety. If you're obedient, we'll let you go. Of course, if you don't cooperate, I don't mind cutting off your tongues, or a few fingers to play with. Then what do you want us to do? Bai Xing took a deep breath. He was not afraid of the cold Bai Ningbing, but he was afraid of the smiling Fong Yuan. Do you see these mouths on the wall? Fong Yuan's smile became even wider. He introduced them, and let the brother and sister knock their teeth. Just a moment later, Bai Hua let out a cry of shock. In front of her, a mouth opened, and a bright red tongue stretched out, revealing a quail egg-sized bone ball. The surface of the ball was covered with black and white stripes, making Fong Yuan think of an animal on Earth, zebra. Fong Yuan took 2 steps forward, and took this goo in his hand, and his brows shone with pleasant surprise. If he was not wrong, this should be a movement-type goo, called footless bird. This goo could only be used once, but its body was huge, and it could carry a person, and travel tens of thousands of miles in a day. This was like giving a pillow when one was sleepy. Fong Yuan was still worrying about how to escape, but to think that Bai Hua would give him a footless bird. However, the surprise was just the beginning. After a while, Bai Xing also had some gains. He opened his teeth, and his tongue stuck out, revealing a bone. This bone was round at both ends, and long in the middle. Its whole body was green, like a jade stone. Jade bone goo. Fong Yuan took it, and immediately refined it, storing it in his aperture. This time, it was Bai Ningbing's turn to be envious. Jade bone goo could modify a goo master's bones, turning them into a jade-like texture, becoming harder and more pliable. This effect was permanent, similar to black and white boar goo and crocodile strength goo. More importantly, jade bone goo and ice muscles goo were used together, and had the best effect. Bai Ningbing already had ice muscles, and if she had jade bones, it would be ice muscles jade bones. The 2 effects would affect each other, and have a stacking effect. But this jade bone goo was a one-time consumable goo. It also had a weakness, and that was, it would bring extreme pain to the goo master. Many goo masters did not have strong willpower, and would die from the pain after using the jade bone goo. You want it? You can use flesh bone to exchange for it. Fang Yuan laughed. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, but did not speak. She turned her head away, and continued to knock her teeth. But this action was purely based on luck. There were 10 teeth on each side of the mouth, and she had to knock at least 5 of them in the correct order to make all the teeth fall out. Other than the first time, Bai Ningbing had no other gains. As for Fang Yuan, it was even worse. But after a while, Bai Hua and Bai Sheng, this pair of siblings, had a pleasant surprise. Bai Hua knocked her teeth out, and Fang Yuan obtained an iron bone goo. Meanwhile, the mouth that 100 lives had opened gradually expanded, forming a new secret passage. The siblings' good luck made Bai Ningbing inwardly exclaim. She did not know that this pair of siblings were the original owners of this inheritance. Fate was a mysterious and mystical power. Especially in this world, some extremely rare goo worms contained fragments of the law of fate, allowing some lucky goo masters to grasp a trace of the power of fate. Since the new secret tunnel had appeared, Fang Yuan naturally did not want to stay any longer. Bai clan goo masters could come at any time, and these goo worms were stored in the mouth, and were very sturdy and hard to destroy. He could only leave them for them. Fang Yuan knocked Bai Sheng and Bai Hua unconscious again, and carried one in each hand, following Bai Ningbing into the giant mouth. Walking through this secret tunnel, the two arrived at a large hall. This was the widest bone hall that Fang and Bai had ever seen. Just the area alone was more than 6 mu. In the center of the hall, there was a white bone pyramid. The top of the pyramid was shaved into a platform, and there were stairs on both sides leading to the platform above. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other. Other than this white bone pyramid, there was nothing else in the hall. After probing for a while and confirming there was no danger, the two arrived at the platform at the top of the pyramid. On the platform, there was a huge sculpture of a fierce beast's skull, about half the height of a human, resembling a lion or a tiger, and its fangs were tightly shut. Chapter 230. A skull sculpture shaped like a lion and tiger. Isn't this the rumored mechanism that requires 2 people to work together? A thought immediately flashed through Fang Yuan's mind. There are even words carved on the sculpture's fangs. Bai Ningbing made a new discovery. She read the words in a low voice: Gemini with 1 heart, 3 spirits unite. Fated or not, don't force it. What does this mean? This is the password to activate the mechanism here. Gemini means that 2 people must work together to activate the mechanism. 3 spirits respectively refer to a person's heart, palm, and eyes. Fang Yuan recalled. The most dexterous of the 4 limbs was the palm, the most agile of the 5 senses were the eyes, and a person's thoughts were as fast as lightning. They were the most agile. Therefore, they were collectively known as the 3 spirits. Come, place your palm on the sculpture's pupil. In the eye sockets of the skull sculpture, there was a pair of sparkling and translucent rubies. The rubies were as big as bowls, reflecting Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's figures. But when Fang and Bai placed their palms on the ruby pupil, they didn't move for a long time. Hee, what you said makes sense, but it turns out to be wrong. Bai Ningbing didn't let go of any chance to mock Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression darkened. In his memories from his past life, Bai Hua had emphasized on describing this mechanism. Logically speaking, this should be the way to go. But why didn't they move? Gemini with 1 heart, 3 spirits unite. Fang Yuan murmured, he did the 3 spirits unite, but 1 heart, 1 heart. As he pondered, a glimmer of light slowly appeared in his eyes. Could it be that the 2 people who wanted to activate this mechanism had to be of 1 heart and 1 mind? If that was the case, although he and Bai Ningbing were working together, they were forced by the situation. In reality, they appeared to be united but were actually divided, each with their own plans. How could they be of 1 heart? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan couldn't help but look at Bai Sheng and Bai Hua again. Thus, this pair of siblings was kicked awake by Fang Yuan again. Evil thief, what do you want? After Bai Sheng woke up, he let out an angry roar. Bai Hua, on the other hand, stopped crying. Her large eyes stared at Fong and Bai, revealing a deep hatred. This time, Fong Yuan did not have the patience to explain. He grabbed both of their palms and placed them on the pair of ruby eyes. As expected of the destined heirs, the moment their hands touched it, the ruby suddenly lit up. Kacha kacha. The skull slowly opened its mouth, revealing a large pile of coal and firewood. In the center of the black coal was a simple and unadorned pottery urn. A scroll rested on top of the urn. What's the meaning of this? Fong Yuan threw the two of them to the ground and picked up the scroll. Only then did he understand. It turned out that the owner of this legacy, the gray-boned scholar, did not have a high aptitude and had been troubled by this his entire life of cultivation. Throughout his life, he had been researching and refining a goo that could help goo masters cultivate quickly. He already had many goo worms that could assist him in cultivation. The most typical example was the liquor worm. But these goo worms were extremely rare and hard to promote. The gray-boned scholar had great ambitions and wanted to research and refine a goo worm that could be used widely. But even until the end of his lifespan, he had failed countless times without succeeding. At the final juncture of his life, maybe it was heaven's pity, but when he was setting up Goo Mountain's inheritance, he suddenly had an extremely ingenious inspiration. Without the help of goo worms, what was the most important method for a goo master to raise their cultivation? That was to borrow the strength of their elders to carry out impartation. Back then on Qingmao Mountain, Guyue Cheng had been receiving the impartation of his grandfather Guyue's primeval essence. But this had a huge disadvantage. That was, primeval essence was different. Relying on the superior primeval essence of the elders to cleanse the aperture walls would leave behind a different aura that would greatly restrict the goo master's future development. Unless the cleansing water goo was used to wash away the different aura. However, the cleansing water goo was also a rare goo and was difficult for ordinary goo masters to obtain. Even clan elders had to rely on luck and pay a huge price. Thus, the impartation method was not widely used. Thus, this gray-boned scholar had a wondrous idea. If there was a goo that could convert other people's primeval essence into its own, then after the impartation, wouldn't there be no side effect of the different aura? After a series of attempts, he eliminated many possibilities and finally left behind a plan with the highest chance of success. The name of this plan was Bone Flesh Unity Goo. The scroll said, to refine this goo, 2 goo masters must work at the same time. And these 2 goo masters must be related by blood. Parents and children, or twins. Relying on the connection of the same bloodline, the primeval essence can be converted. Of course, the gray-boned scholar did not have the time to put this idea into practice. After making most of his preparations, he helplessly stopped at the most crucial point. Although he had 2 titles, he was alone. He lacked 2 goo masters who fulfilled the requirements. The last contents of the scroll revealed the endless regret of the gray-boned scholar. He did not have time to make further preparations and could only leave this high platform behind. But if someone was fated to come here and could open this mechanism and see this scroll, it would mean that a goo master who fulfilled the requirements had appeared. There is no harm in trying to refine it. Regardless of the result, please tell me about it in front of my grave. The words in the scroll contained the obsession of the gray-boned scholar. It turned out that this high platform tower under Fong Yuan's feet was the gray-boned scholar's grave. Without even trying, Fong Yuan already knew that the idea of the bone-flesh unity goo was a success. Because in his previous life, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua relied on this to dual cultivate and became the Righteous Path's twin stars, pushing Bai Clan's power to its peak with rank 5 cultivation. But to Fong Yuan, it was somewhat troublesome now. He had thought that the bone-flesh unity goo was already a finished product, but the truth was that it had not been refined and could not even be considered a half-finished product. To refine the bone-flesh unity goo, he and Bai Ningbing did not fulfill the requirements. Unless Guyue Fangzheng was present. But even so, the refined bone-flesh unity goo would not be very good. According to the scroll, bone-flesh unity goo was a general name for a series of goo and not a specific type of goo. The closer the relationship between the two goo masters refining the goo, the better the quality of the refined bone-flesh unity goo. According to Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng's relationship, the refined bone-flesh unity goo would not be ideal. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this bone-flesh unity goo was definitely refined by Bai Sheng and Bai Hua. But now, it was brought forward by so many years. Although they were in harmony, they had not become goo masters and could not fulfill this requirement. The bone-flesh unity goo was Fang Yuan's most important goal. Right now, the materials and furnace had already been prepared by the Grey Bone Scholar, only the final step was needed to refine it. Fang Yuan was naturally unwilling to give up. But to refine it, not only could he not fulfill the refinement requirements, there was also a group of strong enemies chasing after him. Time was pressing. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and decided to take a risk. He and Bai Ningbing only took up half of the quota, but the siblings Bai Sheng and Bai Hua took up the other half. If the four of them worked together, there might be hope of success. Come and lend me a hand. Fang Yuan started to light the dry firewood in the skull sculpture. The flame immediately rose and burned fiercely. You plan to forcefully refine it? Bai Ningbing was shocked. This is not a wise choice. Although she said so, she still made her move, placing her palm on the ruby pupil and pouring her primeval essence inside. The flame suddenly changed color, from orange to eerie blue. The clay urn was being roasted in the flame, and the sleeping goo worms inside were awakened and started to struggle crazily. The clay urn shook continuously, but did not break. The refinement process was not complicated. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing took turns pouring their primeval essence. Soon, they reached the most crucial step. This step required the fresh flesh of two goo masters to be thrown into the fire to be roasted. The scroll stated clearly that the more flesh there was, the better the effect. I just happen to have flesh bone with me. There is no harm in cutting off a few pieces of flesh. Bai Ningbing was about to make a move, but was stopped by Fang Yuan. Wait, I have a better idea. Bai Ningbing followed Fang Yuan's gaze and looked at the twin siblings Bai Sheng and Bai Hua. You actually want to change the recipe at the last minute? Bai Ningbing immediately understood Fang Yuan's intention, a trace of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. What are you trying to do? Bai Sheng protected his sister behind him. For a moment, he felt the impending disaster, the anxiety and panic of the end of the world. They were meat on the chopping block. When Fang and Bai were refining the goo, they knew they could not escape, thus they obediently stayed at the side, waiting for their clansmen to rescue them. But now, Bai Sheng was extremely regretful. Feel honored, your sacrifice will witness the birth of a brand new goo worm. Thinking about it, Senior Grey Bones will be very happy in the afterlife, right? Fang Yuan laughed malevolently, pressing towards the siblings. Sister, run! Bai Sheng shouted, not retreating but advancing instead, rushing towards Fang Yuan and hugging onto Fang Yuan's leg. Brother! Bai Hua's tears flowed out. Just as she was hesitating, Fang Yuan had already knocked Bai Sheng unconscious. Seeing Fang Yuan approaching her, a huge panic spread in the little girl's heart. She turned around and ran, but how could she match Fang Yuan's pace? She was quickly caught by Fang Yuan, her heart sinking to the bottom, struggling in vain as she cried, Mother, where are you? Fang Yuan's expression was extremely cold as he knocked her unconscious again. In no time, he stripped off the clothes of the brother and sister. Then, he picked them up with each hand and threw them into the fire. Once they entered the fire, they were immediately woken up by the heat. The intense pain caused them to run away like crazy. Two people on fire jumped out of the fire, their limbs waving wildly as they struggled. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, kicking them one by one, sending them back into the fire. The requirement in the scroll was fresh meat, but Fang Yuan did not want to kick them to death. Thus, after kicking them in, they ran out and were kicked back in again. This happened again and again, until Bai Sheng and Bai Hua were finally burned to death in the fire. Their bodies gradually melted like candles. The fire turned from eerie blue to bright red like blood. However, it could not turn into bright red or purple for a long time. According to the scroll, only when the fire's color changed to red or purple would this crucial step be considered a success. What to do? Bai Ningbing's brows furrowed tightly. Once the goo fusion failed, the goo master would also suffer a backlash. Thoughts churned intensely in Fang Yuan's mind. Bai Sheng and Bai Hua are the destined inheritors, but they actually failed? It seems they are not goo masters yet, thus there is a difference. In that case, I can only try again. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan hesitated no longer, activating the Tusita flower and spitting out a sharp blade. He straightened his forearm and cut with the sharp blade. Fresh blood flowed, and a piece of his own flesh was thrown into the fire that was taller than a person. You do it. After doing all this, he threw the sharp blade to Bai Ningbing. Are you sure it will work? Bai Ningbing hesitated for a moment, and also used the sharp blade to cut her forearm. But because of the ice muscles, the sharp blade felt like it was cutting on solid ice. Without a choice, Bai Ningbing could only summon the chainsaw golden centipede and cut off a piece of her flesh. When her piece of flesh was thrown into the fire immediately turned purple-red. Good, success or failure depends on this. Let's inject primeval essence together. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. The two poured primeval essence into the gem eyes of the skull at the same time, and the mechanism started to close. It was like a bone beast, opening its mouth and swallowing the raging fire. 2 rows of sharp teeth were tightly clenched together, and the fire burned within, burning the skull into a crimson-red color. With a bang, it seemed like the pottery jar had exploded. The entire skull shook because of this. Hearing this explosion, Fang and Bai let go of their hands. Fang Yuan stared at the commotion while extending his hand towards Bai Ningbing. He did not speak, but Bai Ningbing already knew what Fang Yuan wanted. She snorted, and in consideration of the current situation, she could only hand flesh bone to Fang Yuan. She did not have the ability to instantly refine goo worms, but Fang Yuan could. Under the spring-autumn cicada's aura, flesh bone had no resistance, and was instantly refined. But although Fang Yuan refined it, due to his cultivation, he could not use flesh bone. Thus, he handed it over to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing received it and immediately activated it. An orange-yellow light enveloped the wound on her forearm. Almost in the blink of an eye, the flesh grew back, and the wound was completely healed. But Bai Ningbing's peak rank 3 primeval essence was instantly consumed by 20%. The disadvantage of flesh bone was that it required a large amount of primeval essence. If it was Fang Yuan's green copper primeval essence, even if he used it until his primeval seed dried up, he would not be able to activate it. Immediately after, Bai Ningbing treated Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's face was pale. In just a short moment, he did not have ice muscles to stop the bleeding, so he lost a lot of blood. Although the wound on his forearm had healed, the pain was still intense, and his entire heart was trembling from the pain. He even felt dizzy. But both of them had iron wills. Even so, their expressions did not change, and they forcibly endured the intense pain. After a while, the skull slowly opened, and the flame inside had already dissipated. The pottery jar and Bai Sheng's and Bai Hua's corpses were all gone. 2 goo worms appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. One was green and the other red, and they were like 2 jade bracelets, intertwined. They floated in the air, quietly emitting a warm luster. This is bone-flesh unity goo. Without time to inspect it, Fang Yuan grabbed it and instantly refined it, storing it in his aperture. Let's go. He sprinted down the platform, and entered the new secret tunnel at the end of the hall. In just a moment, Bai Clan's goo masters arrived at this hall. Someone refined goo here. The remnant aura in the air caused many clan elders' expressions to change. Look, there are 2 young masters' clothes here. Soon, they found the children's clothing that was torn by Fang Yuan on the platform. Seeing this, an extremely bad feeling struck Bai Clan leader's heart, almost causing her vision to turn black. She did not even dare to think about it. Chase! They're not far away. My child is definitely in their hands. The 100 Clans master roared. Her eyes were bloodshot. You're right. Chapter 231. Sprinting. There was a secret passage under their feet, and it seemed to be unprecedentedly long. But no matter how long the journey was, there would always be an end. A light appeared in Fong and Bai's vision, gradually expanding. It's the exit. Bai Ningbing blurted out. According to the rumors in my previous life, this secret passage should lead to a cliff on Baigu Mountain. Fong Yuan did not speak, only thinking in his heart as he sprinted. He should thank the two siblings, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua. It was because of their information that Fong Yuan came here. And because of their sacrifice, Fong Yuan got what he wanted and obtained the bone-flesh unity goo. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard from behind. We finally caught up. We found those two scoundrels. Where are you going? Bai Clan's goo masters chased after them aggressively. Bai clan leader took the lead, with several clan elders following closely behind. The narrow secret passage caused Bai clan's people to form a long line. Vertical crash goo. Suddenly, an elder sped up like a cannonball, quickly closing the distance between him and Fong Yuan. Bai Ningbing! Fong Yuan shouted. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth and swung her palm backwards. Blood moon goo. With a soft, cheat sound, a blood blade flew out and hit the clan elder behind him, causing his momentum to stagnate. But immediately after, colorful lights blossomed in the secret passage, and a large number of long-range attacks shot towards Fong and Bai. Bai Ningbing, catch! Fong Yuan shouted again, lending Sky Canopy Goo to her. Bai Ningbing activated Sky Canopy Goo, Iron Thorn Brambles Goo, and with the defense of ice muscles, the three of them blocked most of the attacks. Bai clan, don't you want to know the whereabouts of the two young masters? Fong Yuan shouted. Bai clan's goo masters saw Bai Sheng and Bai Hua in Fong and Bai's hands. Upon hearing these words, his attacks immediately slowed down. Speak, what did you do to our clan's young masters? If anything happens to them, you will have a miserable ending. Return my children. Bai clan leader was furious, she pointed her finger and a cold light flew out. Cold fish goo. This goo was the size of a dart and was shaped like a small fish. It moved in an arc in the air and had the effect of tracking. Fong Yuan grunted, unable to dodge, and was shot by the frost fish goo. Immediately, cold air enveloped his entire body, and his speed plummeted. Stealth scales goo. With a thought, Fong Yuan's body rippled with light, and he was about to disappear. Don't even think about it. One of the elders suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed at Fong Yuan. Pooh! With a soft sound, even though the stealth scales goo was hidden in Fong Yuan's aperture, it was suddenly destroyed. Fong Yuan's heart sank as he hurriedly activated the hopping grass. The soles of his feet suddenly felt numb and itchy, and two spring-like clumps of grass grew out of his skin and flesh. Fong Yuan relied on the elasticity of the grass to leap forward, his speed increasing rapidly. I'll go first. Remember to jump. He left behind these strange words. What? Bai Ningbing was naturally puzzled, but then the sound of wind behind her grew louder. She turned around to look, and her heart thumped. It was the matriarch of the 100 clans approaching. Her eyes were completely red, as if she was an enraged lioness. Her aura was so intense that even Bai Ningbing's heart shuddered. After all, she was a rank 4 goo master. Bam! Bai clan leader punched, and the huge force immediately broke the Sky Canopy Goo's white armor. Bai Ningbing vomited a mouthful of blood, and summoned the Chainsaw Golden Centipede. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede turned into a golden light, and coiled around Bai clan leader. Using this chance, Bai Ningbing sprinted towards the exit. It was a cliff. At this moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly understood the meaning of Fong Yuan's words. He wanted her to jump off the cliff. You can't escape. Bai clan leader shouted from behind. As for the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, it had already been torn into pieces by her brute force. Bai Ningbing's eyes flashed with a trace of struggle. At this height, jumping down was certain death. But the situation was dire, and she had no other choice. She gritted her teeth, and jumped down the cliff. He really jumped. He's dead for sure. Some of the Bai clan Gu masters cried out in shock and stopped at the cliff. Bai clan leader looked down, and saw Bai Ningbing falling. Veins popped on her forehead, and she screamed, "If he's alive, I want to see him, if he's dead, I want to see his corpse, I must capture them." Her body continued to fall, and the wind whistled in her ears. Bai Ningbing had never thought she would have to jump off a cliff one day. Am I going to die like this? Although it was exciting, it doesn't feel good. The aura of death assaulted her, and Bai Ningbing's emotions churned intensely. I haven't even gotten the Yanggu, dying as a woman is such a tragedy. But if I fall, I will definitely turn into meat paste, and I won't be able to tell if I'm a man or a woman. Bai Ningbing couldn't understand why she would have such a strange thought before she died. Right at this time, the sound of the wind became more intense, and an extremely familiar voice could be heard, "Bai Ningbing." Bai Ningbing turned around, and who else could it be but Fang Yuan? Right now, Fang Yuan was also falling, but what was different was that he was stepping on a white-boned bird. Footless bird. This bird had no flesh and blood, and its entire body was made of white bones. It had the head of an eagle, the body of a crane, the tail of a swallow, and 2 pairs of wings on both sides, but no feet. Fang Yuan's body was covered in blood, and he had evidently suffered many injuries in the secret tunnel. Grab my hand. He squatted on the bird's back, and tried to stretch his hand over. Clap. A soft sound was heard, and the 2 hands grasped tightly in the air. Fang Yuan exerted force again, and pulled Bai Ningbing onto the bird's back. But at this moment, a protruding mountain rock was less than 300 meters away from them. The footless bird was like a meteor, crashing towards this mountain rock. Be careful, we're going to fall. Bai Ningbing exclaimed, her heart in her throat. The mountain rock rapidly expanded in her vision. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp light, and he shouted fiercely, "How can my demonic path fall in this tiny Baigu mountain? Rise! 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 Rise!" His shout echoed in the valley. Hua hua hua. Under his control, the footless bird flapped its wings furiously, and used all its strength to slow down the speed of its fall. A series of cracking sounds could be heard, and cracks appeared on the 4 bone wings. The primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture was rapidly being consumed, but the heavenly essence treasure lotus gave off a warm light, and spewed out large amounts of natural primeval essence. Fang Yuan's primeval essence sea level decreased, and increased at the same time. A group of bone beasts that were strolling around the mountain rock felt the footless bird's movements, and looked up, and immediately scattered in all directions. A gray bone ostrich was so frightened that it stabbed its sharp beak into the white bone mountain rock, and raised its butt high. Ostrich animals were naturally like this. When they were afraid, they liked to deceive themselves like this. They were about to collide. Bai Ningbing forgot to breathe. Fang Yuan glared angrily. The huge wind pressure caused the white bone tree on the mountain rock to collapse. Finally, the footless bird brushed past the ostrich's butt, and flew up diagonally. The long tail of the ostrich's butt was completely shaved off. Its round butt was exposed. Ha ha ha. Bai Ningbing laughed non-stop on the bird's back. After narrowly escaping death, all the pressure was gone. She felt that her heart had fallen back into her chest from her throat. Exciting, truly exciting. The excitement of life and death was always the most exciting. Wasn't this kind of life what she had always wanted, what she had always pursued? Footless bird, fly towards the blue sky. She was almost singing. Clan leader. They are still alive. At the cliff, the Bai clan Gu master's expressions turned green. We can't catch up, that is a footless bird, it can fly 10,000 li in a day. Tai Dao Ku sighed helplessly. There were very few Gu worms that could fly, and those that could catch up to the footless bird were even fewer. Below rank 5, the footless bird was a first-rate flying mount. Alas, the heavens are blind. How can they allow such evildoers to live in this world? Some elders shouted angrily, beating their chests and stamping their feet. Bai clan leader's eyes were bloodshot, and her fists were clenched so tightly that they were about to break, and her teeth were making cracking noises. Hearing Bai Ningbing's laughter, she even had a strong impulse to jump off the cliff and chase after the enemies. It was not that Bai clan did not have flying gu, some gu masters had already used their abilities to chase after Fong and Bai. But looking at their speed, even an idiot knew it was wishful thinking to catch up to these two. An intense bitterness filled the hearts of the Bai clan gu masters. The criminals were roaming free in front of their eyes, but they could only watch helplessly. No! We cannot let them escape. No! A gu master old man shouted angrily, his body suddenly burning with raging flames. Bai Zhanwen. Bai clan leader's expression changed. Lord clan elder. Everyone was shocked. Grandpa. Bai Zhanlai's face was covered in tears. Clan leader, everyone. We cannot let these two thieves escape, otherwise where will our Bai clan's dignity go? The hatred between the two young masters is even more irreconcilable. After I leave, please take care of my grandson, this lad's temper is as fierce as mine. Saying so, he lost his voice. His skin, flesh and bones had turned into flames, his vocal cords had also disappeared. Even his eyes had turned into purple-black round pupils. He had turned into a human-shaped torch. The flames burned fiercely, the temperature rose rapidly, everyone retreated, and a sad song seemed to be playing on the mountain peak. Burning Man Gu. Rank 4 Gu, once used, the whole body would burn and turn into flames. Until it was extinguished. This elder Bai Zhanwen chose to sacrifice his life to obtain this powerful strength. Good, this clan leader will stand here and watch elder's contribution. Bai clan leader was moved. But elder Bai Zhanwen could no longer hear her. He felt his strength had reached an unprecedented level, his life was burning at this moment, reaching its peak, radiating with boundless radiance. His purple-black round pupils swept through everyone, he gave his grandson one last look, before turning into a stream of flames and flying towards the sky. The stream of flames approached Footless Bird at an extremely fast speed. Good! Everyone saw this and cheered loudly. The Bai clan leader's steel-like, ice-cold face also revealed an excited expression. A strong enemy. Bai Ningbing's expression was grave. She lacked the experience of fighting in the air, if she did not handle it well, she would fall and die a horrible death. Howl! The burning man roared, his purple-black pupils were filled with killing intent. Flames flashed, and the burning man's speed increased rapidly, pouncing towards Fong Yuan like lightning. Hold on tight. Fong Yuan had been paying attention all this time, controlling Footless Bird to flap its wings. Footless Bird increased its speed and pulled apart the distance, causing the burning man to miss. On the cliff, there were sighs of regret and pity. But soon, the burning man pounced again. Footless Bird flew to the side, brushing past his shoulder. Bai Ningbing was almost flung off, she quickly grabbed onto the protruding bones on the bird's back. Howl! The burning man attacked again. Fong Yuan sneered, Footless Bird suddenly retracted its wings and dived towards the ground. The burning man followed closely behind, his speed was faster than Footless Bird, gradually closing the distance. Footless Bird suddenly spread its four wings and flew upwards, flying in the opposite direction. Boom! The burning man's flight relied entirely on the propulsion of flames. Without wings, he could not change direction in time, directly crashing into the mountain rocks. In an instant, the fire spread over an area of nearly 500 square meters, killing all the bone beasts and destroying large numbers of bone trees. In the sea of fire, a lump of fire condensed back into a human figure, flying out. Fong and Bai persevered. However, goo worms also depended on the type of person using them. In Gu Master cultivation, nurture, use, and refine, use was one of the three major aspects. Not just anyone could casually take out a Gu and display its prowess. The methods and knowledge involved were very profound. The Burning Man Gu was a method to perish together. This was the first time Bai Zhanwen was using it. In contrast, although this was the first time Fang Yuan was piloting Footless Bird, he had used countless flying mounts in his previous life. His experience was many times more than Bai Zhanwen's. He was extremely familiar with it. It was so deep in his soul that it was almost an instinct. On the cliff, Bai Clan's people had been paying attention to the battle in the sky. From hope and expectation, it gradually turned into anger. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that Footless Bird was toying with Bai Zhanwen like it was toying with him. The Burning Man's angry roar was originally so shocking and full of vigor, but now it was only strong on the outside, revealing sorrow and helplessness. Damn it! Someone clenched his fists tightly. How can this be? Tai Dao Ku was also shocked by Fang Yuan's skill, sighing helplessly. Fangzheng, I want you to die. Bai Zhanlai shouted. The seed of hatred was buried deep in his heart. Bai Zhanwen's sacrifice, under Fang Yuan's toying, seemed to become a joke, and also like a sarcastic slap on the Bai clan's people's faces. Gradually, everyone's anger turned into disappointment and despair. We can't catch up. Don't tell me we can only watch helplessly. Guyue Fangzheng. Many people muttered this name, gritting their teeth. Footless Bird flew freely, once again brushing past the Burning Man. Young man, your bird manipulation skills are top-notch. Ha ha ha. Bai Ningbing laughed, relieved. Fang Yuan's expression suddenly froze. Be careful. Boom. An intense explosion occurred. Bai Zhanwen knew he could not catch up to Fang and Bai, and resolutely chose to self-detonate. The flames of the explosion enveloped Footless Bird. Fortunately, Footless Bird was made of white bones. Even its wings were made of thin, blade-like bone pieces. The flames could not cause any damage, but the true danger was the shockwave from the explosion. More cracks appeared on Footless Bird's body, and it lost its balance from the explosion, falling towards the ground. But after falling for some distance, under Fang Yuan's control, it regained its balance and flew far away. Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing, however, shouted in shock. Earlier, Fang Yuan had lent her the sky canopy Gu, so she had a Gu worm to protect herself, but Fang Yuan did not. The incident happened suddenly, and Fang Yuan did not have time to activate his Gu worm to defend himself. Footless Bird charged out of the flames, and Fang Yuan's body was burning with flames. The intense wind pushed the flames, and the earth communication ear grass in his right ear was burnt. But his expression was like steel, as if he was not the person involved. After Footless Bird stabilized, Fang Yuan spat out the tusita flower, and a burst of milk spring water poured on his head. The flames were extinguished, but his whole body was covered in burns, and his face was disfigured. It was a horrible sight. Bai Ningbing opened her mouth to speak, but could not say anything. On the contrary, Fang Yuan's lips curled up, and he laughed. I like Footless Bird, do you know why? His smile was somewhat horrifying. Why? Because it does not have bird legs, only wings. Thus, it can only fly. When it lands on the ground, it signifies its destruction. All or nothing, if you don't fly, you die. Her blue pupils expanded, and began to shine brightly. Her silver hair fluttered in the wind, and Bai Ningbing's lips curled up. He, then let us spread our wings and soar. Footless Bird flew far away, turning into a dot in her eyes, and finally disappeared. On the cliff, the Bai clansmen watched anxiously, but did not speak. A deathly silence enveloped everyone. Heaven and earth were so vast. The sky was eerie blue, and Baigu Mountain was as white as snow. Sunlight shone down from the side. Footless Bird, Fang, and Bai's figures were deeply engraved in their hearts. Anger was brewing, and hatred was sprouting. Puff. Bai clan leader suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, and fainted on the ground. Clan leader. Lord Clan leader. Quick, healing goo masters, quickly save clan leader. There was panic on the cliff. Chapter 232. The setting sun was as red as blood, and the western sky was covered in burning clouds. Under the sunset, the footless bird, which had been flying for half a day, began to descend slowly. After a series of lifts and dives that exceeded its limits and withstood the explosion of the burning man, its body was covered in cracks, and it no longer had the strength to fly. Bang! With a loud bang, under Fang Yuan's control, the footless bird finally fell into a forest. Smoke and dust rose, and the beasts fled. Where is this? Bai Ningbing jumped off the bird's back and looked around. The trees around them were short and thick, but their branches and leaves were especially luxuriant, unlike the bone trees on White Bone Mountain that were sparse. The trees here were like canopies, and their leaves were all purple. Light purple, dark purple, purplish red, bright purple, the night wind blew, forming a purple wave as they looked into the distance. Purple forest. We've been heading north, and according to our journey, this should be near Zio Mountain, Fang Yuan estimated. He looked worried. Zio Mountain is safe during the day, but it's dangerous at night. It's getting dark, let's leave this place quickly and find a safe place to stay. All right. Bai Ningbing nodded. After more than 2 hours, they were lucky enough to find a cave. The original owner of the cave was a bandana bear. This kind of bear had a natural pouch on its abdomen, similar to a kangaroo. The dry firewood crackled, and the bonfire burned quietly. The meat soup in the iron pot was already boiling, emitting a strong aroma. The fat and tender bear paws were also roasted. Apart from these, the tusita flour also contained delicacies from the 100 clans. The two of them ate heartily, and their tense hearts slowly relaxed. Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed, and looked at Fang Yuan with her blue eyes. Look, this is retribution. You burned that pair of siblings to death, and not long after, you were burned to this state. The light from the fire shone on Fang Yuan's face, and the terrifying injuries on his face made him look somewhat scary and ugly. If it was a timid girl, she would probably scream in fear when she saw his face. Fang Yuan smiled, not minding it, and was even secretly happy about it. Fortunately, I have flesh bone with me. It won't be difficult for you to recover your original appearance. All you have to do is cut off all the burned skin and flesh on your body, then use flesh bone to treat it, and you will be able to grow new skin and flesh. However, with your current first transformation cultivation, you can't use flesh bone regeneration. You can beg me. Maybe I'll be merciful and can't bear to treat you. Bai Ningbing didn't let go of any opportunity to mock Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, even though his eyebrows had been burnt off. Why do we need treatment? Isn't this a good situation? He laughed. We killed the only 2 young masters of Bai clan, and even fooled the Bai clan patriarch and clan elder. Do you think they will let us go? This kind of injury saves me the trouble of changing my appearance. The earth communication ear grass had already been destroyed, and Fang Yuan was now missing his right ear. There was cartilage in the ear, and this injury was not something that could be healed by the flesh-growing bone. But even if he had the means of treatment, he would rather lose an ear to change his image. In the past, there was a demon, Bai Ez, who was captured and imprisoned in a prison. He pretended to be crazy and smeared his own feces on himself. He even cut off his 5th limb and became a eunuch. His enemies finally thought that he had gone completely crazy, and thus let down their guard, allowing him to escape. In the future, he returned to take revenge, and killed the entire family of his enemies. There was also a great figure of the righteous path, Empress Wu Ji. When she ascended to the throne at a young age, her power was seized by her own elder sister, and she could only endure. But her elder sister was jealous of her beauty, and made things difficult for her. She cut off her nose bridge, humiliated herself, and finally won the time to live and grow. More than 10 years later, she overthrew her elder sister's rule, and regained power. She cut off her elder sister's 5 senses, and made her wish she was dead. Those who achieved great things were all good at enduring, and did not indulge in flesh and beauty. This was the same for both righteous path and demonic path, male or female. After Empress Wu Ji took power, even though she had the means of treatment, she had never restored her nose bridge, and this made me wary. That was why Wu clan was the #1 clan in southern border, suppressing Tai clan, Shang clan, and Fei clan. Those who indulge in flesh and beauty were all superficial, and could not achieve great things. Be it this world or Earth's history, they all proved this point. King Yu of Zhou, for the sake of his beloved concubine Baoxi's smile, made a fool out of his vassals, but what happened to him? He was betrayed, and was killed by the barbarians. Lu Bu to Jiao Chan, Wu Wang to Shishir, Xiang Yu actually brought Yu Ji with him to war, what happened to these people? On the other hand, Cao Cao was short, Sun Bin was crippled, Sima Qian was castrated, everyone has a love for beauty. But success had nothing to do with flesh and beauty, having the determination to give up was the cornerstone of success. In fact, it is you, with your blue eyes and silver hair, you are too dazzling, you need to change. Fang Yuan sized up Bai Ningbing's body, and said. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, and did not speak. Fang Yuan continued, the footless bird was damaged, and we only flew a few thousand miles. Although it is quite far from Bai Clan village, since we committed this crime, Bai Clan will definitely come to arrest us. Our situation is still dangerous. If they issue a bounty for us, our days from now on will be even more difficult. Bai Ningbing frowned and pondered for a moment, before snorting, forget it, I am tired of this outfit, if I change my appearance, it will be a wonderful experience. Next, the two began to summarize their losses and gains. There were losses. Earth Communication Eargrass, Chainsaw Golden Centipede, Carapace Goo, Iron Thorn Brambles, Stealth Scales Goo, and Footless Bird, they were all destroyed in the pursuit. But to Fang Yuan, escaping with his life was the most important. Only by staying alive could there be possibilities and hope. This was the foundation of everything. In order to survive, so what if he had to abandon Spring-Autumn Cicada? One sentence, being able to abandon and give up is a man. As for his gains, in Fang Yuan's aperture, there were large numbers of Bone Spear Goo and Spiral Bone Spear Goo. Rank 3 Flying Bone Shield, Jade Bone Goo, Iron Bone Goo, Healing Flesh Bone Goo, as well as several bone books that recorded all kinds of fusion recipes. Other than that, there was also the Clearing Heat Goo that he obtained from Bai Clan camp. Of course, the most important thing was the Bone Flesh Unity Goo that he took the risk to successfully fuse at the last moment. Compared to his gains, the losses were not serious. After all, this was a complete inheritance. That Flower Wine Monk was a rank 5 expert, even stronger than the rank 4 Grey Bone Scholar. But Fang Yuan's gains from the Flower Wine inheritance lost to this Bai Goo inheritance. There was no other reason, the Bai Goo inheritance was something that Grey Bone Scholar had meticulously planned for a long time. The Flower Wine inheritance, on the other hand, was a product of a sudden inspiration. In fact, Fang Yuan had only walked on one of the main paths of the Bai Goo inheritance. There were still many side paths, and in the flesh sack secret chamber, most of the teeth had not been opened. These things had all gone to Bai Clan village. They controlled this place, and as long as they spent time and effort, they could definitely devour the entire inheritance. But it doesn't matter. I have already taken all the goo worms in the plan. As long as this Bone Flesh Unity Goo can be used, it will far surpass other things. But the Earth Communication Eargrass has been destroyed, this is a bit troublesome. In Fang Yuan's philosophy, only practicality had value. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede was lost, but Spiral Bone Spear could barely replace it. There were no Iron Thorn Brambles or Carapace Goo, but there was Sky Canopy Goo and Flying Bone Shield. Only the Earth Communication Eargrass was lost, and in terms of scouting, there was a shortcoming. In the past, it was lacking healing and movement, but now, these two aspects were more or less made up for, but there was a flaw in the scouting aspect. In life, most things do not go according to one's wishes. The night of Ziyu Mountain was much more lively than the day. This night, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing took turns to keep watch, but did not sleep well. From time to time, the roars of wild beasts could be heard from outside the cave, as well as the sounds of battle. Especially at dawn, when an intense battle unfolded near the cave entrance, Fang Yuan, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up by it. This was a battle between 2,000 beasts, Wang De. A winged black feathered python provoked a dark leopard. Both sides fought back and forth, carrying out a great battle. The commotion was great, the commotion shocking. Dark leopard was a fierce beast unique to Ziyu Mountain. They had a strong body and purple spotted skin. Their speed was extremely fast, and they often shuttled through the forest, leaving behind an elegant phantom image. When hunting, they were silent, and their prey often became food in their stomachs before they could even react. Fang and Bai were on tenterhooks. It could be said that they were stuck in the cave, unable to escape. As time passed, the dark leopard was gradually losing, falling into a disadvantageous position. This was a pregnant female leopard. Dark leopards had always been a male-female pair, and now that the female leopard was pregnant, the male leopard naturally went out to hunt. But it did not want the black-feathered python to find a loophole. Eventually, the female leopard died under the entanglement of the black-feathered python. But the black-feathered python did not manage to escape, and was met by the returning male leopard. After another intense battle, the male leopard killed the killer, but only obtained the cold corpse of the female leopard. Dawn arrived. The light of dawn shone on the elegant fur of the dark leopard. But the female leopard was already dead. The male leopard wandered around the female leopard, letting out a sorrowful whimper. The two of them were so close, yet so far apart, separated by life and death. "Why aren't you leaving?" Bai Ningbing complained inwardly. "Don't worry, the male and female dark leopard are of one mind. If one dies, the other will definitely not live alone." Fang Yuan sighed, "I'll go back and sleep first." He returned to the depths of the cave to sleep, while Bai Ningbing stayed at the cave entrance. The male leopard wandered around for a while, crawled down, and stuck out its tongue to lick the female leopard's wound. The female leopard's wound was pitch black, caused by the black-feathered python's poison. The male leopard lived here, and as long as it smelled it, it would be able to distinguish this poison. But now, it did not care. In the end, its bright eyes became dimmer and dimmer, and its eyelids became heavier and heavier. When it was noon, it also died. It lay quietly with the female leopard, and its beautiful fur made them look like exquisite handicrafts. Witnessing the entire process with her own eyes, Bai Ningbing could not help but sigh. Not long after, Fang Yuan woke up and walked out of the cave energetically. He saw Bai Ningbing leaning against the cave wall, staring at the two dark leopard corpses in a daze. "How's the harvest?" Fang Yuan asked. Bai Ningbing shrugged, somewhat dispirited. "The goo that should have flown have all flown away. I don't have any methods to capture goo. Besides, didn't you see the battle last night? Those goo are either dead or injured, the remaining ones are not what we need." "Hee, if not for that, how could a person like you take the initiative to sleep?" Fang Yuan laughed. "Although they are 2,000 beast kings, the goo on their bodies are indeed not much. But it might not necessarily be without any harvest, hee." Saying so, Fang Yuan walked towards the dark leopard's corpse. Chapter 233. Seeing Fang Yuan walk to the dark leopard's corpse, Bai Ningbing's gaze was attracted. The former squatted down and started to dig the ears of the dark leopard. Soon, Fang Yuan took out two small purple leaves from the male leopard's left and female leopard's right ears. This was a breath concealment goo. Rank 3 grass goo, goo masters could use it to conceal their aura and cultivation, giving them a certain degree of camouflage. Almost every dark leopard had a breath concealment goo in their ears. But dark leopards always moved in pairs, and they had at least 1,000 beast king strength. They were good at sneak attacks, fast and agile, making them very dangerous and troublesome to capture. Moreover, the dark leopard was a fierce beast that only existed near Ziyu Mountain. Thus, the information about the breath concealment goo hidden in the dark leopard's ears was not widely known. In Fong Yuan's previous life, a righteous figure appeared, known as Hunting King Sun Gone. With him as the first, he hunted dark leopards and obtained breath concealment goo, selling them in the market and reaping huge profits, thus becoming rich. After him, countless goo masters rushed to Ziyu Mountain to make a fortune. Just a few years later, the dark leopard went extinct. But now, Ziyu Mountain was still a secluded place. Here, it was safe during the day, but extremely dangerous at night. There were no clans, but there were embryonic forms of clans, villages. Although there were no earth communication eargrass to scout, they were lucky to obtain 2 breath concealment goo. Fong and Bai relied on this goo to avoid many dangers. They would not go up Ziyu Mountain. With their current strength, they could already travel through ordinary forests. But they did not have the strength to go deep into famous mountains and great rivers. To explore these places, even Bai clan would have to pay a huge price. Not to mention the current Fong and Bai. They moved around the foot of Ziyu Mountain, and 2 days later, they found a mountain path. Man-made mountain paths were much safer than ordinary forests. Of course, if they were unlucky, they would also encounter danger. Moving along the mountain path, one evening, Fong and Bai discovered smoke rising in spirals. The two glanced at each other and quickened their steps. At a call in the mountain, they found a village. The village was surrounded by low stone walls, and farmers returned in 2s and 3s, carrying hoes and other farming tools, walking into the village. There were also guards standing around the village. However, these people were all mortals, so they were nothing to worry about. Let's go. Fong Yuan led the way down the village. Just like that? Bai Ningbing was slightly surprised. Their appearance quickly attracted the curious, doubtful, and suspicious gazes of the villagers. Most villages in this world were very xenophobic. It was even more so for the clan's mountain stronghold. The security was tight for fear of spies and thieves sneaking in. May I ask if these 2 guests from afar are you esteemed Lord Gu Masters? Before they even reached the village entrance, 2 guards with similar appearances came up to them. Bai Ningbing didn't say anything. According to the original agreement, everything would be handled by Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan shook his head. Brothers, we're just mortals. Hearing this, the 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief, and their expressions became relaxed. The younger youngster disdainfully sized up Fong Yuan's body, saying with some disgust, "I knew it, this person is so ugly, how can he be one of those powerful Lord Gu Masters?" Fong Yuan's body was covered in burns, and he was also missing an ear. His appearance was ugly and disgusting. Bai Ningbing also changed into ordinary attire, her long silver hair not only shaved short but also dyed black. Her whole body was covered in ice, and thus her skin was as white as snow. But the color of her eyes couldn't be concealed, so she wore a straw hat, covering the upper half of her face. When the 2 of them stood together, they looked like 2 mortal villagers. "Brother, don't talk nonsense," the older guard reprimanded, and then looked at Fong and Bai vigilantly. "Where did you come from? Why did you come here?" "We came from the village on the other side of the mountain." Originally, he had dragged a handcart with medicinal herbs and cured meat, thinking of selling them. "Sigh, we met a tiger on the way. Oh my, that scared me to death. We ran all the way, and managed to escape with our lives. Sigh, we don't dare to go back for now, so we came to your village to sleep for a night. Just one night, we will leave tomorrow," Fong Yuan said casually. The guard's vigilance decreased slightly. Fong Yuan said again, "Brother, don't blame your brother. My injuries were caused by fire. That day when my house was on fire, I was burnt to this state in order to grab some rice. Sigh, life is hard these days." The older guard sighed, "Enter the village. If no one takes you in, you can just stay in the corner for the night." Saying so, he moved aside. Watching Fong and Bai enter the village, the guard ordered his younger brother, "Go and tell the village chief that there are 2 outsiders here. The old man has a lot of experience, ask him to take a look." Brother, you are too careful. Why don't you think about it? How can these two be Gu masters? Moreover, why would Gu masters lie to us mortals? To have fun. If I tell you to go, just go. Asking me to run errands again. The young man grumbled, but still went. The village was peaceful. The fragrance of food permeated the air. After a day of work, the laughter of a family gathering for a meal also reached Fong and Bai's ears. Being in such an environment, Bai Ningbing could not help but feel relaxed. The reason why he disguised himself was because he did not want to expose his tracks, that would make it easier for the Bai clan to hunt him down. Secondly, it was because Fong Yuan was a cautious person, and liked to hide in an unfamiliar environment, making it easier for him to deal with sudden and abnormal situations. It was very easy to find a family to take them in, just give them a yuan stone fragment, and they would happily vacate the main house. But doing so did not match their current status. Fong Yuan had a better method. He walked around the village for a while, and stopped in front of a dilapidated house. This family only had one old lady. She originally had a grandson, but when he was playing outside, he was eaten by wolves. In front of the house, the old lady was drawing water from a well, looking very strenuous. "Auntie, let me help you." Fong Yuan put on a silly smile, and ran over eagerly. The old lady saw Fong Yuan, and was shocked by his appearance. But Fong Yuan was very enthusiastic, and with a silly smile on his face, he quickly helped her draw a few buckets of water, and the old lady's wariness disappeared. "Lad, you are from another village, right?" The old lady laughed, her mouth was cracked, and only a few teeth were left. "Yes, I want to stay at Auntie's place for a night." "Auntie, let me work for you, what do you think?" Fong Yuan said naively. "Sure." The old lady said happily. Although the villagers usually helped each other, she still needed this kind of labor force. Bai Ningbing was speechless as she watched from behind. This scoundrel Fong Yuan was too good at acting. After drawing water, it was time to chop firewood. Fong Yuan even took the initiative to cook, and his quick and efficient actions made the old lady praise him again and again. "Auntie, let me help you draw a few buckets of water, let's talk after the water jar is filled." After dinner, Fong Yuan took the buckets of water and went out. The old lady said no need, but Fong Yuan insisted. After the water jar was filled, the old lady's eyes were filled with tears. "Lad, you are so honest. Sigh, it is a pity that your life is as bitter as mine." Evidently, the tragic story that Fong Yuan fabricated during dinner had left a deep impression on this simple and honest old lady. To mortals, lamp oil was precious. The house was dark at night. Only moonlight shone through the window. There were 2 beds in the house, and they were very simple. But Bai Ningbing was already very satisfied as she laid on the bed. The fatigue from these days of walking slowly dissipated at this moment. Fong Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, and his mind entered his aperture, inspecting the bone-flesh unity goo. These days, he did not use this pair of goo. After all, it was refined by altering the recipe. According to Fong Yuan's cautious nature, he naturally had to do some research. Suddenly, Fong Yuan opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed past. "There should be no problem, I can use the bone-flesh unity goo now." Saying so, he summoned a pair of jade bracelets shaped goo. These 2 jade bracelets, one was green like grass, while the other was red like blood, and they were still locked together, unable to be separated. Earlier, Fong Yuan had already refined them. But to use them, he had to give up one of them, and let Bai Ningbing refine it. Bai Ningbing sat cross-legged, and received the goo worm, but she did not refine it, instead looking at Fong Yuan. "What do you plan to do next?" Fong Yuan chuckled, "I thought you wouldn't ask." Even in the darkness, Bai Ningbing could feel the teasing smile on Fong Yuan's face. She snorted. Fong Yuan did not think of hiding it from her. "Our next destination is Shangliang Mountain." "Shangliang Mountain, Shang Clan?" Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows. Shang Clan was one of the top forces in southern border, not weaker than Tai Clan or Fei Clan, only being suppressed by Wu clan. Shang clan was famous in southern border for their trade. Even outside of southern border, anyone with some knowledge knew that southern border's Shang clan was the center of trade, and how prosperous Shang clan city was, with yuan stone everywhere. When Bai Ningbing still had the northern dark ice soul physique, she had yearned to visit Shang clan city, but now she was worried. We committed a crime in Bai clan, I'm afraid we will be hunted down by the righteous path. If we go to Shang clan city, won't we be walking into a trap? Fong Yuan smiled. In the entire southern border, there are only 2 places that can accommodate us. Shang clan city is definitely one of them. Although Shang clan is one of the leaders of the righteous path, Shang clan city is indeed a land of freedom, and the best place for demonic path people to sell their loot. Otherwise, why do you think Shang clan is the richest in southern border? Even the Wu clan is left in the dust in this aspect. Bai Ningbing's thoughts wandered as she heard this. The rumors say that anything can be bought in Shang clan city, is that true? Fong Yuan shook his head. Those who say this are all low level. In this world, there are too many things that have a price but no supply. For example, a certain Yanggu. Ha ha ha. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Iso. Chapter 234. In the dark room, Bai Ningbing let out an unhappy snort. Fong Yuan's words changed, but at this moment, Shang clan city is the most suitable place for us. There are many shops there, and we can buy goo worms that suit us. Our current goo worms might be outstanding, but they are not compatible. Only with a complete set, can we display greater battle strength, and even have the possibility of fighting above our ranks. Fong Yuan's words caused Bai Ningbing to agree with him. Any outstanding goo master would have a set of mature goo worms to work with. For example, when Bai Ningbing was still in the northern dark ice soul physique, she had ice blade goo, icicle goo, water shield goo, blue bird ice coffin goo, ice muscles goo, frost demon goo. They were all ice and water type goo worms, and when used together, it was extremely smooth and complemented each other. But now, although they had many goo worms, they were very messy. If they changed to a complete set, their battle strength would at least double. Coincidentally, Fong Yuan had large numbers of bone spear goo and spiral bone spear goo in his aperture. These things could be sold to Shang clan city. Even without these goo, Fong Yuan had heavenly essence treasure lotus, and could produce yuan stone. Going to Shang clan city to hide was the first goal. Buying goo worms was the second. Fong Yuan's third goal, however, was not convenient to tell Bai Ningbing. This involved rock dissection. In a dark corner of a certain gambling den, a legendary goo was hidden in a rock. Fong Yuan had the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada, the rank 9 Immortal Venerable Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, the Aptitude Changing Blood Skull Goo, and the Bone Flesh Unity Goo. Not to mention the Bone Flesh Unity Goo, Blood Skull Goo had almost lost its value, because almost all the clansmen related to Fong Yuan's bloodline were dead. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, although it had outstanding effects, it had no prospects. Fong Yuan did not know the refinement recipe, and the higher Fong Yuan's cultivation, the less useful it would be. Spring-Autumn Cicada was even more nonsensical. Right now, it is still in hibernation. Use it, there is a risk. Don't use it. When it recovers, it will burst your aperture. This guy was a ticking time bomb. Spring-Autumn Cicada, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Blood Skull Goo, and Bone Flesh Unity Goo were the 4 most valuable goo in Fong Yuan's possession. And these goo all had a common characteristic. That was, they were all goo worms used to assist cultivation. How much help did they bring to Fong Yuan? Big. Huge. But for Fong Yuan in terms of combat, it wasn't so obvious. But the goo in Shang clan city was different. It was a trump card for battle. With this goo and some other goo, it would be a complete set. Only then would Fong Yuan be considered to have been reborn, and he would have the posture of being invincible among those of the same level. He would have recovered a bit of the demonic path's glory from his previous life. There is still a long way to go to Shang clan city. Let's not talk about such a distant matter, you should first refine this bone-flesh unity goo. Fang Yuan changed the topic. After Bai Ningbing found out about Fang Yuan's plan, she felt slightly relieved. The more time she spent with Fang Yuan, the more she felt that Fang Yuan was too sinister and cunning. Especially his performance today, he was so simple and honest that even she was almost fooled. Not long ago, she had personally witnessed how Fang Yuan refined the bone-flesh unity goo, and thinking of Fang Yuan's performance, she felt a chill in her heart. She secretly reminded herself to be careful. That pitiful matriarch of the 100 clans was a good example. If she did not guard against Fang Yuan, who knows if one day she would be betrayed by Fang Yuan, and would still be counting the money for him. Shaking her head, Bai Ningbing calmed her emotions and started to refine the bone-flesh unity goo. This pair of goo had a peculiar shape, one green and one red. Bai Ningbing chose the red one and activated her primeval essence. This bone-flesh unity goo had already been refined by Fang Yuan beforehand. Right now, Fang Yuan withdrew his consciousness and cooperated with Bai Ningbing. Without spending too much time, Zhang Xian managed to refine it easily. The moment she finished refining it, the bone-flesh unity goo underwent a change. This pair of interlocked jade bracelets suddenly vanished in the air. And almost at the same time, a ring mark appeared on Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's wrists. The difference was that the ring mark on Fang Yuan's left wrist was green, and the ring mark on Bai Ningbing's right wrist was red. A mysterious feeling rose up in the hearts of Fang and Bai at the same time. This feeling allowed Fang Yuan to sense Bai Ningbing, and at the same time, Bai Ningbing to sense Fang Yuan. It was as if they were connected by flesh and blood, inseparable. This feeling was not good, making Bai Ningbing feel disgusted as if she had eaten a fly. Fang Yuan's brows were also tightly furrowed. The scroll left behind by Grey-Boned Scholar did not explain this point clearly. But Fang Yuan thought for a moment and felt relieved. This Grey-Boned Scholar only did theoretical research, he has never used his experience. It is normal that he doesn't know. This feeling was only a minor detail, the next step was the main point. The two endured the strange feeling in their hearts and sat cross-legged on the bed facing each other, starting to dual cultivate. They stretched out their palms facing each other. To be safe, Fang Yuan, who had the weaker cultivation, started the experiment. He mobilized a portion of green copper primeval essence from his aperture and carefully poured it into Bai Ningbing's aperture strength. The green and red rings suddenly let out a bright light. The primeval essence, which originally carried a different aura, immediately changed into the same aura as Bai Ningbing after entering her aperture. It really worked. Bai Ningbing lightly shouted in joy. But I clearly mobilized 10% of my green copper primeval essence, but when it entered your aperture, only 6% was left, a reduction of 4%. Fang Yuan's observation was even more detailed. Bai Ningbing was not surprised. What's so hard to understand? Didn't that scroll say so? This bone-flesh unity goo, according to the depth of the relationship between the two who refined it, can be divided into 5 grades. From lowest to highest, they are flesh and blood mutual, flesh and blood bond, close as flesh and blood bond. She continued to analyze. If that pair of siblings became goo masters and refined it alone, based on their relationship, it should be the highest grade flesh and blood bond. If we refined it alone, based on our relationship, I'm afraid it would be the lowest grade flesh and blood bond. With both sides neutralizing each other, it is the flesh and blood bond that is neither high nor low. This bone-flesh unity goo referred to a series of goo. Similar to boar goo, there were black boar goo, white boar goo, pink boar goo and so on. According to the scroll, the bone-flesh unity goo contained 5 types of goo worms. The lowest quality was the flesh and blood mutual, 10% of primeval essence could only be converted to 2%. Above that was the flesh and blood bond goo, 10% of primeval essence could be exchanged for 4%. As for the flesh and blood bond goo, it could be exchanged for 6% of primeval essence. At the next rank was the flesh and blood bond goo. after 10% of primeval essence was converted, there would be 8% left. As for the highest grade, the flesh and blood bond goo, it had 100% conversion without any consumption. Fong Yuan relied on his previous life's experience to modify the recipe and obtain the rank 3 flesh and blood bond goo. His luck was not bad. One had to know that it was extremely difficult to develop a secret recipe. It required many goo worms, continuous deductions and experiments. Fong Yuan was able to modify it successfully because of the inspiration from his experience, and also because his luck was good. But he did not like to rely on luck. This was not because he was born to be a jinx and had bad luck. Fong Yuan's luck was like ordinary people, sometimes good, sometimes bad, but he did not like factors that were out of his control. He was a person with a strong desire to control. He liked to control the situation, control others, and of course, control himself. Let's do this. Next, it's your turn, Fong Yuan said. Overall, he was satisfied with the result of the flesh and blood bond goo. Bai Ningbing mobilized 10% of her snow-silver primeval essence and poured it into Fong Yuan's aperture. This time, it was incredible. Just now, Fong Yuan's dark green primeval essence had entered her aperture and formed a green water that floated on the surface of the sea. Soon, it was engulfed by the snow-silver tide. The primeval sea had only risen a little. Right now, 10% of her primeval essence had entered Fong Yuan's aperture, but before it entered the primeval sea, Fong Yuan's entire aperture was trembling. Fong Yuan quickly shouted for it to stop. This was not a problem with the flesh and blood bond goo, but his aperture was only at rank 1 upper stage, and there were hundreds of bone spear goo inside. If he were to store the snow-silver primeval essence, he would be in danger of collapsing. Bai Ningbing hesitated. If she poured in her primeval essence now, she might be able to burst Fong Yuan's aperture. But even if the aperture burst, the yang goo would be destroyed by Fong Yuan with a thought. She thought for a moment and finally transferred the primeval essence back. This snow-silver primeval essence was originally 10%, but when it entered Fong Yuan's aperture, it changed its aura and was left with only 60%. Now that it returned to her aperture, it shrunk again and was left with 3.5%. This made Bai Ningbing inwardly sigh at the mystical nature of this flesh and blood bond goo. Fong Yuan moved the bone spear goo in his aperture into Bai Ningbing's aperture, before continuing to take in the snow-silver primeval essence. When this snow-silver primeval essence was in Bai Ningbing's body, it was still her aura. But once it entered Fong Yuan's body, it suddenly shrunk and turned into Fong Yuan's possession. This snow-silver primeval essence entered Fong Yuan's aperture and sank to the bottom, while his green-copper primeval essence could only helplessly float on top. The two coexisted peacefully, without any problems. It was as if this white-silver primeval essence was originally produced in Fong Yuan's aperture. If it was a different type of primeval essence, such close contact would immediately cause an explosion and cause damage to the aperture. Thus, normal impartation was like walking on a tightrope, extremely dangerous and exhausting. Fong Yuan tried to move this white-silver primeval essence to wash the surrounding aperture walls. Goo Masters were divided into 9 great realms, and each realm was further divided into initial stage, middle stage, upper stage and peak stage. Initial stage was light membrane aperture walls, thin and flickering. Middle stage was water membrane aperture walls, flowing with light. Upper stage was stone membrane aperture walls, condensed and stable. Peak stage was crystal membrane aperture walls, clear and transparent. Fong Yuan was now at rank 1 upper stage, and the surrounding aperture walls were stone membrane. But when the snow-silver primeval essence washed over it, this layer of stone membrane could not withstand it and showed signs of trembling. Chapter 235. Fong Yuan quickly stopped in fright. Although he had used the liquor worm before, the liquor worm only cleansed his primeval essence and raised its quality by a small realm. When had he ever used such a huge difference in snow-silver primeval essence? Without a choice, Fong Yuan could only reduce the amount of primeval essence he used each time, and at the same time slow down the cleansing strength. To think that high-quality primeval essence has its drawbacks. Fong Yuan said with some distress. In the darkness, Bai Ningbing could not help but roll her eyes when she heard this. What kind of opportunity was this? If others knew about this, they would probably slap Fong Yuan to death in anger. This was a blissful worry. 4 hours later, this 60% of snow silver primeval essence was used up. Just this one round of cultivation had impressively caused the rough stone membrane to feel as if it had been polished and brightened. It was like a rough jade. After rough processing, it showed a smooth and round quality. Quick, use another 10% of primeval essence. Fong Yuan urged. Just like that, he spent the night cultivating. When the rooster crowed in the courtyard and the sky outside the window started to brighten, Fong Yuan opened his eyes. His eyes glowed brightly and revealed a strand of excitement that was difficult to conceal. Retracting his palm, he clenched his fist. Rank 1 peak stage. It was this night's cultivation that allowed him to advance from rank 1 upper stage to rank 1 peak stage. What speed! Ever since Fong Yuan started cultivating, including his previous life, he had never felt so comfortable and carefree. He could not stop even if he wanted to. To make an analogy, when he was a C-grade talent, his cultivation was like a snail's crawl. After using the liquor worm, he could walk. With a great talent and the heavenly essence treasure lotus, it was like he was running. Damn it, using this bone-flesh reunion goo, it was like growing 2 wings and flying. Bai Ningbing's expression was one of shock from the bottom of her heart. She was extremely intelligent and quickly realized that this goo had another greater use. This goo is amazing, it might be able to break through a large realm. The liquor worm could only raise a small realm, and to break through a large realm, the goo master had to rely on their own primeval essence. Thus, aptitude was very important. But with this bone-flesh unity goo, when breaking through a large realm, one could borrow someone else's aperture. What kind of advantage was that? With this goo, Bai Goo Mountain is definitely worth it. Even if we sacrifice the heavenly essence treasure lotus, it will be worth it. At this moment, the morning light swept into the farmhouse. Bai Ningbing sighed deeply. There are so many talents in the world. Grey Bone Scholar was only a rank 4 goo master, but he was able to develop bone-flesh unity goo. He was truly a genius. As long as a goo master had a title, they all had their own outstanding points. In comparison, Fong and Bai were still nameless people. The sun was blazing in the field. Auntie, you should rest well. I'll help you. Fong Yuan snatched the hoe from the old lady's hand. Of course, the old lady couldn't compete with the young and strong Fong Yuan. She was even happier when the thing in her hand was taken away. She grinned and said, "Oh, where can I find a young man like you?" 2 days had passed since the first dual cultivation session. Their original plan was to stay for 1 night before leaving, but after using the bone-flesh unity goo, Fong Yuan enjoyed the pleasure of his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. Thus, he decided to change his plans and at least break through to rank 2 before leaving. Anyway, there were still 2 to 3 years before that rock was found, so there was no hurry. Bai Ningbing did not object. The difference between rank 2 and rank 1 was huge. Becoming a rank 2 goo master would be of great help to their future journey. Thus, the two stayed in the village and did not leave. The old lady also did not chase them away. In fact, she wanted nothing more than for Fong and Bai to stay here forever. They were so diligent in their work. Although one was a bit dumb and the other ugly, they were both honest children. Fong and Bai did some work during the day. One had the strength of 2 boars, while the other had the strength of a crocodile. They could be said to have divine strength among mortals. Doing some farm work was a piece of cake for them. Moreover, in an old lady's house, how could there be any heavy farm work? Every day, Fong and Bai only slept for about 2 hours, but they were still full of energy. This kind of living condition was like heaven compared to trekking in the wilderness, living in the wind and sleeping in the open, living in constant danger. Fong Yuan made good use of his time and threw himself into cultivation, as if he was addicted to it. Relying on the bone-flesh unity goo, his cultivation speed, using an idiom to describe it, was 1,000 li in a day. On the first night, he advanced to rank 1 peak stage. These days, he had been progressing steadily, and his aperture walls were already sparkling and translucent. According to this speed, he would probably break through to rank 2 in a few days. As the number of times he cultivated increased, the bone-flesh unity goo's position in Fang Yuan's heart rose rapidly, surpassing the blood skull goo and heavenly essence treasure lotus, second only to the spring-autumn cicada. There was no need to talk about the liquor worm, it could only advance a small realm and could not compare to the bone-flesh unity goo. As for the blood skull goo, the investment was too high and the return time was too long. The heavenly essence treasure lotus was good, but it could only provide help to a lone goo master. As for the bone-flesh unity goo, according to Bai Ningbing, it was a goo that could change the world. These words were not exaggerated at all, and were deeply acknowledged by Fang Yuan. The bone-flesh unity goo's rank was low, even a rank 1 or 2 goo master could use it. Although there were many fusion requirements, the standard was not high. With a clan's foundation, it was easy to refine this goo. This goo had no attraction to lone goo masters, but to clans and sects, it was a divine weapon. Using this method, the clan elders could guide the younger generation, reducing the time and funds needed to nurture a goo master by many times. With the bone-flesh unity goo, it was no longer nurturing goo masters, but creating them in batches. This was the difference between heaven and earth. Because of this goo, Fang Yuan had even wavered yesterday, and had the impulse to change his rebirth plan. He wanted to turn fighting alone into building a force. Speaking of which, an organization was just a tool to be used. Fang Yuan had established the Bloodwing Demon sect in his previous life, and if he wanted to establish a force in this life, it would be a walk in the park. But there was only one goal in establishing a force, and that was to occupy territory and resources, relying on layers of control to gather the strength of others for one's own cultivation. Goo master cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current, it was a process of accumulation, and naturally required resources. Thus, rank 5 goo masters and below would have an easier time cultivating with the help of an organization. Once they reached rank 6 and above, they would undergo a qualitative change and transcend mortals to immortals, gathering the heavenly power into their bodies, and the organization would be useless. Knowing this, it was easy to understand Fang Yuan's plan. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had established the Bloodwing Demon sect to gather resources. In this life, he knew about all kinds of hidden inheritances, and could monopolize these resources to rush to rank 6 faster and more freely. What was the point of wasting so much time and energy to build a faction? But now that he had the bone-flesh unity goo, it would be much faster and more convenient to establish a force. The investment was less, but the results were faster. Creating goo masters in batches could quickly form a force. However, Fang Yuan thought about it carefully, until this morning, his urge to establish a force had completely dissipated. If he really relied on the bone-flesh unity goo to establish a force, he would be courting death. Such a divine weapon, once exposed, would definitely attract the greed of all the large forces. Not to mention him starting from scratch, even a clan leader with some foundation would not dare to use the bone-flesh unity goo wantonly. It would attract too much jealousy. Even Wu clan, the #1 clan in southern border, would not dare to use it alone. Fang Yuan estimated the conditions to use the bone-flesh unity goo on a large scale. It would require Wu clan, Fei clan, Tai clan, Shang clan, these huge forces to form an alliance. Only then would they be able to resist the greed of the world. If I want to establish a force, I'm afraid the moment I make any progress, I will be surrounded and killed. By then, even if I manage to escape, my painstakingly built foundation would be wasted. In the end, I would become a stray dog and be hunted by everyone. Fang Yuan had completely calmed down, he knew this path was a dead end, and he was firm in his decision to fight alone in this life. But speaking of which, Bai Hua and Bai Sheng were wise enough. In my previous life, they used the bone-flesh unity goo to grow into the righteous path duo stars. But they did not use this strength to establish Bai clan's force. Adding on their intentional misdirection, although the reputation of the bone-flesh unity goo spread, the world greatly underestimated this goo's effect. Fong Yuan recalled it now, and suddenly realized the wisdom of this pair of righteous path duo. In this trip to Bai Gu Mountain, he was able to kill this pair of genius siblings while they were still growing. It was a huge harvest. But Fong Yuan had another thought: this bone-flesh unity goo can only be used by two people who have fused it. Bai Sheng and Bai Hua must have used the fusion method on the scroll. Without my tampering method, the difficulty of fusing the bone-flesh unity goo would greatly increase. Maybe they did not even think of this possibility. The more he thought about it, the more Fong Yuan felt his head aching. He hoed the field under the hot sun as he shook his head, collecting his scattered thoughts. After all, these things were no longer important. There was no use thinking about it. Unfortunately, I do not have thinking goo, comet heart goo, exquisite goo, thoughts like lightning goo and other goo worms that can help me think. At the very least, a bookworm would suffice. It seems I can only buy them when I get to Shangclan City. The old lady's field was small to begin with, and Fong Yuan quickly hoed half of it. Bai Ningbing was interested, and took the initiative to do it. When she was at Qingmao Mountain, she had seen farmers hoeing their fields. But at that time, she was still muddle-headed, but now that she was there, she wanted to experience the wonders. At 10:00 in the evening, the two ate in front of the old lady's house. "You must be hungry, there are sweet potatoes in the pot, make sure you eat your fill." The old lady smiled as she scooped 2 bowls of rice. This rice was not the rice from the rice bag grass, but coarse grains. But Fong and Bai were not picky people. "Eat slowly, I have good news to tell you." On the dining table, the old lady smiled mysteriously. Chapter 236. "Auntie, what's the good news?" Fong Yuan immediately asked naively. Just as he asked, an old man walked in from outside. Bai Ningbing squinted her eyes secretly. This old man was a goo master. However, he only had rank 1 initial stage cultivation, and looked old and clumsy. There was nothing to worry about. "Young lad, this is our village head," the old lady introduced. Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing quickly stood up. Fong Yuan scratched his head, appearing somewhat uneasy. "Lord Village Head, I am." Before he finished his introduction, the village head smiled and waved his hand. "I know you too, outsiders." Goo masters could sense aura between each other. But Fong and Bai had the breath concealment goo in their ears. The goo master's aura was concealed, at least the village head could not see through it. These two outsiders, the old village head had received the villagers' report a few days ago. But he did not take it to heart. In the past few days, other than Fong and Bai, there were also many people who had stayed in the village for the night. "Just come, why did you bring anything?" the old lady grumbled. The old village head did not come empty-handed, he held a skewer of fish. "This was caught in the pond this morning. Your teeth are not good, drink some fish soup, it can nourish your body." The old village head laughed. The old lady rolled her eyes at him, taking the fish. "I will go to the kitchen to make the fish soup." Her voice was filled with joy. Bai Ningbing could not tell from the two's expressions and tone. But Fong Yuan's gaze flickered, understanding in his heart, this old man and the old lady were probably in love at twilight. "Auntie, let me do it," Fong Yuan immediately said. Sit down and talk. There's good news." The old lady hurriedly waved her hand, gesturing for Fong and Bai to sit. "I have already told your matter to the village. Our village head is a goo master, he can help you." "Goo master?" Fong Yuan's eyes opened wide, clearly stunned on the spot. Bai Ningbing saw his expression and almost could not help but roll her eyes. She also tried her best to look surprised, but it was obvious that she was far inferior to Fong Yuan. She was well aware of this. When the old village head saw Fong Yuan's expression, he laughed heartily. He suddenly felt that this ugly man was somewhat adorable. As for Bai Ningbing, she seemed to be in a daze. In comparison, the old village chief preferred Fang Yuan. "You two youngsters, take a seat. Don't be so reserved." He waved his hand and sat down first. Fang Yuan fidgeted for a moment before he sat down, panting nervously. Bai Ningbing also learned from behind him, but it seemed a little unnatural. The old village head didn't suspect anything. "I heard that you came here to sell herbs and cured meat, but you ran into a wild beast. Bad luck. Your auntie has already told me that you guys have helped her so much here. I have some purple maple leaves here." A few days later, a caravan arrived. "Take these purple maple leaves and sell them. Maybe you can get back some money." When Bai Ningbing heard this, she immediately lost interest. So this was the good thing the old granny was talking about. This. Fang Yuan was so happy that he stuttered. His eyes teared up as he choked. "Village lord, you are really a good person, a very good person." The old village head patted this demon's shoulder and said with sympathy, "You don't need to say these words. Who doesn't have times when they are down and out? But I can't give these to you for free, otherwise the villagers will have an opinion. How about this, you guys come to the east side of the village to hoe the fields. After 7 days, the caravan will arrive." He was quite grateful to Fang and Bai. He was a mortal born and raised in this village, and was childhood sweethearts with the old granny. But the world is fickle, and the old granny married someone else. During a caravan transaction, a Gu master saw that he was quick-witted and gave him some pointers, making him a Gu master. Because of this, he became the village head. Although he still had feelings for the old granny, they were old people with children, and it would have a bad influence on them, so they didn't interact too much. Although he was the village head, he couldn't help the old granny too openly. He had secretly observed them, and felt that Fang and Bai had good temperaments. They were hard-working and honest children, but their luck was a little bad. Thus, when the old granny told him, he immediately agreed to help Fang Yuan. "When you were eating, you promised the old village head. Don't tell me you really want to hoe the fields for 7 days and that cart of purple maple leaves?" In the house at night, Bai Ningbing asked in confusion. "The purple maple leaves are naturally not my true goal. Didn't you hear earlier, there is a caravan passing through here?" Fang Yuan replied. "So what? Didn't you mention that there are caravans passing through Ziyu Mountain all year round? The caravans sometimes pass once a year, sometimes once every half a year. I just didn't expect there to be a caravan in such a short time. I've just been beating around the bush. This caravan travels from east to west. Even if they don't reach Shangclan City, they are going in the same direction as us." Bai Ningbing realized, "You want to join the caravan and borrow their strength to reach Shangclan City?" She thought for a while, and felt that this was a good idea. First, the Earth communication eargrass was destroyed, and they lacked investigative goo worms. It would be troublesome for them to move on their own. Secondly, if they committed a crime, the Bai clan would definitely pursue them and would not let them go. Joining the caravan was a good way to cover their tracks. Finally, they had the breath concealment goo, and could disguise as mortals. The caravan was on guard against foreign goo masters, but they were not so vigilant against mortals. Even if they were discovered, it would not be a big deal. At that time, one rank 3 and one rank 2, they would have the ability to escape. The leader of the caravan was usually rank 3. A rank 4 leader like Jia Fu was rarely seen. But even if we disguise as mortals, it would be impossible for us to casually join the caravan, right? Bai Ningbing thought for a while, still having some misgivings. Fang Yuan chuckled, "Of course we can't casually join the caravan. Even mortals need a guarantor. But I think the old village head will help us solve this problem." Bai Ningbing felt relieved, letting go of her worries. "That's true, I was worried for nothing." With Fang Yuan's craftiness, how could he miss this point? She thought in her heart. "All right. 7 days later, I will definitely break through to rank 2 initial stage. But other than this, I think it is time to use the iron bone goo and jade bone goo." Bai Ningbing curled her lips, not minding. I said I wanted to use them earlier, but you didn't agree. I have raised them for so many days and wasted a lot of milk spring water. Fang Yuan sighed. Young man, you are ignorant and fearless, you don't know the pain in this. Tonight we will not dual cultivate, rest well and I will use the iron bone goo tomorrow night. The next day, Fang and Bai went to the east side of the village to work as promised. Fang Yuan specially worked from morning until sunset. He concealed his great strength in his body. This amount of exercise was not worth mentioning, but it was enough to make the other farmers look at him in a different light, even looking up to him. At night, he sat cross-legged on the bed, sinking his mind and pouring his primeval essence into the iron bone goo in his aperture. This goo was like a bone, round at both ends and slender in the middle. Its whole body was black, like it was made of steel. This goo was a rank 3 goo, instantly consuming a large amount of primeval essence to activate. Fang Yuan was a mere rank 1 goo, he could not use it. But Bai Ningbing poured in a lot of white-silver primeval essence, giving him the qualifications to use it. The borrowed snow-silver primeval essence was almost completely used up, all of it was poured into the iron bone goo. This goo first let out a black light, before melting into a liquid iron, flying out of the aperture and fusing into Fang Yuan's bones. Pain. Intense pain. Unimaginable pain. Fang Yuan felt like his heart was being branded by a hot iron. Wherever the liquid iron flowed to, that bone would feel like it was being roasted on charcoal. This pain was so deep that it made Fang Yuan's expression distort. Immediately after, cold sweat appeared on Fang Yuan's forehead, and in a moment, his whole body was drenched in sweat. After a while, Fang Yuan could not hold on any longer, letting out groaning sounds. Bai Ningbing's expression changed. In the darkness, she could not see Fang Yuan's expression and condition, but from this suppressed sound, she could tell the pain was no small matter. She knew how strong Fang Yuan's willpower was. Even when his whole body was shrouded in flames, he did not make a sound. Right now, after using the iron bone goo, he let out such a sound, it could be seen how intense the pain was. Goo masters nurture, use, and refine, and in terms of use, some goo's usage was extremely special. The iron bone goo was like this. Once used, it would cause extreme pain. But this pain could only be endured. If he fainted midway, all his previous efforts would be in vain. In history, many famous goo masters had died from the pain of using goo worms like the iron bone goo. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and persevered. He could not endure the torrential pain, letting out a few groans from his nose. In the end, he was in so much pain that his whole body was numb, and his teeth felt weak from clenching. When all the bones in his body were dyed black by the iron liquid, he finally relaxed. And almost at the same time, a strong wave of dizziness hit him. His vision turned black, and he almost fainted. But he held on, taking a few breaths and lying down. Finished? In the darkness, Bai Ningbing probed. Of course. Fang Yuan breathed in, his voice was hoarse but calm. Go to sleep, we still have work tomorrow. Bai Ningbing saw that Fang Yuan was still conscious, but she was actually very disappointed. If he fainted, she might be able to get the Yanggu. But that's not right, the Yanggu is in Fang Yuan's aperture. I don't have any special methods, how can I take it out? Thinking of this, some of her dark thoughts dispersed. But on the second day, Fang Yuan did not get up to work, instead lazing around on the bed. The pain was still tormenting him. As long as he moved, the intense pain was like a hacksaw, mercilessly sawing at his nerves. The pain temporarily dominated him, making him weak and powerless. Not to mention farm work, he could not even walk on the ground. Bai Ningbing realized that last night, Fang Yuan was just putting up a facade. She did the farm work alone that day. That night, Fang Yuan recovered to a state where he could move. Bai Ningbing did not believe it, and also used the jade bone goo. Only then did she know how much pain Fang Yuan was enduring. Even someone as prideful as her could not help but groan in pain, even tearing the bedsheets. But in the end, her whole body trembled as she persevered to the end. Realizing her success, under the assault of intense dizziness, she laid down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 237. On the second day, it was Bai Ningbing's turn to lie on the bed, unable to move due to the pain. Fong Yuan had mostly recovered and went to the east of the village to plow the fields. The old granny walked into the house and expressed her concern. Bai Ningbing immediately said that she was fine. She was probably tired from yesterday's work and would be fine after a day of rest. The old granny smiled meaningfully. I am indeed a little tired. You guys have been making a lot of noise these 2 days. I heard it all. What? Bai Ningbing did not understand. Miss, don't hide it from me. I already knew. The old granny smiled. Bai Ningbing's pupils contracted. Was her identity exposed? How was that possible? A murderous intent brewed in her heart, but she could not bear to do it. She could coldly watch the Bai siblings being burned to death, but that was because the Bai clan was destined to be their enemy. Although she was proud, she was not like Fong Yuan, who was unscrupulous. She could not bear to kill those who were indebted to her. The old granny in front of her was like this, and so was the previous leader of the Bai clan. The old granny did not notice Bai Ningbing's thoughts. She grabbed Bai Ningbing's hand and patted it lightly. Miss, I can see that no man has a butt and waist like yours. No wonder you wear a straw hat and don't like to talk. Although I'm old, I'm still a woman. We women have an advantage over those stinky men, we're more attentive. Ah! Bai Ningbing did not know what to say. The old granny was very enthusiastic and said in an understanding tone, I understand. You're a woman after all. You have to disguise yourself like this when you're outside. Otherwise, it would be bad if something happened to you. Bai Ningbing was speechless. She hated it when people used the word woman to provoke her. However, she felt helpless against the warm and honest old granny. The old granny smiled until her eyes squinted. Suddenly, she lowered her voice. You two must be a couple. Auntie has heard what you've been doing these past 2 nights. I'm not trying to lecture you, but you have to take it easy when doing that kind of thing. These words were like a bolt out of the blue. Bai Ningbing's expression froze as if she had been struck by lightning. Auntie, it's not what you think. After a long time, she squeezed out these words with great difficulty. Her expression was extremely stiff. Aya, why are you so embarrassed? It's nothing. You can say anything to Auntie. I've lived for so long, what haven't I seen? The old lady blinked her eyes and grinned. Then, her gaze fell on the bedsheet. Bai Ningbing followed her gaze and suddenly felt like dying. But then again, this bedsheet was indeed torn by her. Then, the old lady said a lot of things to her, but Bai Ningbing's mind was in a mess, and she didn't listen to a single word. At noon, when Fong Yuan came back for lunch, the old lady stopped him at the door and kindly reminded him, Young man, your wife has already told me. Young people were hot-tempered, but they also had to take care of their bodies, and they had to take care of their wives even more. Do you remember what Auntie said? What? Fong Yuan opened his mouth wide, unable to react for a moment. The old lady smacked her lips in dissatisfaction and helplessness. You're good at everything, but you're too simple and honest. If you're so honest, you'll lose out when you brag. If the US clan, Divine Investigator Tai, 100 Flowers and 100 Lives heard this, they might be so angry that they would come back to life. Fong Yuan stood on the spot in a daze. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he finally reacted. Oh, this matter, hee hee. He scratched his head and laughed foolishly, nodding his head. Auntie, you're right, I understand. At the dining table, he saw Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked at him coldly, her entire body seemed to be emitting an icy aura. And the corner of Fong Yuan's eyes kept twitching. This matter reminded Fong Yuan of something. Fong Yuan could act like whatever he wanted, that was because he had rich experiences and broad horizons. But Bai Ningbing wasn't, so there was a flaw in her disguise. Fortunately, this flaw was very small. In this world, when mortal women wanted to travel, they would indeed disguise as men to reduce the danger. Even though he was sick of this misunderstanding, Fang Yuan had to admit that this misunderstanding was even better at concealing his identity. Bai Ningbing's mood became extremely terrible. That night, she questioned Fang Yuan again when he would give her the Yanggu. Fang Yuan could only answer clearly. Once he reached rank 3, he would give it to her. Bai Ningbing snorted. She understood Fang Yuan. She would rather die than believe Fang Yuan's honesty. But now, she had no way to take the Yanggu by force. When I reach Shang Clan City, I need to buy a poison vow gu. 3 hands gu, grand snatch gu is also fine. Thinking so, Bai Ningbing felt even more urgency to get to Shang Clan City. Other than cooperative cultivation, Fang Yuan's cultivation content had increased by a whole new level. That was to use the crocodile strength gu to cultivate his strength. Speaking of which, it was out of Fang Yuan's expectations that he could raise the crocodile strength gu until now. The greatest contributor to the war was still the Bai clan. It was because of the crocodile meat from Bai clan that Fang Yuan could raise the crocodile strength gu until now. Otherwise, it would have died from lack of food. The crocodile strength gu was similar to the black and white boar gu, permanently increasing the gu master's strength. But before rank 6, the gu master's body was still immortal. It was like a bowl, it could not contain a lake. The gu master's body had a limit. Thus, Fang Yuan could not use the crocodile strength gu before. Fortunately, he obtained the iron bone gu and jade bone gu from Bai Gu Mountain. These 2 gu were consumption type gu. Each had their own merits, their value was about the same, and they could permanently increase the gu master's body constitution. The choice of gu would determine the gu master's future development. There were many considerations when gu masters used gu. Some gu could not be used together, while some gu together had an outstanding effect. For example, Bai Ningbing had once used the ice muscles gu, thus her skin was ice muscles. Ice muscles stopped perspiration and stopped bleeding, thus Bai Ningbing could no longer use gu worms like the blood sweat gu. And after she used the jade bone gu, her mortal bones became jade bones. Ice muscles, jade bones, the 2 complemented each other, it was an excellent combination. Everyone's needs were different, ice muscles and jade bones suited Bai Ningbing, but not Fang Yuan. Considering the legendary gu worm in Shang Clan City, in Fang Yuan's plan, the combination effect he wanted the most was steel tendons and iron bones. Being able to obtain the iron bone gu from Bai Gu Mountain, to him, it was very satisfying. After using the iron bone gu, Fang Yuan's bones were as hard as steel. With the strengthening of his body, he could already bear the strength of a crocodile on top of the strength of 2 boars. His strength continued to increase. 7 days passed in a flash. According to the original agreement, Fang and Bai obtained a cart of purple maple leaves from the old village head. These goods were very cheap, a cart could not even be sold for 2 yuan stone. Fang Yuan did not take it to heart, this was only a stepping stone for him to hide his identity and follow the caravan. The caravan's arrival was 3 days later than the old village head had expected. Only on the 9th day did the caravan appear. The originally peaceful mountain village suddenly became lively. The caravan was huge. Black-skinned fat beetles the size of buses crawled slowly with goods and people on them. Beside them, colorful ostriches were dragging carts. Large mountain spiders had cargo boxes tied to their bodies. Winged snakes slithered around, toads carried huge bags. These gu mounts formed the main body of the caravan. Other than that, there were also large numbers of mortals driving carts with oxen and horses, or carrying bamboo bags. This year's caravan is finally here. Every time I see these snakes, I feel afraid. Lord Gu Masters are really amazing, to be able to make such fierce snakes listen to you. I hope the cured meat can be sold. I don't expect to get a high price, I will be satisfied with a few yuan stone fragments. That's right, our luck is not as good as outsiders, the village head is too biased, that is a cart full of purple maple leaves, he gave it away just like that. The villagers set up many temporary stalls at the village entrance. Fong and Bai dragged a cart full of purple maple leaves, mixed in among them. Some of these people were from the village. Some came from other villages, bringing their own goods. Where there were people, there would be conflicts of interest. Even though Fong and Bai had been hoeing the fields in the east of the village for 7 days, a cart full of purple maple leaves still made many villagers jealous. Fong Yuan naturally did not care about these words. He secretly observed the caravan members. This caravan was a mixed group, formed by many clans and forces. Unlike the Jia clan caravan, the main body was the Jia clan. In this caravan, other than the publicly elected leader, there were a dozen deputy leaders, like an alliance army. This was good news to Fong Yuan. The more complicated the caravan structure, the easier it was for him to sneak in. "Hey, how much are you selling this cart of purple maple leaves?" Soon, someone came to ask for the price. 2.5 pieces of yuan stone. Fong Yuan said. 2.5 pieces of yuan stone? You might as well rob. The person's eyes widened. Buy or not? Bai Ningbing said. Humph. The person flicked his sleeves and left. If they really sold this cart of goods, what excuse could Fong and Bai use to join the caravan? Thus, they purposely did this, and in a short while, they angered 3 people who wanted to buy. Until the evening, this cart of purple maple leaves was still unsold. On the contrary, more than half of the medicinal herbs, cured meat, milk and so on were sold. After all, the caravan had a large number of people. These things needed to be replenished. Many people wanted to see Fong and Bai as a joke, some even started to mock and ridicule them. There were also kind-hearted people who reminded them to lower their prices. But Fong and Bai ignored them. When night fell, Fong Yuan pretended to be dejected, pulling the cart of purple maple leaves to the old village head's house. The old village head asked about the situation and sighed. "You guys, I clearly told you, it's good enough to buy 2 pieces of yuan stone. You can even sell 1.5 pieces of yuan stone. Why didn't you listen to me? Why did you have to sell it for 2.5 pieces? Chapter 238. You should know, there are many purple maple leaves on Ziyu Mountain. The reason why those people buy them is because it is convenient and saves time to collect them. Sigh, it is pointless to tell you. Forget it, forget it." The old village head shook his head and sighed. Fong Yuan scratched his head. "We wanted to sell more yuan stone, firstly to recoup our losses, and secondly to show our filial piety to the elders. But who could have thought that after so much effort, we still couldn't sell them?" His voice was anxious, with a hint of sobbing. Hearing his words, the old village head's heart softened, the resentment in his heart dissipating by half. Fong Yuan continued, "Lord Village Head, don't be anxious, we have decided to follow the caravan tomorrow. If we lower the price, we will be able to sell them." "Follow the caravan? Who allowed you to follow the caravan?" The old village head stared at them. Fong Yuan said matter-of-factly, "I saw many mortals in the caravan. If they can follow, why can't we?" The old village head held his forehead. "Those are the servants of Lord Gu Master. Do you think a caravan can be casually followed by anyone? What if criminals sneak in?" "Ah!" Fong Yuan opened his mouth wide, stunned on the spot. "Then what do we do?" "The caravan is leaving tomorrow morning." Sigh. The old man sighed deeply. "Forget it, we will help them to the end. Tomorrow morning, I will ask for help. Whether you can join the caravan or not will depend on your luck." The sun had just risen, and there were still a few stars left in the light blue sky. Looking from afar, Ziyu Mountain was covered in dark purple, quiet and mysterious. After a night's rest, the caravan was ready to set off. "Check all the goods. Are the ropes tied tight? If one item drops on the way, I will flog you 100 times. Quick, 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 feed all of our black-skinned fat beetles." The Gu masters commanded loudly, causing the mortal servants to scatter around in panic. Some had a bad temper, holding whips in their hands, whipping whoever was slow. Some loved their Gu worms and fed them personally. Lord Chen. The old village chief bowed and saluted one of the deputy leaders of the caravan. Oh, old Zhang, I'm busy. If you have something to say, say it. This Gu Master Chen said. It's like this, I have two juniors who are doing some small business. Before the old village head finished speaking, Chen Gu Master suddenly shouted, Chen Xian, what are you doing? He hurriedly went to feed Serpent Wing. Do you expect those servants to feed you well? That winged serpent of yours has already swallowed 3 servants these days. Yes, Master Elder. Chen Xian shrugged his head as he was caught. Chen Gu Master did not let him off, reprimanding, how many times have I told you to call me old lord in the village, but in the caravan, you have to call me vice leader. Yes, 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 vice leader. Chen Xian replied and flew away. That rascal. Chen Gu Master grumbled angrily, turning towards the old village head, what did you say just now? Oh. You want to guarantee that the 2 juniors will join the caravan? Lord is wise, that's right. The old village head quickly replied. Is that so? Chen Gu Master purposely muttered to himself. The old village head was turned into a Gu Master by him. It was to place one of his own people in this place where the caravan had to pass through. When the caravan travels, those villages are the focal points of the trade, but the mortal villages along the way cannot be neglected, they are also very important. There are many people in the caravan, a lot of daily necessities have to be replenished along the way. There are also the servants, when the caravan encounters danger and some servants die, lacking manpower, the caravan would have to choose mortals from the villages along the way. Speaking of which, Chen Gu Master's servants were already insufficient. In the caravan, mortals' lives were cheap, they were just expendable resources that could be used to speak and move around. In the future, when I pass through Ziyu Mountain, I will still need old Zhang. If I don't agree, wouldn't I disappoint him? Coincidentally, I am also lacking manpower, but I cannot agree so easily. I need to weigh the pros and cons before I can sell them well. Just as Chen Gu Master was thinking, a messenger Gu Master of the caravan ran over. He held a stack of paper in his hand, shouting as he ran, pay attention, a new arrest warrant, there is a new arrest warrant. As he shouted, he placed the paper on a black-skinned fat beetle's body. New arrest warrant? Which family? How much is the reward, let me see. Chen Gu Master was interested. Yes, vice leader. The messenger Gu Master quickly handed over a piece of paper. Chen Gu Master looked at it, oh, it is the Bai clan's arrest warrant. As long as the information is correct, it will be 1,000 yuan stone. So high. Chen Gu Master's eyes brightened, he was interested. There were usually 2 prices on the arrest warrant, one was the information price, and the other was the price to haggle. The price of 1,000 primeval stones was usually for those Devil Dao people who had made a name for themselves. However, the portraits on this wanted poster were of 2 young people. Both of them had good facial features, and one of them was even very beautiful. A man and a woman, these were 2 newbies. One is a rank 1 Gu Master, the other is rank 3. The information price is 1,000 yuan stone, and the haggle price is 5,800. TSK, it seems Bai clan hates these 2 demonic scoundrels to the core. Hee hee. Chen Gu Master laughed in schadenfreude, it was not Chen clan anyway. He had no idea that these 2 demonic scoundrels were already near him. The old village head also took a look at the arrest warrant, his heart shuddering. The world of Gu Masters is really dangerous, such a beautiful young man is actually a criminal or a demon. Let's hope they won't come to our village. Alright, seeing that you have worked so hard for so many years, I will agree to your request. Chen Gu Master said. Ah, thank you Lord. Lord, I will call them over now. The old village head was overjoyed. Chen Gu Master waved his hand, no need, I am very busy. Tell them to report to Chen Xian. He had no interest in meeting these two mortals. At the same time, he did not associate the person in front of him with the arrest warrant in his hand. After all, this was the Bai clan's arrest warrant, and the Bai clan village was thousands of li away. Chengu Master subconsciously felt that his side was very safe. This was a very common thought process. Even in modern Earth, when a murder happened in a provincial capital, no matter how vicious it was, people from other provincial capitals would not feel too much danger. Even with modern transportation. Besides this, there was also the wishful thinking. In this boundless world, there are countless living beings. Why did these two scoundrels escape to my place? Then my luck is too bad, this is impossible. People always feel that unfortunate things will not happen to them. Furthermore, there were many arrest warrants, many of them were demonic path leaders, either vicious or eccentric, attracting everyone's attention. Like Fong and Bai, these two newbies, one rank 3 and one rank 1, what could they achieve? When Chen Xian saw Fong and Bai, he did not associate them with the arrest warrant at all. Fong and Bai's appearances had changed greatly. Not mentioning the disfigured Fong Yuan, Bai Ningbing also looked presentable after these days of practice. Chen Xian lost interest at first glance, especially when he saw Fong Yuan's appearance, which made him feel even more disgusted. He was only a rank 1, while Fong Yuan had advanced to rank 2 a few days ago. Chen Xian hurriedly identified them, but did not feel any Gu Master aura, so he called an old butler and asked him to arrange Fong and Bai's work. "What are your names?" the old butler asked. At this time, someone finally asked for their names. "I am He Tu, my wife is Bai Yun," Fong Yuan casually said. "Female?" The old butler turned around and frowned. He stared at Bai Ningbing, looking at her dark and swarthy appearance. She was actually called Bai Yun. This He Tu was really ugly. Women are troublesome. You guys have to be careful. If something happens, don't blame me for not warning you, the old butler said. "I know. I have a cart with purple maple leaves on it. My wife will stay on the cart and take care of the goods. We don't want to interact with others," Fong Yuan said. "Humph, good that you know." The old butler arranged for them to unload the goods. But to Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing, it was simply not worth mentioning. Bai Ningbing, on the other hand, had to pretend to be out of breath and was somewhat tired. Not far away, a few servants took the chance to slack off and sat around to rest. Everyone's gazes were fixed on Fong and Bai. "Brother Chong, there are two newcomers. Someone saw that they even brought their own goods. That is a cart full of purple maple leaves," a skinny servant said excitedly. Exploiting newcomers that had just joined was the custom of the old caravan. Brother Chong squatted on the ground and squinted his eyes. "I saw it. Skinny monkey, go test them first." His physique was robust like an ox, with well-developed chest muscles, but he was not rash. In this world where Gu masters were revered, the bravery of mortals was not worth mentioning. To be able to become the center of this small circle, he naturally had some intelligence. Skinny Monkey sighed and walked to Fong Yuan's side under everyone's gaze. "Brother, where did you come from?" "Everyone calls me Brother Monkey. In the future when we work together, we need to take care of each other." Skinny Monkey smiled. Fong Yuan glanced at him and said only one word. "Scram." Skinny Monkey's eyes widened and showed an angry expression. Fong Yuan did not look at him and continued to move the goods. He had been in a caravan in his previous life and was very clear of the filth involved. In slang, Skinny Monkey was stepping on the plate. He first used words to probe Fong Yuan's background. If he did not have any background, then he would gang up and bully him, exploiting him for some benefits. In fact, not only mortals, even Gu masters were the same, just that most of them looked more elegant when they ate. Venturing alone was to fight with wild beasts. Moving in groups was to fight with their own kind. Where there were benefits, there would be fights. The space was only so big, everyone wanted to live a better life and have more space to move around, but what could they do? They could only invade other people's space. Skinny Monkey did not expect Fang Yuan to not give him face. He stood on the spot and stared at him fiercely. Fang Yuan did not care about such a small character. Mortals were like grass, even if he killed one or two, so what? As long as it did not affect the delivery, the Gu masters above would not care. If they really cared, Fang Yuan naturally had his own methods to settle this matter. In short, provoking Fang Yuan, these servants were simply looking for death. What, still not scramming, do you want me to leave? Fang Yuan coldly glanced at Skinny Monkey. Skinny Monkey snorted but did not dare to act up, returning in defeat. Chapter 239. The caravan traveled for a day, and in the evening, they chose to stop near a mountain valley. This guy's luck was pretty good, he only encountered 3 small beast groups. After killing 2 of them and expelling one, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Other than some losses, the gains from slaughtering the beast groups were actually quite profitable. The evening sky was filled with the afterglow of sunset. Red, orange, grape gray, eggplant purple, the sunset clouds were dazzling, the colors were mixed and constantly changing. Sometimes it was like a roaring lion, sometimes it was like a galloping horse, and sometimes it was like a blooming sea of flowers. The sunset light shone on the emerald green mountain valley. In the mountain valley, the caravan had arranged a small area in a certain corner, and it was noisy. Come, take a look, the fresh beast meat we just slaughtered today. Buttermilk, fragrant and sweet buttermilk, there are only 10 pieces of clothing left, clearance sale. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were also in the crowd. They dragged their handcart and occupied an area. On the left was a stall selling wild vegetables, and on the right was a stall selling milk. Bai Ningbing looked around with interest, to think there would be such a small market in the caravan. There will be transactions when there is consumption, and consumption will stimulate the market. Fang Yuan replied. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered, these words were really incisive. She looked at Fang Yuan, these purple maple leaves, are you going to sell them all? Fang Yuan nodded slightly, I have already joined the caravan, I can casually sell these purple maple leaves. Keeping them in my hands will instead attract the greed of some scoundrels. Moreover, purple maple leaves were not easy to preserve. Only a day had passed, but the purple maple leaves on Fang Yuan's cart were already showing signs of withering. As time passed, their value would become lower and lower. Of course, it was just 2 yuan stone, Fang Yuan naturally did not care. But throwing them away casually did not suit their current status, and would arouse suspicion. There are 2 types of small markets in the caravan. The one we are participating in is only the transactions between mortals, it happens every day. The other type is the transactions between Gu masters, once every 7 days. Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes shone under the shadow of the straw hat, if we can participate in the Gu master's small market, it will be helpful to us. There is still a long way to go before we reach Shang Clan City, to prevent any sudden incidents, we need at least 1 investigative Gu. I already have a plan for that, but it's still too early. Fang Yuan smiled confidently as he thought of something in the tusita flower. The 2 of them were talking in low voices. A male servant hobbled over. His clothes were ragged and his face was covered in blood. He looked like a beggar. Walking to the stall next to Fang Yuan's, he looked at the clay pot filled with milk and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Brother, can I have a sip of milk? Go. Don't get in the way of my business. The milkman waved his hand impatiently. The servant had no choice but to move to the front of Fang and Bai's handcart, 2 brothers. Before he could finish, Fang Yuan stepped forward, lifted his leg, and kicked him over. He shouted fiercely, "Scram!" The servant was kicked to the ground, his tattered clothes covered in black mud. His wounds were also affected, causing him to grimace in pain. He climbed up with difficulty, and stared at Fang Yuan with a hateful gaze. All right, I'll remember this. We are all mortals, who hasn't met with misfortune one day? Humph. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold, and he kicked again. Slap. The servant fell to the ground again. Try saying another word. Fong Yuan looked down from above. The servant stared at Fong Yuan fiercely, and climbed up, not daring to be long-winded. But immediately after, he was kicked down by Fong Yuan again. I don't like the look in your eyes. Fong Yuan crossed his arms, his voice cold. The servant lowered his head, not daring to look at Fong Yuan again. He quietly climbed up, not daring to continue begging, and walked away. Looking at his departing figure, Bai Ningbing asked in confusion, strange, why is there a beggar in the caravan? This is normal. This servant must have made a mistake, or his master is in a bad mood today. In any case, he was beaten up by a Gu master, and his meals were cancelled. Fong Yuan shrugged his shoulders, but his gaze coldly glanced at a corner not far away. In the corner, 3 to 4 strong servants were capturing new faces, planning how to bully them. After seeing the situation at Fong Yuan's side, their gazes swept towards other targets. Mortals had cheap lives, and their status was extremely low. Survival was difficult, like walking on a tightrope. In the caravan, Gu masters were easily killed, and their lives were as cheap as grass. Along the way, they could be replenished from the villages. Every time the caravan met with danger, large numbers of mortals would lose their lives. Other than that, there was also an intense dark competition between the mortals. Fong Yuan had just arrived here, and there were already 2 groups of people who wanted to find trouble with him. He was naturally not afraid of these troubles, but if he could resolve them easily, he would try to resolve them in advance. Of course, there were also some mortals who lived beautifully. Most of these people had backgrounds, and were related to some Gu masters, thus they used their connections to intimidate others. After that begging servant left, 2 groups of people came. The leader of one group was an old man with astute eyes. After asking Fong Yuan the price, he immediately lowered the price to 1/4. Fong Yuan guessed this old man's identity. He should be a steward, in charge of dispatching servants. The leader of the other group was a woman. Her eyes were coquettish, and she was actually wearing silk clothes. Fong Yuan immediately understood, this was definitely a tool of a certain male Gu master. The 2 were escorted, and although they were all mortals, their social status was extremely clear. They lowered the price very low, with the intention of buying low and selling high. These people all had some extra money, unlike most servants who were in a precarious situation, living so miserably that they did not even have food to eat. Although Fong Yuan looked down on this carriage of purple maple leaves, to put on a good act and not expose himself, he still rejected the 2 who were trying to lower the price. The old man had a pleasant expression, but there was a hidden threat. The woman cursed and walked away. As long as a 3rd person asks for the price, I will sell this carriage of rotten leaves. Just as Fong Yuan was calculating, the small market suddenly went into an uproar. Some people were excitedly cheering and shouting. That kind-hearted Miss Zhang is here again. Miss Zhang is kind and benevolent, she is like a fairy that descended to the mortal world. Such a good person, I won't go hungry tonight, what's going on? Bai Ningbing gazed into the distance, only to see a green figure appear at the entrance of the market. Fong Yuan was also puzzled, what situation was this? Miss Zhang! Fairy Zhang! A group of servants rushed over, and at once, the entrance of the market was filled with people. Most of these people were punished by Gu masters and had no food to eat. The man that Fong Yuan kicked earlier was also among them, stretching his neck and arms. Don't be anxious everyone, there will be food, take it slowly. The green-clothed girl said. Her voice was gentle and soft, and the moment she spoke, it was drowned out by the shouts of the crowd. All of you shut up. Line up and come one by one. Whoever dares to snatch or shout, I will kill him immediately. Suddenly, a thunderous voice resounded in the small market. An old but tall and sturdy Gu master stood up with his head held high. His fierce gaze swept around, and the bustling small market immediately quietened down. This was the might of a Gu master. No one did not believe his words. With a Gu master's identity, as long as he was in a bad mood, so what if he killed 2 or 3 mortals? Everyone pushed and shoved, and quickly lined up obediently. At the front of the line, the green-clothed girl carried a basket, distributing steamed biscuits one by one. The whole small market was silent. Countless gazes looked at the green-clothed girl, containing respect, worship and love. Bai Ningbing was curious, asking the stall owner beside him, "Who is this girl? You don't even know Miss Zhang Xinci? You too are new here, right?" "Zhang Xinci." Fang Yuan turned around, frowning, "Tell us everything you know." The stall owner thought of how ruthless Fang Yuan was when he beat up the family servant, and did not dare to hide anything. "This Miss Zhang is also a vice leader in our caravan. She has no cultivation talent, and is a mortal like us. But she has a strong background in the clan, and the Gu masters beside her are her guards. I have lived for so many years, but to speak the truth, I have never seen such a kind-hearted person. Miss Zhang is too kind. Almost every night she would bring some food to the starving family servant. Even if it is raining or windy, she is still like this. Sigh, the heavens are so unfair, such a good person cannot be allowed to cultivate." Bai Ningbing nodded and smiled, saying to Fang Yuan, "As expected, when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds." Fang Yuan, however, did not reply. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan strangely, but saw that Fang Yuan's expression was not right. The latter stared at the green-clothed girl with a burning gaze, his brows almost knitted into a knot. This green-clothed girl had a head of black hair that draped over her shoulders, delicate and black, giving off a gentle beauty. Her eyebrows were like faint willow smoke, and her eyes were like the clear waves of the moon. Her skin was snow white, and her lips were pink and tender. Her face did not have any makeup, and her contours were extremely soft. While distributing the steamed biscuits, she smiled faintly, pure and flawless. She wore a green dress, giving off a fresh and elegant aura. She was elegant like an orchid, beautiful like a lotus, gentle like water. In terms of appearance, she was on par with Bai Ningbing, but had a unique beauty. The girl's appearance was exquisite, and could only be considered good-looking, like an ordinary beverage. Only with a temperament could one be called a beauty, like aged wine. No doubt, this green-clothed girl was an absolute beauty. But no matter how beautiful she was, or how moving her temperament was, in Fang Yuan's heart, it was all fart. Fang Yuan did not look at her appearance. No matter how beautiful her face and temperament were, if one peeled off her skin, it was all bones. He was curious, and thought of a certain person. Isn't this girl Zhang Xinci? Zhang Xinci was one of the young masters of Shang clan. In the clan, the children of the clan leader were all called young master. Only the successor that obtained the approval of the clan elders could be called young clan leader. Just with her identity as the young master of Shang clan, Zhang Xinci was the pride of the heavens. Everyone said that Shang clan was greedy and black-hearted, but this Zhang Xinci was an exception. She had a weak nature, and was not good at fighting. She was soft-hearted, and was the worst at doing business in Shang clan. When she did business, not only did she often suffer losses, she was also often cheated by others. She easily trusted others, and most importantly, she would not learn from being cheated once, and would be cheated again and again. As the young master of Shang clan, she was once the shame of the entire Shang clan, and was looked down upon the most. But on account that she was the bloodline of the Shang clan leader, they showed mercy and did not expel her from the clan. She treated mortals equally, and had a strong sense of compassion, and often helped and saved people. There were even a few times when she bought all the slaves in auctions, and was scolded by the Shang clan leader. But fate was truly wonderful. In the end, she became the leader of Shang clan. Chapter 240. But why is she here? Also, why is she called Zhang Xinci? In my memories, she is a Gu master. Why do others say she has no cultivation talent, and is just a mortal? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Is she not Shang Xinci, and only looks like her? This is too similar. No, wait. Fang Yuan's thoughts churned, as he suddenly dug out even older information from the depths of his memories. This Shang Xinci had a rough life. She is the illegitimate child of Shang clan leader when he was young, traveling outside. She grew up without a father, and was bullied. After her mother died, her life became even more difficult. Forced by her clansmen, she could only follow a caravan to trade. But when she arrived at Shang clan city, her bloodline was sensed by Shang clan leader. Shang clan leader was overjoyed, and acknowledged her in front of everyone, feeling indebted to her. Thus, even if she made many mistakes in the future, he would cover up for her. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. So that's it, I understand now. Combining the current world and the remnant clues in his memories, Fang Yuan deduced the truth. Many years ago, when Shang clan leader was still a young master, he left behind a bloodline in Zhang clan. It was Shang Xinci. Shang clan and Zhang clan had been on bad terms since ancient times. After Shang Xinci was born, her mother did not reveal the identity of Shang clan leader due to various considerations. Thus, Shang Xinci was born as a shameful illegitimate child, and followed her mother's surname. This was also why she was still called Zhang Xinci now. After her mother died, she was forced by her clansmen to go out to trade. But when she came to Shang clan city, her bloodline was discovered. Her father also became the Shang clan leader. He had a high status and authority. When he recognized her in front of everyone, her fate changed drastically. That is to say, my caravan is the first caravan she went out to trade with. After realizing this, Fang Yuan's heart thumped. After all, this Shang Xinci had great potential. She was the future Shang clan leader. If this was spread, the whole world would not believe it. Of course, the future could be changed. Even according to his previous life's trajectory, when she became clan leader, the world would change, and the powerful Shang clan would be in ruins. To Fang Yuan, when she became the Shang clan leader, she would not be able to do anything. This investment period is really too long, and there is no return. Her value was not shown when she was the clan leader, but when she was recognized by the Shang clan leader and became one of the young masters of Shang clan. As the young master, she had to be responsible for a part of the business. This was also the tradition of Shang clan to nurture their successors. This was exactly what Fang Yuan needed. He needed to dispose of the stolen goods. A stable, good, and safe channel to dispose of stolen goods. This was essential in his grand plan of rebirth. In the future, he would definitely open more secret inheritances. There were many things that could not be used. As long as they were traded, they would be able to display their great value. For example, the bone spear gu and spiral bone spear gu in Bai Ning Bing's aperture. Of these gu, one was enough for Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing. At most, they would keep one as a backup. If the others were not sold, they could only rot in one's hands, and one would even have to spend a lot of milk to raise them. Previously, Fang Yuan had planned to use that Jia Jinsheng as a temporary channel to dispose of stolen goods. Then, it would be best if he could form a relationship with Jia Fu and nurture this channel. In the end, fate made a fool out of him. In order to receive the secret of the flower wine monk's inheritance, he had no choice but to kill Jia Jinsheng. This is a gift sent to me by the heavens. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, looking at the distant Shang Xinci, his eyes shining brightly. Shang clan had a strong background. At least before the storm of change that engulfed the southern border, they were one of the overlords of the southern border. Even if he sold stolen goods to them, the victims would not dare to find trouble with them. But precisely because they were too strong, Fang Yuan was worried that they would commit treachery. Don't look at the righteous path. Shang clan people's hearts were all black. This was too normal. But Shang Xinci was definitely not like that. She had gone through 100 years of history, and was tested by the changes. Her kindness, gentleness, benevolence, and honesty were well spread throughout the southern border in Fong Yuan's previous life. And most importantly, she had no foundation. Different from the other young masters, after she came to Shang Clan City, she was completely alone. In the future, she made many mistakes. It was not that she was not smart, but because the other young masters, for the sake of the clan leader position, secretly made things difficult for her and suppressed their competitors. Fong Yuan needed her channels, and if she wanted to live a better life in the future, she also needed Fong Yuan as external help. Most importantly, she was easy to control and influence. Her youth and personality were all weaknesses in Fong Yuan's eyes. He he he. Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed. Don't tell me you like her. What? Fong Yuan's thoughts paused. Don't pretend, we are both men, I can tell from your eyes. Speaking of which, this girl is quite pleasing to the eye. But if you want to get her, it will be hard. Unless I help you find a chance to secretly kidnap her. In exchange, you have to give me that Yanggu first. Bai Ningbing said enticingly. But Fong Yuan's next sentence angered her. You are a man. You. This was a little troublesome. Fong Yuan first had to get close to Shang Xinci, then gain her trust. But time was limited, he had to settle everything before she reached Shang Clan City. Bai Ningbing's idea of kidnapping people was too bad, the risk was too high, it would only make things worse. Fong Yuan knew one thing, Shang Xinci was deceived not because she was stupid, but because she was too kind. In his previous life, there was a demonic cultivator, known as Night Gentleman, an expert at stealing and cunning like a fox. He used the same reason to deceive Shang Xinci many times. One time, he could not help but ask, I keep telling you this, aren't you afraid I am lying? Shang Xinci said, you said you have a cash flow problem, if you don't borrow some yuan stone, your family will starve to death. I know there is a high chance you are lying to me, but every time you say it, I can't help but think, what if you are telling the truth this time? If I don't pay first, a few lives will be lost. Although this possibility is low, I don't want to bet on this. Night Gentleman heard this, tears flowed down his face, deeply moved by Shang Xinci's charisma, immediately kneeling on the ground. From then on, he turned over a new leaf, following Shang Xinci with unwavering loyalty, making many contributions. The sun was slowly swallowed by the mountains in the west as night fell. The long line of people also thinned. In the end, the servants received their food and slowly dispersed. Alright, that's all for today. I'll come back tomorrow. Before she could finish, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. What kind of face was this? No eyebrows, they were all burnt, only a bit of hair was left, and one ear was missing. Who else could it be but Fong Yuan? Shang Xinci was truly shocked, and the servant girl behind her even screamed. What are you doing? That tall and sturdy old Gu master immediately shouted. Lady Zhang, do a good deed and buy my goods. Fong Yuan ignored the old Gu master, shouting at Shang Xinci. Bai Ningbing silently stood at a distance, watching Fong Yuan's performance with interest. I still have one last steamed biscuit, take it. Shang Xinci had a gentle smile on her face, she did not have any disgust towards Fong Yuan, only sympathy. Looking at his injuries, his past must have been very painful. Sigh, he is also a pitiful person. Fong Yuan took the steamed biscuit, but threw it on the ground. I don't eat this, I want to sell it. I sold my family's old house to buy this cart of purple maple leaves. But I can't sell it, the leaves are about to wither, what's the point of living? Sob sob sob, if I can't sell it, I don't want to live anymore, I'll just kill myself. As he spoke, he started crying loudly. He stomped his feet and howled, his expression was extremely agitated, with a trace of madness. Bai Ningbing was dumbfounded. Such acting skills, I really can't compare. If she did not know Fong Yuan's background, she might have been deceived by Fong Yuan. She looked at the expressions and gazes of the people around her, there was indeed a lot of shock, disdain, sympathy, indifference, but there was no suspicion. Who is this person, rushing over so quickly, scaring me? So greedy, he actually wants Lady Zhang to buy his goods. This kind of person deserves it. Does he really think business is so easy? Sigh, he must have been pressured. Back then, I encountered it too. The crowd discussed fervently. Hey, you madman, you dare to scare my lady, get lost. The old Gu master's words were like thunder. He took a step forward and protected Shang Xinci behind him. Lady Zhang, if you don't buy my goods, I don't want to live anymore. Lady Zhang, you are a good person, please buy this cart of goods and save me. Fang Yuan cried non-stop. Shang Xinci's heart softened. Sigh, don't cry. I will buy it, life is the most precious thing, you need to live well from now on, don't commit suicide. Uncle Zhangzhu, give him 3 pieces of yuan stone. Lady. The old Gu master's brows furrowed. Fuck, this works too. Otherwise, why would I cause such a ruckus? The group of peddlers were extremely excited. Thank you, Lady Zhang. Lady Zhang, you are my, Hey-Tu's, savior. Fang Yuan was wild with joy, his face was covered in tears as he bowed continuously. The old Gu master's eyelids twitched, looking at the cart behind Fang Yuan. This cart of purple maple leaves is at most worth 2 yuan stone. 3 is too much. Uncle Zhangzhu. Shang Xinci's voice was soft. The old Gu master sighed deeply. Lady, it is not that I am unwilling to part with 3 yuan stone. But to a mere servant like him, it is still too much. It will attract covetous eyes and schemes. Lady, for his safety, 2 yuan stone is just right. Moreover, if you give it like this, I'm afraid all the peddlers will come tomorrow. Uncle Zhangzhu is right, then give me 2 yuan stone. Shang Xinci thought for a while and readily agreed. Chapter 241. Many peddlers looked at Fang Yuan with jealousy. Fang Yuan placed the 2 primeval stones he got from selling the leaves into his pocket, throwing down the handcart and leaving the small market with Bai Ningbing. In my opinion, it is better to capture her. If you want to get close to her, don't forget our current identities. Bai Ningbing said softly. Fang and Bai were Qin clan's helpers, they used this identity to sneak into the caravan, but now they had undoubtedly become an obstacle for Fang Yuan to get close to Shang Xinci. But Fang Yuan already had a plan. He looked at Bai Ningbing and smiled. You are right. So, I am going to beat someone up now. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Beat someone up? The night sky was clear and filled with countless stars. In a spacious tent, a few servants sat in a circle. A pot was burning on the coal stove in the center. The tent's roof was open, and the soot from the burning coal flew out from the hole in the roof. There was meat in the pot, and the servants stared at the meat, swallowing their saliva from time to time as they smelled the fragrance of the meat. Brother Chang, I have investigated. I've already investigated the 2 newcomers, said the skinny monkey-like man. Oh, what do you mean? The robust servant called Brother Chang raised his eyebrows. These 2 were introduced by the old village head of that village in Ziyu Mountain. Skinny Monkey replied. So it was like that. I remember that old village head was originally a mortal, the vice leader wanted a stronghold, so he casually enlightened him. So it was this background, everyone came to a realization. Although they have a Gu master behind them, so what? Brother Chang's sister is our young master Qin Xian's concubine. Someone shouted. These 2 newcomers are too arrogant. If we don't teach them a lesson, won't they turn the world upside down in the future? Stop arguing, we will listen to Brother Chang. Someone shouted. The tent quieted down, and everyone looked at Brother Chang. Brother Chang was somewhat hesitant. Fang and Bai had a Gu master behind them after all. Even if this Gu master was not a Qin clan member. Even if this Gu master was an old man with 1 foot in the grave. But he was still a Gu master after all. Have you investigated thoroughly? What's the relationship between these 2 people and the old man from the village? Skinny Monkey immediately revealed an awkward expression. This. Brother Chong, you also know. With our status, it's not easy for us to find out all this. Brother Chong could not help but ponder. Big brother, these two rookies are too arrogant. What kind of attitude did they have towards Skinny Monkey this morning? They're obviously looking down on us. He must be taught a lesson. Not bad. That old village chief, according to his original identity, is not even as good as us. He just got lucky and became a Gu master. What is a Gu master like him? If our vice leader didn't need him, how could he become a Gu master? He's just a high-class servant. What's more, caravans are always in a precarious situation. Even if these two people die, that old village chief also won't dare to settle accounts with our Chen family. Everyone was talking at once. Brother Chong frowned. The skinny monkey-like man observed for a long time. He wanted to find trouble with Fong and Bai. After holding back his anger this morning, his heart was filled with hatred towards Fong Yuan. But he knew he had no background. If he wanted revenge, he could only rely on Brother Chong. He saw that the time was right and said, I just heard that they sold their lives in the small market. A cart of purple maple leaves was actually sold for 2 yuan stone. Brother Chong's eyes immediately brightened. What? 2 yuan stone? How can this be? They didn't lower the price. Such good luck. Which idiot bought it? Skinny monkey-like man sneered, his tone filled with disdain and jealousy. Who else? It's that Miss Zhang, a mortal, but who asked her to have such a good life, giving birth to a good family? Damn it, back then when I smuggled goods, I was miserably suppressed by others. Why can't I have the luck of these two fellows? Brother Chong was envious. He continued indignantly, tomorrow, we'll deal with them. As rookies, they have to show respect to us, the older generation. If they don't know the rules, we have to be kind and teach them a lesson. Yes, Brother Chong. Whatever Brother Chong says, we'll do it. Brother Chong is wise and mighty. Skinny monkey-like man flattered and took out a spoon to scoop up the soup. The meat soup is ready, Brother Chong, try it first. The aroma of meat assailed the nostrils, and many people's Adam's apple moved as they swallowed their saliva. Brother Chong licked his lips, took the spoon, blew on it, and was about to drink. Suddenly, the tense curtain was lifted. Fong Yuan walked in with large strides. It's you. Everyone was surprised. The main character they had been planning for a long time had actually arrived. This made them feel a sense of helplessness and panic. Skinny monkey-like man jumped up and smiled sinisterly. Newcomer, do you know fear now? Want to apologize? I'm telling you, it's too late. Before he finished speaking, Fong Yuan expressionlessly lifted his leg. Bang! Skinny monkey-like man was directly kicked, and his back hit the coal stove. The cooked meat soup immediately splashed on his body, scalding him and causing him to scream loudly. Meat soup! It's all spilled. We pooled our money to buy the meat. It's not easy to get a chance to eat it, damn it! Bastard, you're courting death. For a moment, the crowd was indignant. They stood up one after another, roaring and rushing towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan held 2 pieces of yuan stone in his hands and threw them at them. Ouch! 2 people were hit. One covered his eyes, and the other covered his stomach, groaning in pain. Despicable, using a concealed weapon. Wait, this is yuan stone. Everyone was about to rush over, but hearing this cry, their momentum suddenly stagnated. 2 pieces of yuan stone lying on the ground attracted everyone's attention. Skinny monkey-like man's cry also stopped abruptly, his eyes staring at yuan stone. Birds die for food, and humans die for wealth. Has this person gone mad? Actually using yuan stone to hit people? So he's already scared. This is yuan stone, I may not earn a piece of yuan stone even if I work for 2 months. For a moment, everyone's thoughts were surging like a tide. Some people looked at Fang Yuan with a trace of longing in their eyes. It was as if they were asking, "Do you have any more Yuan stone? Throw it at me. How dare you throw it at me, you're courting death." The servant who covered his eyes let go and shouted. His right eye could not open at all, it was purple and swollen. But this did not prevent him from reaching out and grabbing the nearest Yuan stone in his hand. Everyone shuddered and reacted, looking at the other Yuan stone on the ground. Boom! Everyone rushed towards this Yuan stone, throwing Fang Yuan to the back of their minds. Skinny monkey-like man grimaced in pain, stood out and grabbed the Yuan stone. Mine, this is mine, he threw it at me. Another servant who was hit by the Yuan stone bellowed. Damn, monkey, aren't you injured? Why are you so fast? Someone shouted, spittle flying everywhere. All of you, shut up. Who tripped me just now, stand up. Brother Chang's face was covered in dirt, he was very angry. Suddenly, an arm reached out and pulled him over. Who was so bold? He turned his head in anger and shock. It was none other than Fang Yuan's ugly face. He shouted, "You dare to grab me? Let go of your dog paws." Bang! Fang Yuan raised his fist and punched him in the face. Immediately, his nose was fractured and blood gushed out. A strong dizziness hit him, and Brother Chang saw stars. Fang Yuan loosened his grip, and he collapsed on the ground. I. He hit someone. Brother Chang is injured, let's take care of him. The others were stunned for a moment, then as if awakened from a dream, they raised their fists and rushed towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was expressionless, and with a sweep of his fist, the nearest servant flew to the side with a cry, his mouth full of teeth broken. Then, another person rushed over. Fang Yuan raised his heel, aimed at his crotch, and lightly kicked. Ugh! The man covered his crotch, his eyes rolled back, and he instantly fainted. With a few punches and kicks from Fang Yuan, all the servants fell, leaving only the skinny monkey hiding in the corner. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over, and the skinny monkey suddenly trembled and fell to the ground with a plop. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Hero, please be magnanimous. He loudly begged for mercy, kowtowing non-stop. His head hit the ground, making a series of muffled sounds. But he still couldn't hear any movement from Fang Yuan. The skinny monkey trembled and raised his head, but Fang Yuan had already left. Inside the tent, there were a lot of servants lying on the ground, some unconscious, some groaning. Fang Yuan walked between the tents. The commotion just now had attracted a lot of attention. This was what Fang Yuan wanted to see. Bai Ningbing followed from a dark corner. On the first day, he beat up all the servants working with him. This is not a good influence. She chuckled, taking pleasure in his misfortune. In her heart, she was even more curious as to why Fang Yuan did this. Fang Yuan didn't answer, and walked deeper into the temporary camp of the caravan. Soon, he arrived at his destination. He had inquired about the carriage, and the Qin family's old butler slept here. He didn't immediately knock on the door, but walked to a dark corner, took out his dagger, and started to cut himself. The surroundings were quiet, only the sound of the dagger cutting flesh could be heard. Bai Ningbing heard it and slightly raised her eyebrows. She once again witnessed Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and coldness. Not only did he not make a sound when he cut himself with the dagger, but he also became more and more skilled at it. It didn't seem like he was cutting himself, but more like he was cutting a wooden stake. Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door. The narrow carriage was filled with junk, and there was only a small bed. Fortunately, the old butler was short and curled up on the small bed, it didn't seem crowded. Dong dong dong. There was another knock on the door. The old butler, who was already sound asleep, frowned and turned around. Dong dong dong. The knocking on the door got louder, and the old butler opened his bloodshot eyes. Who is it? It's me, old butler. A voice came from outside the door. The voice was very unfamiliar, but it was a little familiar. The old butler frowned even more, and after a long time, he remembered that it was a newcomer who joined this morning. A newcomer, and yet he doesn't know the rules. What is he trying to do by disturbing my sleep in the middle of the night? Chapter 242. The old steward's anger rose rapidly. He decided to teach Fang Yuan an unforgettable lesson. With a bang, he opened the door. Then, Fang Yuan appeared in front of the old steward with wounds and bloodstains. The old steward was shocked by this scene. He could not be bothered to get angry. He was extremely shocked. What happened to you? Did a beast group attack at night? No, old steward. It's those bastards, they injured me and even took away my yuan stone. Old steward, you have to uphold justice for me. Fang Yuan wiped his bloody tears and shouted. Ugh, it hurts. That madman left? Damn it, that madman is really strong. The tent was a mess. The fragrance of the meat soup still lingered, but it could not be salvaged. The pot was broken. The group of people regained their breath. They were either bruised or gasping. Damn it, a newbie actually came to beat us. He is too lawless. We haven't found trouble with him, but he actually found trouble with us first. I can't take this lying down. We can't just let this go. We have to get back at him. How? Can you beat him? Why do we have to fight? We will go complain. Let the old steward take care of him. This person just joined and is already so tyrannical. How can we work together in the future? Right, he just smashed those 2 yuan stones. Give them to me. This is the evidence. Brother Chang spoke. The tent was silent. Everyone knew this was Brother Chang's excuse. The servants who did not get the yuan stone looked at the skinny monkey and the other Gu master with a gloating expression. The two of them hemmed and hawed, not saying a word. It was obvious they did not want to hand it over. Brother Chang had some brains. We are all injured. These 2 yuan stone are not only evidence, but also our medical fees. Hearing him say this, it seemed like he wanted to split the loot. The servants who did not get the yuan stone started to speak up. Brother Chang is right. Monkey, give the yuan stone to Brother Chang. Don't tell me you want to take the lead. Brother Chang has a strong background. Only Brother Chang can avenge us. Brother Chang, we believe in you. Under everyone's pressure, Skinny Monkey and another Gu master could only purse their lips and unwillingly take out the yuan stone, handing it to Brother Chang. Brother Chang received it and touched the smooth and round yuan stone. Suddenly, he felt that his nose didn't hurt so much anymore. But at this moment, the curtain was suddenly lifted. Everyone was shocked, thinking that Fang Yuan had come again. But when he took a closer look, he realized that it was the old butler. Seneschal, why are you here? Old manager, we were just about to look for you. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. The old butler's expression was very ugly, especially when he saw the 2 pieces of yuan stone in Brother Chang's hands. His expression became even more gloomy. He walked in front of Brother Chang in a few steps, snatched the primordial stones, and gave Brother Chang a few slaps on the face. Brother Chang was dumbfounded. The others were also dumbfounded. After a few breaths, everyone finally reacted. Seneschal, who made you angry? Seneschal, what are you doing? The old man turned around and walked away, opening the curtain. Chang Zi, Skinny Monkey, you bunch of damn things, get out here right now. Saying so, he walked out of the tent first. Brother Chang covered his face, but did not dare to go against the old butler. He could only suppress his anger and bewilderment as he walked out of the tent. When everyone walked out of the tent, they saw Fang Yuan standing at the side, his body full of injuries and blood stains. Seneschal, they are the ones who snatched my yuan stone. Fang Yuan pointed at them and shouted with righteous indignation. What the hell? The servants finally reacted. You brat, you dare to complain first. Humph, I will kill you. Everyone was enraged and roared. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap stunned everyone. The servant who shouted the loudest covered his face and could not help but take a step back. The old butler looked at him gloomily. Why can't he complain to me, huh? Hee hee, you guys are getting more and more lawless, you even dare to snatch someone's yuan stone. The old butler also knew that the newcomers would be bullied, but he was happy to see it happen. This was an inevitable process. On one hand, it could suppress the arrogance of the newcomers, making it easier for him to manage them in the future. On the other hand, it could also promote the integration between the old and the newcomers. But the degree of bullying could not be too excessive. Directly robbing the yuan stone, what difference was there between that and bandits? Seneschal, it's not what you think. Someone cried out. Slap! It was another crisp slap. The old butler's voice was cold. Did I allow you to speak? Seneschal, we have to say this. Yes, we are all innocent, Seneschal. Many of the servants cried out, feeling wronged. We're the victims here, okay? The old steward's hair stood up in anger as he roared, you took his primordial stones, and you're saying that you're innocent? Are these 2 yuan stones his? Speak. Speak the truth. Yes, yes. Although it is so, but, slap slap. 2 mouths. 2 servants covered their mouths. The old butler pointed at them and scolded, snatching the yuan stone is fine, but you dare to use a knife. You are too daring. Speak, who was the one who used the knife? When a servant was injured, he could not work, but instead had to rest and heal. This was the cost. If there was any delay, the gu masters above would blame him, and the old butler would have to take responsibility. Used a knife? We did not. Seneschal, we are all old people, don't you know this? What a bunch of bullshit from your mother. Do you think I am blind? You didn't use a knife, how did he get his injuries? Did he do it himself? The old butler roared. Bai Ningbing watched from a shadowy corner, thinking, Seneschal, you are so smart, you guessed it right. Slap slap slap, the old butler was extremely furious, slapping them repeatedly. Everyone suffered at least a few slaps, all of them were intimidated by the old butler's power, not daring to speak. But they were all clenching their fists tightly, some had veins popping out of their foreheads, some were gritting their teeth. Their hearts were filled with anger, unable to express it. All of you scram back to the tent, I will settle the score with you tomorrow. The old butler's hands were numb from the slaps, he was old after all, panting heavily, but his anger had dissipated by more than half. The servants did not dare to disobey this order, they turned around and stared angrily at Fang Yuan, engraving his figure in the deepest part of their hearts. The old butler walked over and placed the yuan stone in Fang Yuan's hands, speaking in an unfriendly tone, I have gotten the yuan stone back for you, don't lose it again. If you lose it again, I will not care anymore. Fang Yuan was crying, feeling moved and afraid, Seneschal, please do me a favor, keep these 2 yuan stones safe for me. I am afraid they will be robbed again. The old butler was stunned, he could not help but feel his heart palpitate. Being a merchant was dangerous, Fang Yuan might be swallowed by a wild beast one day, then wouldn't these 2 yuan stones be his? Then I will reluctantly keep them safe for you. The old butler said. Thank you, Seneschal, Seneschal, you are really a good person. Fang Yuan hurriedly bowed, expressing his gratitude. All right, I am sleepy, you should sleep early too. The old butler waved his hand and left impatiently. As for where Fang Yuan slept, it was none of his business. This He too is really a bit stupid. The old butler sneered in his heart. Everyone left, Fang Yuan's face immediately regained its calmness. The wounds on your body are still bleeding, aren't you going to treat them? Bai Ningbing walked over. I still have use for them, let's go. Fang Yuan smiled. Inside the tent, the oil lamp was lit. Shang Xinci was reading a book, suddenly frowning slightly. Xiao Dai, did you hear that? It seems like someone is crying for help outside the tent. The servant girl Xiao Dai nodded her head, dozing off. Miss was not sleeping, so it was not good for her to sleep first. Now that she was awakened, she listened and immediately shouted, "Aya, someone is crying for help. Who is crying in the middle of the night? Why is it you again?" Shang Xinc's guard Gu Master Zhang Zhu had already walked out and noticed Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan sat on the ground paralyzed, snot and tears flowing down his face. "Scram! If you don't scram, I will kill you!" Zhang Zhu shouted. His impression of Fong Yuan was very bad. "Uncle Zhang Zhu." At this time, Shang Xinci and the servant girl walked over. "Why is it you again? You are still haunting me." The servant girl saw Fong Yuan and immediately stared with wide eyes. Fong Yuan ignored them, only focusing his gaze on Shang Xinci. "Miss Shang, my life is because of you. Only you can save me." "Tch, you lunatic, what bullshit are you saying?" Zhang Zhu shouted angrily. "My family's miss is kind and generous, how could she harm you?" "Miss, let's go, don't care about this crazy person." The servant girl also complained. With Shang Xinc's nature, she could not bear to see others in misery. Fong Yuan was bathed in blood and covered in wounds, he had already won her sympathy. Adding on his words, if Shang Xinci did not ask about it, she would not be able to sleep well tonight. "You said you were harmed by me, what do you mean?" "Uncle Zhang Zhu, can I trouble you to heal him first?" Shang Xinci said. Although Zhang Zhu was unwilling, he could only push her. A white ball of light entered Fong Yuan's body, his bleeding stopped and his wounds gradually healed. Fong Yuan said, "Those 2 Yuan stones, they were jealous and wanted to snatch my Yuan stone. I could not win against them, so I invited the old steward to uphold justice. Although they returned the Yuan stone, they threatened me and wanted to teach me a lesson, making me wish I was dead. So it's like this." Shang Xinci could not help but sigh. "You reap what you sow, miss, let's not care about him. He clearly asked for it, if he did not sell it for such a high price, wouldn't everything be fine?" Xiao Dai rolled her eyes, she did not like Fong Yuan at all. Fong Yuan continued, "My companion and I thought about it, and we can only rely on you, Miss Zhang. Otherwise, we'll be killed by them. This is 2 lives we're talking about. They won't go as far as to kill." Shang Xinci comforted Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan interrupted her, then said, "Miss, you don't know, it's very dark here. They will use the chance of wild beasts to plot against me. Maybe one day, I will be eaten by wild beasts. But in fact, they are playing tricks behind the scenes. Please take me in, please save me." Chapter 243. "Miss, you can't." Zhang Zhu hurriedly said. "Miss, our Zhang family's caravan is the weakest in the entire caravan. If we take him in, we will undoubtedly offend another family. For 2 insignificant servants, it is not worth it. Miss, even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for the Zhang family's caravan and the people around you," Zhang Zhu advised. This. Shang Xinci was caught in a dilemma, unable to make a decision. "What's so difficult about this?" "Miss Zhang, I am only a helper of the Qin family, not their servant. If you are still in a dilemma, I have a way to solve it. You can tell the Qin family, me and my companion offended you, if you want to punish us, then imprison us. The Qin family will definitely not offend you for 2 mortals." Fong Yuan said. "That's a good idea." Shang Xinc's eyes lit up. "Miss." Zhang Zhu helplessly sighed, knowing that he could no longer persuade her. Fong Yuan immediately took advantage of the situation and stood up, bowing deeply to Shang Xinci, "Lady Zhang, you are such a good person. I will definitely repay you in the future." Shang Xinci shook her head, "I never thought of you repaying me, since I met you, then I will do my best to help those who need help." Tonight, you can sleep in my camp. Shall I arrange a tent for the two of them? Yes, miss. Xiao Dai unwillingly agreed. Come with me, you two. Don't blame me if you get lost. Xiao Dai did not give Fang Yuan any face and led the way. Looking at Fang and Bai's departing figures, Zhang Zhu deeply frowned. From the bottom of his heart, he did not like Fang and Bai, but as Shang Xin's bodyguard, he had to think of her safety. He decided to personally handle this matter. This was only a small tent, the space inside was narrow. But Fang and Bai did not care. They had even used a beast trap tree as a tent, this environment was already good enough. In the darkness, the two casually laid down. Fang Yuan reached out his hand and held Bai Ningbing's hand. Everything will be fine, Bai Yun. Bai Ningbing rolled her eyes. She naturally knew Fang Yuan's true intentions. He secretly transferred a portion of snow silver primeval essence to Fang Yuan through his palm. Sleep early, luckily we met such a good person like Miss Zhang. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and started to cultivate secretly after he finished speaking. Now that he had already advanced to the second rank, his primeval essence was the Scarlet Steel Sea. Although he could already use the 4 flavors liquor worm, Bai Ningbing's learning silver true essence was undoubtedly more outstanding. For Fang Yuan, as long as Bai Ningbing was around, the 4 flavors liquor worm was useless. Snow silver primeval essence cleansed his aperture, Fang Yuan's foundation rose rapidly. With the effect of breath concealment goo, he was not worried about his aura leaking. As long as he did not use goo worms outside his body, the disguise would not be broken. Right now, breath concealment goo had yet to truly step onto the stage of history. In his previous life, around 150 years later, it became widely known because of Hunter Prince Sun Gone. In the following 50 years, during the Great War that affected the entire southern border, it was widely used and flourished for a time. That is to say, according to his previous life's historical footsteps, people would only consciously guard against breath concealment goo after 150 years. 200 years later, people would have matured methods and rich experience to deal with breath concealment goo. Breath concealment goo was also a rank 3 goo, and there were no rank 4 goo masters in this caravan. Although there were many goo masters, who would pay special attention to 2 ordinary people like He Tu and Bai Yun. After exhausting this silver primeval essence, Fang Yuan immediately activated the crocodile strength goo in his aperture. Traces of new strength were permanently added to his body. The bones in his body were no longer white but resembled hard black iron. It was like a firm cornerstone, steadily bearing the continuous growth of strength. The night passed without words. The next morning, just as the sky brightened, the whole camp woke up. After a period of nervousness, the caravan set off. Zhang Zhu did not directly go to Qin clan, but first secretly inquired through his subordinates. There was indeed a fight last night, and many people saw it at the scene. As for Brother Chang's group, they covered up the fact that Fang Yuan beat them up. If this matter were to spread, it would be too shameful that so many people could not beat Fang Yuan. Then how would Brother Chang and the rest survive? In fact, they went back that night and discussed it. After interrogating each other, they reached a consensus and fabricated a story of they bullied a newcomer, and in the end, Fang Yuan took the initiative to hand over the Yuan stone, and then they were indignant and went to find the old steward. To prove that the fight had indeed happened, Zhang Zhu went to find Qin clan's leader. This vice leader heard that his subordinates had 2 mortals who offended Zhang Xinci and were detained, and could not help but ponder. Although he did not want to offend Zhang clan because of 1 or 2 mortals, he did not want to compromise on the spot. Qin clan's prestige could not fall. Secondly, among the servants, there were people who were related to him. Thus, he asked who they were. Zhang Zhu told him. Qin clan's vice leader was slightly stunned, he still had some impression. Back then, it was the old village head's request that allowed these 2 people to join. But to think that on the first day, they would poke a hole in the ground. According to his estimation, Fang and Bai should be the old village head's relatives, but so what? The old village head was enlightened by him, and was under his control. Abandoning these two people, he would not dare to have any objections. Moreover, it was clearly these two who made a mistake, and even caused trouble for Qin clan. They deserved to die. Thinking of this, the vice leader had already decided to abandon these two people to resolve the conflict with Zhang clan. But on the surface, he showed a difficult expression. Brother Zhang, I won't hide it from you, if you take these two, our Qin clan will not have enough manpower. You can't ask us Gu masters to do manual labor to move goods, right? How about this? I will call the steward in charge over. He understands the situation. If we really lack manpower, then we cannot give these two people to you now. They will stay with me for now, and when the next village recruits new people, I will hand them over to your Zhang clan. All right. Zhang Zhu nodded. The vice leader could not help but reveal a smile. This way, there wouldn't be any gossips about the Qin family being afraid of the Zhang family. When the old steward was called over, he felt some apprehension in his heart. Did I do something wrong? But when he heard the situation clearly, his heart immediately became excited. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. These two people were really unlucky, falling into Zhang clan's hands. Die, it would be best if they both died, then wouldn't those 2 yuan stones be mine? Thinking of this, the old steward immediately patted his chest and guaranteed that there was absolutely no problem with manpower. Even if there was a problem, for those 2 yuan stones, he would definitely throw away his old bones and personally move the goods. At this point, the dust had already settled. Zhang Zhu said his goodbyes, but his heart was sullen. For the next 10 days, Fang and Bai worked during the day and cultivated at night. Ziyu Mountain had already been left far behind by the caravan, stepping into Feiho Mountain's territory. Fang Yuan knew that the further he was from Ziyu Mountain, the more concealed his identity would be, and the safer he would be. These days, he had already gained half a crocodile's strength, but many bone spear gu had starved to death, and his milk spring water was already insufficient. He could only give up some to supply the remaining gu worms. Fang Yuan felt heartache. Although he could not use these gu worms, he could sell them. He planned to buy gu worms in Shang Clan City, and gather a set. This required large amounts of yuan stone. Although he had heavenly essence treasure lotus, and could produce tens of yuan stone a day. But in the caravan, to prevent his identity from being exposed, he could not use it. Thus, he needed to control Shang Xinci even more. Once they reached Shang Clan, Shang Xinci would become one of the young masters, and this would bring great convenience to Fang Yuan's trip to Shang Clan City. Of course, the prerequisite was that he not only had to get close to Shang Xinci, but also gain her trust. The mountain forest was deep and serene, and white fog lingered. The caravan slowly moved forward on the narrow mountain path. The white fog was getting thicker, and people's vision was getting smaller, slowly becoming limited to within 10 steps. Feiho Mountain was foggy, and if Fang and Bai traveled alone, it would be extremely difficult. But being in the caravan, they could naturally borrow the strength of investigative gu masters. Suddenly, a clamor came from ahead, and the caravan stopped. What's going on? There's trouble. We encountered a monkey group blocking the way. At once, many people in the caravan discussed, but they were not surprised. In Feiho Mountain, monkeys ruled the land, and monkey groups formed a sea, innumerable. When the caravan moved here, they would encounter monkey groups blocking the way and robbing them. As long as one had some experience, they would not be surprised. Monkeys from Feiho Mountain? Hee, I've read about it in books. To think I can see it with my own eyes today. Bai Ningbing softly muttered with excitement. At first, the caravan passed by Feiho Mountain, and fought with the monkey groups, killing wave after wave. In the end, the caravan was either annihilated, or returned in low spirits. Feiho Mountain was once thought of as a forbidden land that could not be used for trade. If it was any other mountain, the wild beasts would keep each other in check, and there would always be a gap to enter. But the wild beasts on Feiho Mountain were only bandit monkeys. They lived together, and although there were fights between monkey groups, once they encountered external enemies, all the bandit monkeys in the mountain would unite together. Such strength was not something a caravan could match. Even a large clan might not be able to exterminate these monkey groups. Until Heaven Crown Marquis appeared. This righteous path rank 5 Gu Master went deep into Fei Ho Mountain, fighting his way to the mountain peak. Then he used a monkey language Gu to reach an agreement with the monkey emperor. Everything changed because of this. Fei Ho Mountain's trade route was opened. Now, this trade route was one of the 3 most important trade routes in southern border, connecting east and west, and its importance was self-evident. Those damned monkeys, they've appeared again. Right now, they are blocking our path. Everyone, you know the rules. I'll say the ugly words first, whoever breaks the rules will implicate us. My Jia clan will be the first to not let him off. The caravan leader shouted coldly. That's natural. Brother Jia Long is right, we will act according to the rules. If anyone tries to take advantage of us, we will expel him from the caravan. Chapter 244. Bandit monkeys had strong bodies and were as large as elephants. Adult bandit monkeys were 10 feet tall and had bulging muscles. Their upper arms were twice as thick as their lower limbs, and their tails were like iron rods that could smash mountain rocks. Bandit monkeys had golden fur that was covered with black tiger stripes. What was strange was that fur would naturally grow from their waist, covering their crotch and tail like a leather skirt. Howl! This bandit monkey group's monkey king suddenly opened its huge mouth and let out a loud and clear howl. Their howl was as forceful as a lion or tiger's. Howl, howl, howl! The monkey king's howl caused the monkeys to respond. For a moment, the wind and clouds surged and the sound waves spread, causing the white fog to disperse by a lot. Everyone's field of vision suddenly widened, only then did they realize that both sides of the mountain path were filled with bandit monkeys. More than 1,000 bandit monkeys had surrounded the caravan. Their bodies were huge and the trees were as tall as their heads. Some saplings only reached their waist. At the front of the caravan, the even larger monkey king was sitting on a stone stool. A gray stone wine jar that looked like a water jar was placed beside it, emitting a strong wine fragrance. After the monkey king howled, it closed its mouth. The other bandit monkeys were still howling. This instead showed the monkey king's imposing manner. Its gaze was calm and its eyes shone with brilliance as it sat motionlessly. In contrast, those ordinary bandit monkeys were staring at the caravan's goods, looking restless and eager to try. Monkeys, foxes, lycanthropes, these wild beasts all had intelligence. This bandit monkey king's intelligence was only comparable to a 3-year-old child and not as good as the lightning lycanthropes, but it was smart enough to communicate. The caravan leader Jia Long squinted his eyes and looked at the monkey king, suddenly saying, "Jia Yong, you go." "Yes, leader." Jia Yong stood up. He was tall and fat, with a big belly, and looked very sturdy. He was a defense-type Gu master and his vital Gu was water armor Gu. He was a rank 2 Gu master and specialized in water battles. One time, he was swimming in the river and killed a turtle the size of a small boat. From its body, he obtained a turtle strength Gu. After using it, he gained a permanent turtle strength. Seeing Jia Yong approaching, the monkey's roars suddenly became louder, the sound waves shaking the forest. Jia Yong had a solemn expression on his face. He rolled up his sleeves and stood before the monkey king. The monkey king had a huge body. Even though it was sitting down, it was still a head taller than Jia Yong. It looked at Jia Yong and roared. Immediately, several bandit monkeys carried a stone table and walked over, huffing and puffing. The stone table was as large as a bed and extremely heavy. When it landed on the ground, a muffled sound could be heard. 2 more bandit monkeys brought over stone stools. They were placed in front of the monkey king. The monkey king patted the stone table, and the banging sound was like the beating of a drum. Jia Yong swallowed his saliva and sat down. he extended his right arm and placed his elbow on the table. The Monkey King also stretched out his left hand and clasped his hands together. A female bandit monkey beside him suddenly screamed. When Jia Yong and the Monkey King heard this model, they exerted their strength at the same time and started this unique contest. The bandit monkeys revered strength, and arm wrestling was the most important social activity among the monkeys. The little monkey could arm wrestle as soon as it was born. Arm wrestling was not only a game among the bandit monkeys, it was also a common method to resolve disputes. Back then, the righteous Gu Master Heaven Crown Marquis only had rank 5 cultivation. With such strength, he naturally could not fight his way to the peak. He used this custom of the bandit monkeys to arm wrestle until he reached the peak of Fei Ho Mountain and defeated the Monkey Emperor. Then, he obtained the recognition of the monkey group and made an agreement to open a trade route. From then on, all caravans that entered and exited Fei Ho Mountain had to follow this agreement and arm wrestle with the bandit monkeys. The winner would obtain the recognition of the bandit monkeys and be exempted from tolls. The loser would have to let the monkeys take a portion of the goods. This way, the caravans could do business and the bandit monkeys could also taste the benefits, never getting tired of it. For many years, the caravans complied with the agreement. The trade route gradually prospered and the agreement gradually stabilized. Beside the stone table, Jia Yong's face was flushed red and his expression was distorted. He had already used all his strength. But he still could not resist the Monkey King's strength. His arm gradually tilted to the side, and finally, with a bang, the Monkey King's arm pressed down on Jia Yong. Victory! The Monkey King stood up and happily pounded its chest with its fists. The monkey group shouted loudly, their momentum was shocking. Jia Yong lowered his head and retreated. On the way back, the bandit monkeys on both sides mocked him to the extreme. Some lifted their leather skirts and revealed their red buttocks, facing Jia Yong, some made faces, and some wagged their fingers. To think that there would be a day when I would be mocked by animals. Jia Yong sighed helplessly, a bitter smile on his face. Jia Long was expressionless and waved his hand behind him. The group that belonged to the Jia clan began to move forward. The monkeys swarmed forward and plucked the goods from the open caravans. The Jia clan played a trick and covered the fine coal stones with a layer of gorgeous silk and silk cloth. The monkeys' attention was attracted by the colorful cloth and they let go of the gray fine coal stones that had a higher market price. The monkey group played wantonly. Many of them wrapped the cloth around their arms, waist, and back. The scene was extremely noisy. "Where is Jia Ping?" Jia Long shouted in a deep voice. Jia Ping slowly walked out. He formed a sharp contrast with Jia Yong. He was as thin as a match and seemed extremely weak. "I have come to take revenge for you." He walked past Jia Yong and casually patted his shoulder. "With big brother Jia Ping here, it will naturally be a piece of cake." Jia Yong cupped his fists and smiled bitterly. Jia clan members sighed in relief when they saw Jia Ping, showing a relieved expression. Seeing Jia Ping's arrival, the monkey group let out strange cries filled with contempt and disdain. The Monkey King had already sat down and unconcernedly lifted the wine jar and drank a mouthful of monkey wine. "In the end, you are still animals, judging people by their appearance." Jia Long sneered. This Jia Ping looked thin and weak, but he actually had the strength of 2 bears. He only used the tendon coiling goo, causing the tendons in his body to twist like tree roots, thus compressing his muscles. Jia Ping sat down and stretched out his hand. His hand was not even a quarter of the Monkey King's claw. But after exerting his strength, he only lasted for a moment before he defeated the Monkey King. For a moment, the monkey group's roars stopped. The Monkey King's eyes were wide open, showing an expression of disbelief. Jia Long chuckled and waved his hand, indicating the group to continue moving forward. The monkeys blocking the road automatically gave way, but did not make a move. Jia clan's group moved forward for a small distance before the monkey group called out and blocked the road again. The Monkey King patted the stone table, refusing to believe it and challenged Jia Ping. Jia Ping had a smile on his face. Another victory. Everyone, I will be going first. Jia Long cupped his fists. After saying goodbye, Jia clan's group passed this round. Alright, it is our Lin clan's turn. Lin Dong. Lin clan's vice leader shouted. The others did not argue, the caravan had already discussed the order. As time passed, the caravan moved forward section by section. To pass Fei Ho Mountain and minimize losses, each clan specially nurtured many Gu masters. Bull strength, tiger strength, elephant strength, python strength, horse strength. Gu masters went up one by one, each displaying their abilities, winning and losing. Most people passed the round, and it was finally Zhang clan's group's turn. Zhang Zhu's expression did not look good. He was a healing-type Gu master and did not specialize in strength. Moreover, he could only use his own strength to arm wrestle with the Monkey King and could not use Gu worms. Once discovered, it would be considered cheating and would attract the monkey group's attack. In this Zhang clan caravan, other than him, a rank 3, there were no other Gu masters. Thus, in the caravan, his strength was at the bottom. Shang Xinc's life in Zhang clan was not good, and as an illegitimate child, she was ostracized. Especially after her mother passed away, the situation became even worse. According to her mother's will, Shang Xinci sold her family assets and established this caravan. Many Zhang clan members wished for this disgrace of the clan to die outside. Thus, they did not send any Gu masters in. Uncle Zhang Zhu, don't worry, they are just some goods. As long as you are here, it's fine. Shang Xinci was very attentive, noticing Zhang Zhu's expression, she softly consoled him. Finally, only Zhang clan is left. TSK, no need to look, they are bound to lose. I know that Zhang Zhu better. Zhang clan's caravan is said to be organized by Zhang clan's girl. Thus, only Zhang Zhu is left to keep up appearances. Many Gu masters stood behind the round, looking over with the thought of watching a show. They had more or less lost some goods, so their moods were naturally not good. Comparison produces happiness. Unlucky people would often feel better after seeing even more unlucky people. Many people looked towards Zhang clan's caravan, seeking comfort in their hearts. The goods are dead, human lives are more important. Uncle Zhang Zhu, you don't need to go up, we can let the monkey group take the goods. Shang Xinci said. Sigh, Miss doesn't know. If we don't compete, we won't be able to pass. These monkeys are stubborn, we have to wrestle. Miss, even if we lose, we can't lose. We can't let others look down on us, I will go now. Zhang Zhu cupped his fists, bracing himself to go up. Wait. Right at this time, Fang Yuan came out from the crowd. Miss Zhang, you've saved my life before. Let me go this time. He cupped his fists. With just you. Servant Xiao Dai rolled her eyes. It's already this time, you are not a Gu master, don't add to the mess. Shang Xinci also smiled, hey too, I appreciate your intention. This is not a joke, the Monkey King has great strength, didn't you see the Gu masters in front have broken bones? Miss, even if I break bones, I will still repay you. Fang Yuan insisted. How can you be like this, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If you break bones, it would be my family's miss who needs to treat you. Xiao Dai waved her hand in disgust, don't come and make trouble, okay? Miss Zhang, you don't know. My strength has surpassed ordinary people since I was young, even adults didn't have as much strength as me. This time, I will definitely go. Saying so, Fang Yuan turned around and walked towards the Monkey King. Hey too. Shang Xinci wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Zhang Zhu. Miss, he is not an idiot, he definitely has the confidence to stand up. Sometimes, we need to believe in others. Zhang Zhu persuaded. In fact, he had no confidence in Fang Yuan. He only felt that it was good to take this chance to teach this mortal a lesson. Look, the Zhang clan actually sent out a servant. Haha, Zhang clan has no one, so they sent a servant to embarrass themselves? Chapter 245. It's actually him, hee, the heavens have eyes. Brother Chang's group saw Fang Yuan's figure and their eyes shone with excitement. I can't wait to see his broken arm. Zhang clan's young lady is kind, he offended Zhang clan but she didn't execute him. So she wants to send him on stage here. Fang Yuan slowly walked to the stone table and sat down. The Monkey King stared at him and stretched out its arm. The two's hands touched and under countless gazes, the contest began. The Monkey King exerted its strength, but Fang Yuan's arm was like steel, not moving at all. The Monkey King's pupils shrunk, showing a trace of shock. This was the strongest human it had ever met. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly, even with the strength of two boars, he could still win against this Monkey King. Moreover, he now had the strength of half a crocodile, and the Monkey King had fought many rounds before, so its strength was already lacking. It could be said that this was a situation where Fang Yuan would win for sure. Speaking of which, this Monkey King's strength isn't that huge. Those Gu masters from before, some had the strength of a bear, some had the strength of a horse, but they lost in the end. It wasn't because their strength was inferior to this Monkey King. It was because arm wrestling couldn't display their full strength. In fact, bear strength, horse strength, rabbit strength, fish strength, turtle strength, crocodile strength and so on were all different. This difference was not only in the strength, but also in the domain in which the strength was good at. Bear strength was for smacking, horse strength was for galloping, rabbit strength was for jumping, turtle strength was for carrying weight, and crocodile strength was for biting. Every type of power had its own domain of expertise. That is to say, in a certain domain, a certain strength would be displayed to the greatest extent. And arm wrestling, it was more about the strength of the arm. Bandit monkeys were very good at this. Clues could be seen from their physique. Their upper limbs were often twice as thick as their lower limbs. Since they were born, they had started arm wrestling and had a lot of training as a foundation. If it was another way of competing, many defeated Gu masters might be able to win against the Bandit Monkey King. From this point of view, every type of power had its own uniqueness, and they could not be differentiated based on the amount of power they possessed. Let's take a person for example. The strength of a person's fist is definitely less than the strength of a kick. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a person to unleash all of his strength. I have the strength of two boars, half a crocodile, and my own strength, but my arm wrestling strength is definitely not the sum of them. Of course, it was not impossible for him to focus all his strength on a single movement. In that case, we'll have to rely on that legendary Gu worm. Arm wrestling could not fully display Fang Yuan's true strength. But in the end, he had a deep foundation, so he would not be defeated. However, he couldn't make it so obvious. Thereupon, Fang Yuan deliberately revealed a strenuous expression. His arms trembled as if he was in a deadlock with the Monkey King. After that, he slowly suppressed the Monkey King step by step. When the results came out, almost everyone was stunned. He actually won. This person was born with divine strength. There was a slight commotion in the crowd, and gasps of surprise could be heard one after another. Find out who this person is. If possible, immediately recruit them. The leaders of many families were tempted. Compared to those Gu masters who invested large amounts of money to nurture, Fang Yuan's price-to-performance ratio was too high. He did not need to invest at all and could be used to create profits for the caravan. Zhang clan's luck is good, they picked up a treasure. At once, many Gu masters looked at Zhang clan with envy. No wonder we couldn't beat him. Brother Chang and the rest were speechless at this scene. This is a monster. Now that I think about it, I was really lucky to not be beaten to death by him. Thinking back, they immediately felt a lingering fear. They originally wanted to find a chance to take revenge on Fang Yuan, but after seeing this, they no longer had any desire for revenge. Instead, they were worried that Fang Yuan would take the initiative to find trouble with them in the future. Qin clan's old steward's expression was ugly. To think that this fool had such brute strength. Oh no. I hope vice leader won't blame me. He carefully glanced at Qin clan's vice leader. Qin clan's vice leader frowned. He thought of many things. He started to suspect Zhang clan's intentions. Was it a trap to ask for Zhang clan's people? Zhang clan saw the value of this servant, so they purposely imprisoned him and then came to ask for him? The more he thought about it, the more reasonable he felt, and he couldn't help but snort coldly. Anyone who felt that they had been tricked and cheated would not be in a good mood. But the mistake had already been made. He could only pinch his nose and swallow this loss. I didn't see wrongly, right? Servant girl Xiao Dai covered her mouth. Seeing this result, she was shocked speechless. The worry on Shang Xian's face disappeared, and her lips curled into a smile. Let's go. Zhang Zhu waved his hand, directing the caravan to move forward, his eyes emitting a complicated light. Fang Yuan won, and Zhang clan's caravan started to pass the checkpoint. Fang Yuan won 2 rounds in a row, and more than half of Zhang clan's caravan left. In the 3rd round, Fang Yuan purposely lost in order to disguise himself, and Zhang clan's caravan still lost a lot of goods. But even so, Fang Yuan's performance was enough to make everyone look at him in a different light. After returning to the caravan, he received a warm welcome. Miss Zhang, fortunately I did not disappoint you. He cupped his fists and said to Shang Xinci. Shang Xinc's beautiful eyes flashed, and she re-evaluated Fang Yuan, her voice as gentle as water. My mother said not to judge a book by its cover. Hey too, you have given me a vivid lesson. I am really grateful to you. This is 150 yuan stone, it is a thank you gift. 150 yuan stone. Servant girl Xiao Dai was shocked. Miss, why did you give him so much? Fang Yuan took a step back, and righteously rejected. Miss, I am here to repay your kindness, not because of these yuan stones. Please take back the yuan stone, I will not accept this reward. Xiao Dai quickly followed up. Miss, you see, he said he doesn't want it, you should keep it. Shang Xinci insisted, this is not a reward, it is a thank you gift, it is my thank you gift. Fang Yuan's expression turned serious, and his tone was solemn. Don't mention 100 yuan stone, even if it is 1000 yuan stone, I will not accept it. Miss Zhang, although I am only a mortal, please do not insult me. Is that so? Shang Xinci was helpless, and could only take back the yuan stone. Humph, at least you are tactful. Xiao Dai curled her lips. Zhang Zhu, who was at the side, was silent, but his gaze was even more complicated. The grace of saving my life is hard to repay. Please allow me to help Miss again. Fang Yuan cupped his fists and said. There were many monkey groups on Bandit Monkey Mountain, and along the trade route, there would be a group of monkeys at fixed intervals, setting up a checkpoint. Since then, Fang Yuan repeatedly made a move, deliberately showing off, winning and losing some. The caravan walked and stopped, and after spending more than 20 days on Bandit Monkey Mountain, they finally left this tall mountain. The caravan's goods were reduced by nearly half, and everyone's mood was inevitably down. Zhang family became the only happy team. Because of Fang Yuan's efforts, their losses were far less than expected. Fang Yuan became famous because of this, and many clans sent servants to find him. They all wanted to recruit Fang Yuan, and gave generous conditions, but Fang Yuan rejected them all, and still stayed in Zhang family. At least you still have some conscience, you did not waste Mrs.'s treatment of you. Xiao Dai changed her attitude towards Fang Yuan because of this. This little girl was straightforward, and had no subtlety. Her attitude was never in Fang Yuan's consideration. What Fang Yuan cared about was Shang Xinci, and her guard Gu Master Zhang Zhu. Shang Xinci was gentle, kind, and intelligent. Gu Master Zhang Zhu was mature and steady, and had abundant experience. Especially the latter, Fang Yuan could already feel that this Zhang Zhu was already starting to suspect him. In private, Bai Ningbing also reminded Fang Yuan, "You rejected that 150 yuan stone back then, that was a mistake. With your identity on the surface, how could you not be moved by such a huge sum? To be cautious, we should stop cultivating, and guard against Zhang Zhu's secret investigation." But Fang Yuan rejected this suggestion, and continued to cultivate every night. Bai Ningbing also cooperated. She was indifferent towards her identity being exposed, and in fact, she was more than happy to see Fang Yuan fail. Snow Silver Primeval Essence was a huge help to Fang Yuan, and his cultivation speed was as fast as flying. On the night they officially left Fei Ho Mountain, Fang Yuan advanced from rank 2 initial stage to middle stage. When the travel-worn caravan arrived at the foot of Huangjin Mountain, he also used up the crocodile strength Gu, permanently increasing his strength by 1 crocodile. On Huangjin Mountain, there were large numbers of gold mines. The soil on the mountain was rich in gold, and even if one scooped up some sand from the mountain stream, after sifting through it, one could obtain dozens of gold grains. During the day, when sunlight shone on Huangjin Mountain, it would often reflect a layer of hazy golden light. The light shrouded the whole mountain, giving it a splendid and magnificent beauty. If this Huangjin Mountain was placed on earth, it would definitely cause a reign of terror and war. But in this world, yuan stone was the currency, and gold could only be regarded as a metal mineral. Its greatest use was as a supplementary material for Gu refinement. On Huangjin Mountain, there were 2 clans. On the mountain Sun, there was Huang Clan Village. On the mountain Shade, there was Jin Clan Village. One mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. From Qingmao Mountain, it could be seen that Huang Clan and Jin Clan did not have a harmonious relationship. The arrival of the caravan was naturally welcomed by the 2 clans. But the joint notice from the 2 clans also arrived. The caravan could only choose one village. If they chose Huang Clan, they could not enter Jin Clan. And vice versa. The caravan had many people, and there was a lot of mobility. Previously, the 2 clans had used the caravan to sneak attack each other, thus they issued a strict order. As for which village to go, the caravan leaders had different opinions. They each had their own needs, and after some discussion, this mixed caravan was split into 2, and the 2 groups entered the 2 villages. Of course, they could not enter the village, and the group could only set up camp around the village. Chapter 246. Suspicious? Shang Xin's gaze moved under her thick eyelashes. Zhang Zhu nodded and said solemnly, "In fact, I've been suspicious of them since the day I entered Fei Ho Mountain. Miss, you have to reward them with 150 yuan stone. Such a huge sum of money, yet they are not moved at all. This is really thought-provoking." He paused and continued, "These days, I've been secretly observing them. I found more suspicious points. First, they rarely communicate with the servants around them, wishing they could become invisible. Second, they rejected the recruitment of many clans, no matter how good the conditions were. Miss, do you remember how he looked like when he came to seek refuge with us that night? He too has such great strength, how could he be injured like that? Finally, according to my observation, his companion, although dressed as a man, is actually a woman." There was silence in the tent. After a long while, Shang Xinci smiled. "Having great strength doesn't mean you can definitely win against others, right? 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands, it's normal for He too to be injured. Actually, I already know about these suspicious points you mentioned." Zhang Zhu didn't reveal the slightest surprised expression. He understood Shang Xinci and knew her intelligence. "Miss," Shang Xinci blinked, her gentle and beautiful face revealed a trace of playfulness. "Uncle Zhang Zhu, you've been holding it in for many days, right? You realize that I haven't dealt with this matter, so you came to remind me today." Zhang Zhu laughed, "Miss, I can't hide anything from you. But why do you always let them stay by your side? Because I don't think they have any evil intentions. A light of wisdom flashed in Shang Xinc's eyes. We suspected them at Fei Ho Mountain. If they didn't stand up at that time, we wouldn't have seen any suspicious points. But why did they still stand up and help me? If they had ulterior motives, they would definitely hide at the side and watch the show, or accept the 150 yuan stone. But they didn't. When He Tu said he wanted to repay, his expression was so sincere that I felt what he said was true. He really wanted to repay this favor. Shang Xinci said. Zhang Zhu was speechless, but they definitely aren't simple, they definitely have a secret. Shang Xinc's smile was like a flower. Everyone has a secret, I also have a secret. Does having a secret mean that I'm a bad person? The world is bright, and those who know how to repay kindness will have a limit to how bad they can be, right? That being said, I still feel that they have a motive. Maybe they're plotting something. Wait, I know, they must be the gangsters' spies. Sneak into the caravan and cooperate with the Devil Dao to rob it. That doesn't make sense either. Shang Xinci shook her head. Since he's a spy, he should be even more hidden. Why is there a need to show off in Fei Ho Mountain? With so many people trying to recruit them, they could easily join other teams. Wouldn't it be easier to hide? Why did he choose to stay with us? I think they must have some difficulties. We help them, and they repay us. Now that they want to hide their identities, I think we should help them again. Zhang Zhu shook his head and sighed. Miss, why are you always thinking for others? You have to know that we can't let our guard down. Uncle Zhang Zhu. Shang Xinci said in a low voice, if there really is a great calamity, please do not fight to protect the goods. If these goods are lost, then so be it, it's no big deal. My mother's last wish was for me to bring the keepsake to Shang Clan City to find a certain person. But she also said, if that person is not willing to accept us, we can only rely on these goods to survive. My mother left in a hurry, and did not clearly state who she wanted me to find. But I think, money is just a worldly possession. Mother has already left me, Uncle Zhang Zhu, you and Xiao Dai are my only remaining relatives. I don't want to see anything happen to you. Miss, please don't say that. Zhang Zhu's eyes reddened as he choked with sobs. Come, take a look, authentic Xinjia silk. All kinds of fine wine, I welcome everyone to taste it. Single breath golden light goo, only 50 yuan stone. Hawking sounds rose and fell as people moved about. In this temporary market, it was bustling with noise and excitement. Every time a caravan came, the village would feel like it was welcoming a festival. Not just the caravans, there were also people from Jin clan who came to sell their goods. The most common were large numbers of golden sculptures or utensils. Pots and pans, as well as human and animal sculptures, the carvings were deep and lifelike. Together with red, green, yellow, and blue gems or pearls, they looked even more exquisite. Because of the favorable geographical location of Huangjin Mountain, gold could be found everywhere. The people who lived here, even the servants who did not have clothes to cover their bodies, wore some golden rings, golden necklaces and so on. Many young girls wore hairpins, earrings and bracelets, all shining with golden light, beautiful. They were in groups of 3 to 5, chatting with each other with a unique charm. As for Jin clan's Gu masters, their attire was more or less the same as Qingmao Mountain. He wore a short-sleeved shirt, long pants, a belt, leggings, and a pair of green bamboo shoes. But some people's leggings were tied with hemp ropes mixed with golden threads. And some belts, cuffs or trouser legs were all inlaid with gold. This was the specialty of Huangjin Mountain. The Gu masters of southern border clans all wore similar attire. As for demonic Gu masters, they wore all kinds of strange attire. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing moved through the crowd. They had already found 3 or 4 Jin clan people and bought some milk and goat milk. To feed the bone spear Gu in his aperture, Fang Yuan had already done his best. But even so, 2/3 of the bone spear gu had already starved to death. You are buying so wantonly, aren't you afraid your identity will be exposed? Bai Ningbing expressed her doubts. As long as it is a disguise, it will be exposed one day. I don't mind, but your flaw is too big. Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing and said. Bai Ningbing immediately snorted. She knew where her flaw was, and that was her gender. Back in the village, even the old lady could see it. Women and men had different physiological characteristics. To disguise this, a specific gu worm was needed, but Bai Ningbing did not have it. Thus, even if she wore loose clothes, wore a straw hat, painted black, and tied her chest, she could not prevent her identity from being exposed after a long time. Fang Yuan continued, thus, rather than hiding it, it is better to expose some of it. Let them feel that they have seen through many things, and feel that the situation is under their control, that will make them feel more at ease. Exposure was necessary, it was not a bad thing. To get close to them, he had to expose his identity, only then could he gain their trust. Fang Yuan could not take the initiative to lay his cards on the table, it would be too unnatural and not in line with their previous behavior. As long as they found out and probed, Fang Yuan could use this opportunity to expose some things. Bai Ningbing realized, that means, you are intentionally waiting for them to find out, and then make a response. You are finally smart for once. Humph. However, after 3 days, the reaction and probing that Fang Yuan was waiting for did not come. Bai Ningbing finally found a chance to mock Fang Yuan, so even you have times where you miscalculate. Fang Yuan coldly snorted, pondering in his heart, from Zhang Zhu's expression and actions, I can see that he has long been suspicious. The reason why he did not probe earlier was probably because he could encounter danger on the road, so he endured it. But now that the caravan is relying on the Jin family village, it is very safe, so the probing should have come a long time ago. Unless. In Fang Yuan's heart, Shang Xinc's face appeared. What a smart person, and also has courage. She should be the one who stopped Zhang Zhu. This is a bit troublesome, it is not good to be too smart. Fang Yuan sighed. Shang Xinc's gentleness and kindness were deeply rooted in his heart, causing him to underestimate the girl's intelligence. Shang Xinci wanted to reach a tacit understanding between smart people with Fang Yuan, both of them had a tacit understanding and pretended to be confused. But Fang Yuan's goal was different, this tacit understanding became his obstacle. If that is the case, then I can only take the initiative. Understanding this, Fang Yuan sighed and took the initiative to find Shang Xinci. You want to form a partnership with me? Inside the tent, looking at Fang Yuan's intentions, Shang Xinci and Zhang Zhu's faces revealed a surprised expression. He did not look for them, but they took the initiative to look for him. This was out of the girl's expectations. Zhang Zhu's heart was moved. Are you finally going to reveal your foxtail? Partnership. Humph. Miss Zhang, I am ashamed to say this, but we need yuan stone, and I have some experience in business. I want to borrow a batch of goods, and the yuan stone that I earn, how about splitting it 50-50? Fang Yuan slightly bowed, neither servile nor overbearing. Without yuan stone, and being poor, you want to borrow chickens to lay eggs? You are too confident. Zhang Zhu's eyes flashed with a cold light. What makes you think that you will definitely earn money? And what makes you think that our Zhang family will definitely lend to you? In business, there will definitely be profits and losses. Of course I will not earn without losses. As for why, maybe it is because I feel that Miss Zhang is a good person, and will lend to me. If you want to ask me the reason, I can only answer you, that is what I feel. If my feeling is wrong, then let's pretend that this never happened. Fang Yuan smiled. He was missing an ear, and his body was full of burn marks, so his smile was somewhat terrifying. But when Shang Xinci looked into his eyes, she saw a kind of self-confidence, decisiveness, and the brilliance of strategizing. This brilliance, on the contrary, set off a different kind of charm from the ugliness. Really interesting, it seems that he also noticed our suspicions. So, he wants to reach a tacit understanding between smart people? Shang Xin's eyes flickered. After a moment, she smiled. This kind of frank communication method made her feel inexplicably safe, and also fresh. If not for you, hey too, I would not even have a quarter of the goods left. They were already snatched away by those monkeys at the Bandit Monkey Mountain. Since you have this idea, then I will leave these goods to you, she said. If the servant girl Xiao Dai was here, she would have immediately made a fuss. Fong Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then bowed to express his thanks. Miss? You are. When Fong Yuan left the tent, Zhang Zhu finally could not bear it anymore. Shang Xinci mischievously blinked, like a child. Isn't this very interesting? Listen to what he said just now. We haven't even done business yet, but he wants to split the profits with me 50-50. This tone, it is as if he will definitely make money. Humph, he is a boor. How much talent does he have? Zhang Zhu disdainfully sneered. Speaking of business brains, who can compare to you, miss? For so many years, how did you manage your family business, and how did you develop it? This old man still remembers it vividly. If not for those Zhang family people being jealous. Alright, what's the point of talking about the past? Since Uncle Zhang Zhu also recognizes my talent, then you should believe me. Even if He Tu loses all these goods, I can still start from scratch, right? Shang Xinci said. Chapter 247. So many goods, it won't be cheap. At least 50,000 yuan stone. The Jin clan Gu master looked at Fong Yuan suspiciously. After getting permission from Shang Xinci, Fong Yuan immediately found several Jin clan Gu masters. The person in front of him was already the sixth person. I don't have yuan stone. Fong Yuan shook his head, but I can use my goods to exchange for your goods. Barter? The Gu master slightly raised his brows, not very surprised. Bartering was also a common thing, especially in merchant caravans. To him, as long as the value was not too different, bartering was not a loss. Then what goods do you intend to use to exchange? Fong Yuan led him to look at the goods on the spot. Jin clan's Gu master frowned. Your goods are cheaper than mine in the market. But in this golden mountain, you can sell them for a good price, right? Fong Yuan laughed. The Jin clan Gu master frowned even more. If the price is set too high, it won't sell anymore. Then sell them slowly. There will be a day when they are all sold out. Rare goods are more valuable. At that time, you can just sit at home and collect money. Fong Yuan smiled. The Gu master laughed heartily. He said so much just to lower the price, but his heart was already moved. You are not bad. Although you are a mortal, you are neither servile nor overbearing. I have 3 shops. Are you interested in helping me? I will give you the status of a shopkeeper. We can discuss the salary. The Gu master patted Fong Yuan's shoulder. Fong Yuan tactfully refused, making this Gu master feel some regret. Hey Tu, what the hell are you doing? After this transaction, Xiao Dai ran over with a cold expression. You actually exchanged all of Missy's goods. What are you trying to do? You are too daring. Xiao Dai stomped her feet in anger. Don't you know, our goods are all carefully selected by Missy. If we transport them to Shang Clan City, we can sell them for double the price. Quick, exchange them back. Fong Yuan's expression turned cold. Your Missy has already lent all her goods to me. In other words, these goods are all mine. I'm handling my own goods, what's wrong with that? Fong Yuan glanced at Little Butterfly with a cold glint in his eyes. Xiao Dai shuddered and felt her heart skip a beat. Fong Yuan decided to expose himself a little more. This was the first time he spoke to Little Butterfly without any pretense. Xiao Dai was originally eloquent, but at this moment, there was a chill in her heart. You. I'll tell miss, just you wait. She tried her best to hide her inner emotions, but she still ran away in a panic. Of course, her snitch did not cause any trouble to Fong Yuan. However, the servants that Shang Xinci brought also had a lot of opinions about Fong Yuan's actions. Many people discussed in private, thinking that He too had gone mad. Fong Yuan knew the value of the original goods, which also made him realize Shang Xinci's business talent. However, this was the first time the latter was doing business. Although he had talent, he lacked experience. Merchants did not simply transport goods to the terminal and earn a profit from the price difference. A real expert merchant earned money along the way. It was to use a keen eye to discover business opportunities in time, to be familiar with the specialties of each famous mountain and the needs of each big family, to establish a network of relationships and benefit from both sides. Of course, these requirements were too high for Shang Xinci. After all, she was only 16 years old this year. Although she had talent, she was still a young girl. In Fong Yuan's previous life, he spent nearly 100 years doing business. He had mixed into a caravan and served as a leader. He had opened a shop and a stone gambling shop. He had also held an auction. In terms of experience and vision, the leaders and deputy leaders in the caravan were not even worthy of carrying Fong Yuan's shoes. Not to mention Shang Xinci, who had just started doing business. There is still some distance to Shangliang Mountain. If I operate wholeheartedly, I can at least increase the value of this batch of goods by 7 or 8 times. This multiplier was already quite terrifying. Any higher, and Fong Yuan could not do it. Due to all kinds of practical conditions, 7 or 8 times was already the highest standard in this world. Of course, if I use illegal methods, not to mention 7 or 8 times, even 70 or 80 times is easy. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan could not help but think of a poem from his previous life. The law-abiding worries every day, the strongman sings happily every night, harming others to benefit oneself rides horses and mules, the upright and fair starve. Repairing bridges and roads is blind, killing and arson are many, I go to heaven and ask Buddha, Buddha says, I have no choice. The so-called system and laws are all used to oppress the masses and restrict the weak. No matter which world, it is the law of the jungle. Thus, even in the era of law, there were countless influential people who used loopholes in the system to escape the punishment of the law. Not to mention this Gu Master world where strength speaks the loudest. In Fong Yuan's previous life, he had painstakingly built up a fortune of close to 10 million and countless businesses. Then, he was casually annexed by the strong, going bankrupt and living on the streets. For the next 400 years, whenever he thought of it, he would be extremely glad that he had this experience. Thanks to hardship, it taught people the truth. It was this experience that woke him up, and all kinds of restrictions that he had been brainwashed into on earth were shattered. People were often deceived not because of the scene in front of them, but because of the shackles in their hearts. To Fong Yuan, if he abided by business ethics, as a proper merchant, he could at most earn 7 or 8 times. If he used some illegal methods and became a bad merchant, he could earn 10 times more. If he abandoned his duty and swindled to his heart's content, becoming an unscrupulous merchant, he could earn 10 times more. If he directly killed and looted, he did not even need to use capital. A business with no capital was always the most profitable. But Fong Yuan's current business had other motives. Thus, he could not use any illegal methods. This made him feel like his hands and feet were tied. However, on the night before the caravan was about to set off, a Jin clan Gu master secretly came to find him. I have a private transaction, are you interested? This Gu master was one of the people who had bartered with Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan did not mind at first, but after 5 minutes, he changed his mind. You are saying, someone wants to sell Jinzan grass? He was extremely astonished, even suspecting that he had heard wrongly. Jinzan grass could not be replaced by other materials for Jin clan, it was an extremely important strategic resource. Because of its refinement material, Jin clan could refine large amounts of golden silkworm goo. Now, someone actually wanted to sell it? In Fong Yuan's memories, it was because Jin clan had a large amount of rank 3 golden silkworm goo that their strength increased greatly, allowing them to eliminate Huang clan and dominate a region. Wait a moment, Huang clan still exists now. That is to say, Jin clan has not completed the incomplete recipe for the golden silkworm goo? That's not right. According to this period of time, they should have made some progress. Otherwise, why would they plant large amounts of Jinzong grass? Fong Yuan's thoughts flashed like lightning. He purposely probed, my goods are almost finished. Jinzong grass is an uncommon material, although it is rare, very few people need it. Seeing Fong Yuan show signs of rejection, that Gu Master immediately became anxious. This price is negotiable, we can discuss it properly. Fong Yuan's gaze flashed, seeing that the other party was in a hurry, he continued to try to lower the price. After a few rounds of bargaining, the price of Jinzong grass was pushed to its lowest point, a tragic sight to behold. The other Gu Master's face turned pale, his expression also turning ugly, his tone becoming impatient. You win, we'll go with this price, can we make the deal? This price was very low, much lower than the cost of cultivating Jinzong grass itself. If he sold it, it could be said that he would lose everything. Jin clan's Gu Master also understood this, his heart bleeding secretly. Fong Yuan also knew this was his limit, but he shook his head. This price is too low, honestly speaking, I don't really believe your attitude. Jin clan's Gu Master immediately scolded, you bastard, you were the one who pushed the price down, and now you're saying it's too low? Fong Yuan spread his arms, you said it yourself, this is a private transaction, there is no proof of delivery. If you sell me fake goods, who can I reason with? Look, the caravan is leaving tomorrow. By then, even if I suffer a loss, I will have to leave. Your suspicions are true. Jin clan's Gu Master's anger subsided, don't worry about the goods, they are 100% genuine. I'll tell you the truth, this was secretly taken out by my young master to sell. Fong Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. At this point, he had finally obtained some useful information. He purposely exclaimed, your young master stole it? This Jinzong grass is actually the clan leader's favorite plant, thus he specially planted 3 mu of it. Who asked our clan leader to have such a special hobby? So you don't have to worry, the Jinzong grass is not something important, even if the son was found out, he would only be beaten and scolded. The Gu Master said. Fong Yuan heard this and immediately understood. So it was like this. Jin clan had always been determined to restore the golden silkworm goo recipe. At this time, they already had some ideas and knew the importance of the Jinzong grass, thus they planted 3 mu of it. However, to prevent the Huang clan from noticing this information was restricted to the higher-ups of the clan. Even the young master did not know. He only thought that the Jinzong grass was planted by the clan leader for fun. The Jinzong grass took a long time to nurture, usually requiring 4 years to mature from a seedling. In his memory, the Jin clan attacked a year later. The rank 3 golden silkworm goo's attacks were sharp, eliminating the Huang clan and starting to dominate Huangjin Mountain. If these 3 mu of Jinzong grass were gone, the market would not be able to obtain such a large amount. Then the Jin clan would have to delay for several years to eliminate the Huang clan. Obviously, the Jinzong grass was a hot commodity. If he really bought it, he would poke the Jin clan's hornet's nest. If it was a normal person, they would definitely avoid it, but Fong Yuan saw a huge advantage in it. Although this piece of meat was boiling hot, it was already in his mouth, how could he not eat it? To speak the truth, although Fong Yuan had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he still had a need for Yuan stone, and this need was not small. When he arrived at Shang Clan City, he would need a large amount of Yuan stone to buy goo worms. Just relying on the heavenly essence treasure lotus daily accumulation was not only troublesome, it was far from enough. That young master is a wastrel. I think he is usually doted on by the clan leader, maybe he owed money recently and is tight on money, so he placed his sights on the Jinzong grass. He. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan laughed. This piece of meat, not only would it help him buy goo worms, it would also leave a deep impression on Shang Xinci. This was killing two birds with one stone. The Jin clan goo master saw Fang Yuan smile and also laughed. That means you agree? Of course. Fang Yuan looked at him. If this deal went through, this guy would definitely be out of luck. Chapter 248. Daybreak, the east was about to break, the first rays of the morning sun appeared. The cold air of the night condensed into dewdrops, remaining on the grass. Jin clan's temporary market was being dismantled. The tents were put away, the carpets on the ground were rolled up. The goods were wrapped and reloaded. After staying in Jin clan for a few days, the caravan prepared to set off again. To the merchants, no matter how many goods they sold or bought, they would still make a profit. Thus, although many people looked tired, they were filled with joy and smiles. Xiao Dai's expression was extremely ugly. Miss, I just checked, that He Tu almost exchanged all the goods. Among them, I actually saw 3 carts full of Jinzan grass. Jinzan grass? Shang Xinci heard this and frowned. Xiao Dai was furious. She pulled Shang Xinci's arm and said, even an outsider like me knows that Jinzan grass cannot be sold. But he still exchanged so much. Miss, this He Tu is messing around. Xiao Dai, calm down first, don't be impatient. Shang Xinci patted Xiao Dai's hand. These Jinzan grass should have been exchanged by him last night, I did not know. However, the other goods that he traded for had a certain logic to them as well. Think about it, it is already not bad for a mortal like him to be able to do this. Miss, why are you speaking up for him? I am doing this for your own good. These goods are originally ours, why should we let an outsider squander them away? Most importantly, he can't afford it. Lord Zhangzhu, why don't you persuade Miss? Xiao Dai pouted. Zhangzhu sighed, Miss, Xiao Dai's words make sense. Lending them to him earlier was to test him. Now that we have seen through him, why should we let him continue? We all believe in Miss' ability, but if we can reduce our losses, why not try to do so? When we reach Shang Clan City, we will be able to struggle less. This. Shang Xinci pondered, she was still young, hesitation flashed in her eyes. Previously, she felt that the goods Fang Yuan exchanged were reasonable. But this Jinzan grass, exchanging for so much Jinzan grass was definitely the biggest mistake. Jinzan grass might be easy to preserve, but there was little demand, it could not be sold. Hoarding so much in one go, sooner or later it would rot in one's hands. In the end, he had no choice but to lower the price and sell it. It could be said that he was destined to lose money. Excuse me, are you Miss Zhang Xinci? Right at this time, a middle-aged male goo master with sweat all over his forehead ran towards Shang Xinci with an anxious expression. Looking at the metal token on his belt, he was a rank 2 goo master. Shang Xinci smiled. Yes, I am. May I know who you are? The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said, I am the personal guard of the Patriarch. I have a presumptuous request on the orders of the Patriarch. Oh? Please go ahead. Sir, you should have purchased a large batch of Jinzan grass last night. The whole story is like this. Our Patriarch loves Jinzan grass, so he personally raised some to admire them. Unfortunately, the young lord secretly dug it up and traded it behind the Patriarch's back. Right now, the clan leader had already confined the young lord. At the same time, I want to redeem the Jinzan grass that I sold to Mississippi. I beg Miss to let go of it. The personal guard goo master spoke politely, but there was a hard edge in the soft tone, showing his resolute attitude. Miss. Zhangzhu's expression was solemn, and he could not help but remind her. The personal guard goo master represented the Jin clan leader. This matter could be big or small, and if it was not handled properly, it would be very serious. Shang Xinci glanced at Zhang Zhu and nodded, expressing her understanding. I understand your patriarch's feelings. Actually, I am also a flower lover. I will definitely give all the Jinzan grass to you, not keeping a single one. Miss is understanding and reasonable. It is truly a joyous thing. The personal guard Gu Master's expression relaxed, showing a smile. Shang Xinci continued, this transaction was handled by one of my subordinates. I will call him over now. Fang Yuan had already been paying attention to the commotion here. Hey Tu, you are in trouble, Miss is calling you over. Xiao Dai came to call him. Fang Yuan rushed to the personal guard and cupped his fists. I am in charge of the purchase of Jinzan grass. I heard your patriarch wants to buy it back. The personal guard Gu Master saw that the person who came was not a Gu Master but a mortal. After a moment of astonishment, his face showed slight disdain and arrogance. He snorted, that's right. Mortal, be happy. Lord Clan Leader is generous and benevolent. He is willing to use 3,000 yuan stone to buy back your 3 carts of Jinzan grass. So much? At the side, Xiao Dai was shocked, showing obvious joy in her eyes. Zhang Zhu's tightly furrowed brows also gradually relaxed. 3,000 yuan stone should be the highest market price for Jinzan grass. This showed the Jin clan leader's sincerity. But Fang Yuan shook his head. Jinzan grass is extremely precious, only 3,000 yuan stone to buy it back. Isn't this too insincere? The personal guard immediately frowned. What? According to the market price of Jinzan grass, this is the highest price. Mortal, what price are you buying it for? Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. Let's not talk about the price. We are all businessmen. We naturally have to buy low and sell high. 3,000 yuan stone is too little, not selling. You! The personal guard clenched his teeth, stretched out his palm and spread his 5 fingers. Fine, then I'll raise it by 2,000 yuan stone, 5,000 yuan stone. Xiao Dai was shocked. She looked at the 5 fingers stretched out by the personal guard. Her face quickly turned red with excitement. 5,000 yuan stone. This is what you said, you can't go back on your word. She was so happy that she almost jumped up. She did not expect things to turn out this way. Fang Yuan had already made a profit. But Fang Yuan still shook his head. The personal guard's face turned cold and threatened. Mortal, don't you think you are being greedy? These Jinzan grass originally belonged to my clan. The 2 of you are not allowed to make private deals. Without proof of transaction, I can even say that you secretly stole the Jinzan grass. The personal guard's anger made Zhang Zhu's heart jump. He looked at Fang Yuan. If you can sell it, then sell it. Fang Yuan laughed. You sell it and I buy it. It is a mutual agreement. What's more, it was your young master who sold it to me. If you insist that it was theft, then I can't do anything about it. Jin clan is powerful. They can bully the weak and directly snatch it back. Here, the goods are over there, you can take it. But as far as I know, I am not the only one who bought the Jinzan grass. Many people have a share. Is the Jin clan going to snatch it as well? Fang Yuan had already expected this situation, thus he only bought a large portion last night. The remaining Jinzan grass was sold by that Gu master to others. You! The personal guard was furious, but under Fang Yuan's pressure, he could only clench his teeth. He pointed at Fang Yuan. Your clan bought the most, brat, are you trying to embarrass me? Of course not, I only want to complete this transaction. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Humph, forget it. Then add another 2,000 yuan stone, 7,000. Mortal, bring all the Jinzan grass you bought here. The personal guard shouted. Hey Tu, there is no harm in selling it. As a businessman, harmony brings wealth. Shang Xinci couldn't bear the pressure any longer. Since Miss has said so. Fang Yuan nodded, before changing the topic, then I will take a step back. 8,000 yuan stone, you can buy all the Jinzan grass I have. Once he said this, Shang Xinci and the rest's expressions froze. The personal guard reacted, unable to restrain his anger. What? You scoundrel! Fang Yuan smiled. Business is business, Lord Gu Master, please don't be angry. Actually, I wanted to buy 10,000 yuan stone. If Lord cannot make the decision, why don't I talk to your clan leader? No need. The personal guard waved his hand, looking at Fang Yuan with extreme disgust. You are a mortal, what qualifications do you have to meet Lord Clan leader? Quickly scram and take the goods, I will remember you taking advantage of others when they are down. Humph. This was no doubt agreeing to Fang Yuan's price increase. Soon, both sides completed the transaction. Fang Yuan used goods worth less than 500 yuan stone, and in just one night, he exchanged them for 8,000 yuan stone. Miss, 2 chests full of yuan stone. Xiao Dai beamed with joy. During the entire transaction, she was trembling in fear, but now that she saw the yuan stone, she felt everything was worth it. Even her gaze towards Fang Yuan changed. Did you already know that? No, it should be a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. She sized up Fang Yuan and evaluated. Doing this will offend Jin clan, a mere 8,000 yuan stone is not worth it. Zhang Zhu frowned, he looked at Fang Yuan with some dissatisfaction and warned, don't take such risks in the future. Fang Yuan smiled, turning towards Shang Xinci. According to the original agreement, half of these 8,000 yuan stone will go to Miss. My share of yuan stone, please help me take care of it. Is everything settled? Jin clan leader stood on the hill, looking at the caravan leaving. An elder stood beside him and reported, yes, clan leader. The Jinzan grass that was sold has been bought back. But Zhang clan took the chance to extort us, truly hateful. Jin clan leader raised his eyebrows. Oh? Tell me. The elder explained in detail. Jin clan leader laughed, a mere 8,000 yuan stone, don't worry about it. That Miss Zhang, on the other hand, has some intelligence, using a mortal slave to test the waters, allowing her to earn this sum of money. Lord clan leader, I am worried that Zhang clan already knows our clan's secret, thus taking the chance to extort us. Don't be so suspicious. If they knew the importance of the Jinzan grass to our clan, how could they only extort 8,000 yuan stone? Either they buy it all, or they don't buy it at all. But, just in case, send Gu masters to keep an eye on them until they leave Huang Jin Mountain. See if anyone sneaks into Huang clan village. If there is, kill them on the spot. Saying so, Jin clan leader revealed his killing intent. The elder's heart shuddered, yes, Lord clan leader. Taking one last look at the golden mountain behind him, Fang Yuan turned around with a smile on his face. Chapter 249. The caravan traveled west, crossing mountains and ridges. Half a month later, Fang Yuan and the others arrived at Soulwood Mountain, which was eerie and quiet with withered trees. He sold a small portion of his goods and bought a lot of special wood. 20 days later, they arrived at Giant Rain Mountain. The Giant Rain Mountain was full of potholes. These were all big holes made by the raindrops. When it rained here, each raindrop was as big as a wine jar and had a huge impact. Thus, the Tong family village on Giant Rain Mountain was built in the hollow of the mountain. If it was built in the open, it would be destroyed by the raindrops after a few rains. In the Tong family village, the golden oil lamps that Fang Yuan bought from Golden Mountain were very popular. During their stay, it rained 3 times. Fang Yuan collected many blue oil raindrops because of this. These raindrops were a type of material that had a wide range of uses. These huge raindrops were a disaster for the Tong family village, forcing them to live inside the mountain. But they were also natural treasures and were their main commodity. After leaving Giant Rain Mountain, the caravan arrived at Square Brick Mountain. The stones on this mountain were very special. Every piece was in the shape of a brick, but they varied in size and thickness. The Dufang family had lived on Square Brick Mountain for thousands of years and was a large family. Their residences were much better than the Tong family village and were made of bricks and tiles. The village was surrounded by tall walls. There were towers inside the walls and blockhouses outside the walls. Fong Yuan remembered that the Dufang family had an eccentric elder who liked wood carvings. After contacting him, he learned that all of the grotesquely shaped soul trees that he had purchased from the Soul Wood Mountain had been purchased by this family elder. Just like that, under Fong Yuan's control, the Zhang family's goods increased and decreased. But every time there was a change, they would earn huge profits. As the number of times increased, it naturally attracted the attention of others. Fong Yuan pushed everything to Shang Xinci, and Shang Xinc's talent in business gradually spread. Time passed. After passing by 4 more villages, the caravan gradually approached Howling Moon Mountain. That night, the caravan set up camp with their backs against a cliff. We have already entered Howling Moon Mountain. The next part of the journey will be barren mountains, filled with insects and beasts. There are no villages. From tonight onwards, everyone must be on guard. The Jia clan leader instructed. The vice leaders in the tent nodded. Shang Xinc's eyes brightened. This was the most dangerous part of the trade route up to this point. After this, they would reach Blood Tear Mountain. After a few more villages, they would reach Shangliang Mountain's Shang clan city. Alright, next is to arrange the defensive positions for this week. The Jia clan leader said. An hour later, everyone finished their discussion and walked out of their tents. Zhang Zhu went up to her. Miss, dinner is ready. Are we inviting He Tu and Bai Yun over? Of course. Shang Xinci nodded and said, I'm going to ask him for advice on how to be a merchant during the banquet. These days, Fong Yuan earned more than he lost. He sold the goods and earned 5 to 6 times the profit. Xiao, Shang, Chen, Shan. Xiao, Fong Yuan, Lin, Snow. According to the agreement, Fong Yuan gave half of his profits to Shang Xinci. But in Shang Xinc's heart, how could a mere yuan stone compare to Fong Yuan's business experience and insights? She had no cultivation talent and was only a mortal. Business was the ability she was most proud of. Yet, in this field that she was proud of, Fong Yuan's strength made Shang Xinci admit that she was far inferior to Fong Yuan. Many of the seemingly absurd decisions showed shocking results in the subsequent transactions. Shang Xinci was not a person who gave up on herself. After understanding the gap between her and Fong Yuan, she would invite Fong Yuan to a banquet every day. Just a few pointers from Fong Yuan would benefit her greatly. She was extremely talented in business. Like a sponge absorbing water, she grew rapidly. The more she interacted with Fong Yuan, the more she admired him. Sigh, young lady, you have to be careful. These two people obviously have a story, they are not ordinary people. Zhang Zhu sighed, his eyes revealed a worried expression. He was afraid that Shang Xinci would sink deeper and deeper. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang Zhu, I know what I'm doing. Shang Xinci was indeed intelligent. She never talked about other things with Fong Yuan, only business. He would not beat around the bush when he spoke, nor would he beat around the bush. She felt that although Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing were mysterious, they were not dangerous. Fong Yuan relied on proper methods to do business, and never reneged on his debts. Every profit he made, he would split it 50-50 with Shang Xinci. This kind of behavior invisibly gave Shang Xinci a sense of security. But tonight's banquet, Fong Yuan did not accept. I feel a bit tired today, so I won't be going. He waved his hand and said to Xiao Dai, who came to invite him. Not every time Shang Xinci invited him to a banquet, Fong Yuan would nod. Out of 3 banquets, Fong Yuan would only go once. Xiao Dai pouted, looked at Fong Yuan resentfully, mumbled a few words, then left. Previously, when Fong Yuan refused, Xiao Dai made a few noises, feeling indignant for her young lady. But as Fong Yuan earned more and more, Xiao Dai's attitude also changed. She was never indignant, but became accommodating and helpless. No matter what world, no matter what level, people with strength will always be respected. As Fang Yuan closed the tent, Bai Ningbing was already sitting cross-legged on one of the beds. In the darkness, her blue eyes glowed faintly. Previously, when Fang Yuan refused Xiao Dai, she was a bit surprised. But after a few times, Bai Ningbing realized the beauty of this. As the saying goes, those who are unaccountably solicitous are hiding evil intentions. Fang Yuan refusing the invitation, not accommodating Shang Xi and Ci, would instead make the young lady feel that Fang Yuan had nothing to ask of her. Let's begin. Fang Yuan also sat cross-legged on the bed, with his back facing Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's palms were placed on Fang Yuan's back, and 10% of her snow-silver primeval essence poured into Fang Yuan's body. Bone-flesh unity goo flashed with green-red light, and through its conversion, 6% of the snow-silver primeval essence entered Fang Yuan's aperture. Swish swish swish. Fang Yuan sank into his mind and concentrated, activating this primeval essence to cleanse his aperture's walls. When he was rank 1, his aperture could not endure such a huge cleansing force. But now that he was rank 2 middle stage, his aperture walls were deep enough to withstand the continuous cleansing of the snow-silver primeval essence. It was just that the duration could not be too long, and he needed to rest every once in a while. Water-like light fluctuated on the aperture walls, circulating. The pure white light continued to strengthen, and some places were already showing signs of solidification. Evidently, Fang Yuan was already one step away from rank 2 upper stage. Fang Yuan had rich cultivation experience, and knew what to do. He planned to strike while the iron was hot, and charged to rank 2 upper stage tonight. Time passed, and unknowingly, it was already late at night. Howl! Suddenly, a wolf king's howl could be heard. The howl broke the silence of the camp, and soon after, countless wolf howls could be heard, responding to their king. Wolf attack, wolf attack. Damn it, wake up, there is a wolf group attacking the camp. So many wolves, there are simply too many to count. Many people shouted in fear, and the camp woke up in a short period of time, before erupting in excitement. From this commotion, it seems the wolf group is quite large. Bai Ningbing listened for a while, before smiling. On the journey of the merchants, they had encountered several beast groups' attacks. After experiencing it, she was no longer surprised. This is Howling Moon Mountain. Some people say all the wolves in southern border live here. When the moon is full, the wolf group will look up at the full moon, and their howls can resound throughout the entire mountain, rising and falling continuously. But this is the first night, and we already encountered a wolf group. Our luck is not too good. Fang Yuan opened his eyes slightly, multitasking, and did not stop cultivating in his aperture. Damn it, there are too many wolves. Healing Goo Master, where are the Healing Goo Masters? My father is injured, he is losing a lot of blood. The southeast defensive line has been broken through, quickly go and provide support. The situation was much more serious than Bai Ningbing had expected. From the moment they discovered the wolf group, in just a few minutes, one of the defensive lines in the camp was broken through, and the wolf group had entered the camp. Ah! Take up your weapons, and fight these beasts. The miserable cries of the servants, the sounds of battle, and the shouts could be heard continuously. Are we going out? Bai Ningbing asked. Go out for what? What can you do? Don't forget your current status. After a while, Fang Yuan absent-mindedly replied. But the wolf group has already charged over, the goods you just bought will suffer losses. Bai Ningbing laughed, her tone filled with schadenfreude. Then let's just suffer losses. Fang Yuan closed his eyes again. After a while, servant Xiao Dai's voice came from outside the tent. Hey Tu. Are you two here? What's the matter? Bai Ningbing asked. Heavens, you two are really here? Such a huge commotion and you two were not woken up. Many wolves have charged into the camp, although the situation is under control, what if one or two escaped? Young Miss asked me to call you over. With Lord Zhangzhu's protection, it will be very safe over there. Xiao Dai shouted. No need. Since the situation is under control, let's not disturb your young miss. One or two wolves, with my strength, I can still deal with them. Fang Yuan said. Xiao Dai urged a few times, but was still rejected. Finally, she angrily stomped her feet outside the tent. You really can't appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for not reminding you too when you die. Humph. After saying this, she hurriedly left. The wolf group continued to attack for 15 minutes before retreating. The beast group attack this time caused the most disastrous loss since the caravan was established. 3 Gu masters died in battle, more than 10 were injured, countless servants died, and all kinds of goods were lost. Especially Zhang clan's goods, they suffered the most losses. These goods were all borrowed by Fang Yuan. After a rough estimation, in just one night, Fang Yuan had lost close to 1,000 yuan stone. After daybreak, when he counted the losses, he showed a bitter smile, but he did not mind it at all. Because just last night, he advanced to rank 2 upper stage. In just a few months, such a cultivation speed made by Ning Bing, one of the people involved, secretly amazed. Chapter 250. The night of bloodshed passed, and the morning light shone on the ruined camp. In the heavy atmosphere, everyone cleaned up the battlefield, packed up their goods, and set off again with a heavy heart. However, this wolf group attack was only the beginning. A few days later, they were attacked by the Grey Wolf group again. The scale this time was even larger than the previous time. However, the caravan was fully prepared, and their losses were reduced compared to the previous time. After repelling the Grey Wolves, the caravan had yet to catch their breath when they were attacked by the Lightning Wolf group 3 days later. 3 Frenzy Lightning Wolves and 9 Bold Lightning Wolves killed a total of 15 Gu masters. Finally, they left behind a ground of wolf corpses, with only one injured Frenzy Lightning Wolf leading the remaining wolves to retreat. Although many Gu masters in the caravan wanted to take revenge, they did not have the strength to do so. They did not dare to enter Howling Moon Mountain, and could only watch as the wolf group retreated. This attack made the leader and deputy leader of the caravan aware of the danger they were in. That night, they decided to quicken their pace and leave Howling Moon Mountain as soon as possible. But even so, in the next half a month, they were still attacked by the wolf group frequently. Grey wolves, lightning wolves, snow wolves, two-headed wolves, and even blood-fanged wolf. After leaving Howling Moon Mountain, everyone in the caravan heaved a sigh of relief. After a period of peaceful days, when they entered White Tiger Mountain, they were attacked by a beast group again. This time, it was the turtleback ape. These white apes were huge and had shells on their backs, with clear turtle patterns on the shells. Although the ape group's attack did not cause many casualties, many goods were lost, causing many people to bleed in their hearts. Fang Yuan's goods also met with misfortune. Of the dozen carriages, only less than half of the goods were left. The caravan's morale plummeted. These people worked so hard to earn money. But these losses made many people's efforts futile. This trip was a waste. I did some calculations yesterday. In total, I only earned less than 2,000 primal stones. My side is worse. We have already lost 30% of our goods. No matter how bad it is, can it be worse than the Zhang clan? They have already lost a huge portion of their goods. Sigh, if I knew this would happen, I would have stayed in the clan. Why would I take the risk and earn so little? Under such an atmosphere, 5 days later, a group of white tigers attacked. The caravan suffered losses again. Another 7 days later, a group of flaming tigers attacked. The caravan camp was engulfed in flames, and large amounts of goods were burned. Everyone's morale was at rock bottom, and many people had already lost everything. 10 days later, just as they were cheering for leaving White Tiger Mountain, a biao appeared. 5 tigers and 1 tiger, a tiger with wings. A tiger. This tiger was like a tiger with wings. A biao was at least 1,000 beast king. A tiger was at least 1,000 beast king. In order to resist this tiger, one of the deputy leaders of the caravan unfortunately lost his life. The ferocious tail followed the caravan, continuously harassing them for hundreds of li. In the end, after some discussion, the caravan decided to abandon the rook to protect the general, and they abandoned nearly 100 servants. Most of these servants were disabled. They wailed and cursed, or cried and begged for mercy, but none of them could change their fates. After leaving the White Tiger Mountain, the caravan took a good rest and reorganized. The leaders of the various families were generous with their rewards. Finally, their morale was boosted and their spirits were lifted. The size of the caravan was reduced to less than half of its original size. But after this cruel elimination and training, the caravan had the temperament of an elite. This is the most difficult time in my many years of doing business. These wild beasts, why are they attacking so frequently? After this trip, I will retire. No matter what, we need to re-evaluate the risk of this trade route. The main reason is because these mountains are uninhabited. Without a village to guard and clean up, these wild beasts are growing without restraint. Some sighed, some were disheartened, and some still had hope. But bad luck seemed to be entangled with this caravan. In the following journey, not only were there attacks from all kinds of beasts, there were also many insects and wild goo worms. The caravan's numbers dwindled. People no longer cared about profits and losses. They started to feel the pressure of life and death. Many goods were voluntarily abandoned in pursuit of speed. The sunset filled the sky, and the setting sun was like blood. The caravan passed through the forest. Everyone was silent, their expressions were tired and numb, and their morale was low. Many of them were wrapped in bandages and had injuries of varying severity. On the bumpy mountain path, they moved forward step by step. It had rained yesterday, and the mountain path was muddy and slippery. A handcart loaded with goods had its right wheel stuck in the mud. The ostrich pulling the cart raised its neck and neighed. It tried its best to move, but it could not move. At this time, 2 hands were placed on the back of the cart, and with a strong lift, the wheel was lifted out of the mud. The one who did it was Fong Yuan. He clapped his hands casually. The goods that weighed thousands of kilograms were not heavy in his hands. However, even though the cart was out of the mud, the wheel was stuck and could not move. Bai Ningbing bent down and inspected the cart's wheel. After being in the caravan for so long, she had learned many things to disguise her identity, and had completely assimilated into the caravan. What is this? She stretched out her hand and touched the cart's axle, her eyes flashing with suspicion. There seemed to be something hidden at the grinding point of the cart's axle. As the wheels moved forward, it was continuously ground into black powder. This fine powder fell to the ground and could not be seen clearly. Bai Ningbing touched it with her hand. Her hand was covered in this fine powder, and when she rubbed it, the powder turned into a layer of grease. Oh, this is the oil powder I added to the wheel. It can lubricate it and make the cart move more smoothly. Fong Yuan walked over and took out a cotton handkerchief. He grabbed Bai Ningbing's hand and wiped it clean. Then, he squatted down and touched it with his hand. The wheel could move again. Let's go. He wiped off the oil powder in his hand and patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder with a smile. The two continued forward. Bai Ningbing walked slower and slower. The doubts in her heart rose, forming a thick and undispellable fog. She felt that something was wrong. When did Fong Yuan make this oil powder? Why didn't I know? Was it at the beginning, or at Mount Huang or Howling Moon Mountain? Strange, he had never cared about the caravan. He did not even frown when the caravan suffered so many losses. How could he be so meticulous and even notice a small problem like the cart's lubrication? Strange, strange. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a lightning-fast thought flashed through Bai Ningbing's mind. In that instant, her body shook, and her pupils shrank to the size of a needle. A possibility echoed in her mind like a voice in a deep valley. She stopped on the spot, and her heart was filled with shock. After a long time, an ostrich that had been walking past her suddenly cried out. This sound woke her up. Fong Yuan's figure was already far away, and he was about to disappear into the crowd in front of him. This fellow. Bai Ningbing lowered her head. Under the shadow of the straw hat, her blue eyes shone with a cold light. The sun had completely set, and the stars gradually appeared in the night sky. The caravan stopped at a river bank and decided to camp here for the night. However, just as they were halfway through setting up the camp, a group of cold jade owlcats appeared near the camp. There's a herd of owlcats. Stop your work immediately and form a defensive formation. These damned beasts, I only had one bite of my dinner, the people cursed as they ran around. Benefiting from the previous ordeal and training, the caravan quickly formed 3 tight defensive lines. The cold jade owlcat had the body of a leopard, and was extremely agile. Its face was like an owl's. A pair of huge eyes took up almost half of its face, and shone with an eerie green light in the darkness. The owlcat king screeched in pain, and the owlcats swarmed towards the camp like a tide. Kill! The Gu masters at the front line shouted. At once, multicolored lights flashed, flames burned, rocks flew, lightning flashed, countless owlcats fell in the attack, but more and more came forward. Oh heavens, this is a large group of cold jade owlcats. Someone shouted. Ah, save me! Somewhere in the defensive line could not hold on any longer, a Gu master was pounced on by 3 owlcats. His screams stopped, and blood splattered. Quick, block that gap. 2 Gu masters were sent as reinforcements. But it was useless, the gap was getting bigger, and the entire defensive line was affected. Retreat, retreat! Without a choice, everyone retreated to the second defensive line. In the intense battle, the situation fell into a deadlock. Link the handcart and the carriages together, and stack the goods together to form a tall wall. After the second defensive line, the third defensive line was being built urgently. Large numbers of servants were moving the goods, and were sweating profusely, no one could slack off. Fong Yuan carried a huge wooden box, and Bai Ningbing suddenly walked over and placed her hand on his other side. On the surface, she seemed to be helping Fong Yuan, but in fact, she moved closer to Fong Yuan's ear and gritted her teeth. You lured this group of cold jade owlcats here, right? Fong Yuan seemed to be shocked. Why do you say that? Stop pretending. Those powders are very strange, I don't believe a person like you would be so kind as to consider these minor details. Bai Ningbing suppressed her voice. You finally found out. Fong Yuan did not deny it. Bai Ningbing could not help but grind her teeth. So the frequent attacks on the caravan were all because of Fong Yuan's contributions. The 2 carried a wooden box, moving slowly. The people around them moved back and forth, shouting and shouting, all of their attention was focused on this ambush. No one paid attention to Fong and Bai's whispers. Why did you do this? After a while of silence, Bai Ningbing asked. He. Fong Yuan laughed, guess. Chapter 251. Bai Ningbing resisted this impulse and squinted her eyes. She was after all intelligent and thought of some things. What does Shang Xinci have that is worth you putting in so much effort? Previously, she thought Fong Yuan was lusting after Shang Xinci's beauty. But now, she overturned this thought. She understood Fong Yuan, only great benefits would make him go through so much trouble. But after being together for so many days, Bai Ningbing already understood Shang Xinci's background. She was ostracized by Zhang clan and was a mortal with no cultivation aptitude. Shang Xinci was indeed as beautiful as a flower, but this kind of appearance was not a strength on her, but a weakness. This appearance would attract the demonic claws of greed and evil. And she did not have the strength to protect herself. If not for the loyal rank 3 Gu master beside her, she would have been captured long ago and turned into a plaything. What was the value of such a person? Her business talent was nothing compared to Fang Yuan's. Bai Ningbing could not understand. Fang Yuan did not reply to Bai Ningbing. You two over there, move faster, don't dawdle. Not far away, a Gu master pointed at Fang and Bai and shouted. Fang and Bai quickened their pace as Bai Ningbing lowered her voice. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? If someone finds out, these people will not rest until you die. Then did they find out? Fang Yuan countered with a question. The two put down the wooden chest and walked back. To eliminate his suspicions, Fang Yuan sacrificed his goods during the first beast group attack. After several beast group attacks, Zhang clan's goods were the most damaged. Many people sympathized with Shang Xinci, and even Shang Xinci had looked for Fang Yuan and consoled him. But now that Bai Ningbing thought about it, she suddenly realized that although Fang Yuan seemed to have sacrificed a lot of goods, the truly valuable goods were still kept until now. These goods accounted for more than half of the value of the goods, and his losses were not much. His methods were extremely secretive. If she did not discover it by chance, she would still be in the dark. Thinking of this, Bai Ningbing felt indignant. This guy, he even hid it from me. The two of them picked up another box. Fang Yuan seemed to know what Bai Ningbing was thinking. He chuckled. To deceive the enemy, it's best to start by deceiving your own people. Besides, I didn't mean to hide it from you. You have your uses. Oh, what's the use? Bai Ningbing couldn't help but ask. It's a warning. You're the closest person to me. If you found something fishy, then the others should have as well. But, it was a coincidence today that Fang Yuan shook his head. Coincidences also represent certain trends. However, it's about time. Bai Ningbing's eyes lit up. What do you want? In the end, the cold jade owlcats did not manage to reach the third line of defense. The second line of defense stood firm and defeated the invading owlcats. After the battle, the survivors counted the casualties and cleaned up the battlefield. How many times has this horde of beasts attacked? I want to go home. Damn it. My luck this time is too bad. Should we continue forward? Maybe it's a good idea to stay and wait for the other caravans to help us. Everyone's mood was extremely low. Many people complained. They felt that the future was uncertain and did not want to continue forward. Panic, anxiety, fear, and other emotions permeated the entire camp. Leader Jia, why do you arrange for my Chen family to guard the first line of defense every time? What are your intentions? Vice Leader Chen, I've always been fair and just. Your Chen family is the strongest. Now that we're in the same boat, we're helping each other. Capable people do more work. Naturally, we have to take on more responsibilities. The sudden quarrel attracted the attention of many people. Jiao Long and Chen Shuangjin glared at each other. The atmosphere was tense. My Chen family is the strongest? Leader Jia, you're lying through your teeth. We all know how many experts your Jia family has left. Chen Shuangjin sneered. Bullshit. My family's Jia Ping was sacrificed. What about your Chen family? Jiao Long scolded. You two, now is not the time to quarrel. Lin family's vice leader walked over and advised. In the end, Jiao Long and Chen Shuangjin parted on bad terms. Even Lord Jiao Long and Lord Chen Shuangjin are quarreling. Aren't Jia family and Chen Shuangjin very close? Sigh, at this juncture, everyone is in danger. They're all thinking about how to preserve their family's strength. No matter how good the relationship is, it's useless. According to the latest news, the two young masters of Jia family are quarreling. Chen family seems to have completely sided with Jia Gui. So that's it. Lord Jia Long is Jia Fu's subordinate. No wonder he doesn't have a good attitude towards Chen family. A few Gu masters conversed softly. Fang Yuan's heart moved. Several days later, the caravan, whose morale was low, advanced to Xiangya Mountain. Xiangya Mountain towered into the clouds, with large numbers of elephants resting there. The climate here was unique. From the foot of the mountain to the waist of the mountain, it was hot and humid, filled with rainforests. From the waist of the mountain to the peak, pure white snow covered the area, dry and cold, with cedar trees. Everyone was very careful. What made them happy was that in the few days they had been in Xiangya Mountain, they had not been attacked by any beast groups. Is my good luck finally here? Extreme sorrow brings bliss, it's about time. What a pity, almost all the goods were lost. We'll have to pay a lot of money this time. Humph, be content. It's good enough that we managed to keep our lives. After Xiangya Mountain, Mubei Mountain and Shuangjiang Mountain, we will reach Zhao Village. Once we get there, I'll sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Everyone talked at once, looking towards the future. Their morale rose slightly. It's snowing. One person raised his head and saw specks of white falling from the sky. Nonsense, this is the foot of Xiangya Mountain, how can it be snowing? Someone did not believe it, but when he raised his head, his expression froze. It's really snowing, damn it, this is not snow, it's feathers. Someone suddenly shouted. Many Gu masters in the caravan heard this and shuddered. White feathers, could it be, white feather flying elephant? Right at this time, a strong wind blew and white feathers flew, like a snowstorm. Hundreds of elephants trumpeted and flew down from the sky, charging towards the caravan on the ground. Damn it, it really is the white feather flying elephant. How did we provoke them? They should be living at the waist of the mountain. Get into formation, quickly get into formation and face the enemy. But it was too late. The elephant group charged down and everywhere they went, people and horses were thrown off their feet. These white feather flying elephants had white feathers all over their bodies. 2 curved elephant tusks were 10 feet long, thick and sharp. The huge impact made them invincible. The advancing caravan was caught unprepared. Just one attack from the elephant group took away the lives of over 100 people. Many servants were trampled into meat paste, carriages were pierced by the elephant tusks, and 3 black-skin fat beetles died in an instant. Winged snakes and ostriches scurried everywhere, causing a stampede. For a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. Gu masters, all Gu masters, gather towards me. Jia Long shouted from the crowd. But he had just gathered over 10 people when the elephant group charged down again, scattering the Gu masters. The elephant group flew into the sky and started to prepare for the third attack. Sigh. Jia Long heaved a long sigh, knowing there was little hope of a counterattack. He could only shout, "Everyone escape, escape to the surrounding rainforest." Needless to say, many people had already charged into the rainforest. But the white feather flying elephant's charge was extremely strong, and as they charged into the rainforest, the trees were instantly broken and countless people were trampled by the elephants. These flying elephants looked holy and elegant, but their nature was extremely bloodthirsty. Ong! A flying elephant aimed at Shang Xinci and the others, charging down like a meteor. Miss, run! I will lure it away. At the crucial moment, Zhang Zhu stepped forward and shot out a red light, hitting the flying elephant. The flying elephant was furious, turning around and aiming at Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu was a healing Gu master, his attack and defense were not strong, and he fled in a sorry state in the rainforest. The flying elephant charged, bringing with it a loud whistling sound. Zhang Zhu sprinted and threw himself forward in time. The flying elephant heavily crashed into his back, breaking several trees and scattering white feathers all over the ground. So close! Zhang Zhu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and just as he got up, his vision turned black. Bam! A thick tree trunk was swung by the white feather flying elephant's trunk, and it crashed into Zhang Zhu's body. At the moment of life and death, Zhang Zhu activated his defensive goo, and his whole body was covered in a layer of golden light. Puff! The golden light dispersed, and he vomited a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying far away. He saw stars and felt dizzy. He fell on the ground, unable to move. He could vaguely hear the sound of the elephant's feet, and it was getting louder and louder. His spine felt a chill, and his rich battle experience told him his life was in danger. He did not have time to think, and immediately rolled on the ground. By a hair's breadth, the white feather flying elephant missed him. Bam! With a loud sound, the white feather flying elephant fiercely crashed into the mountain wall, and its two tusks were deeply embedded into the mountain rocks. The flying elephant howled loudly, and shook its head with all its might while retreating with its four legs. Zhang Zhu's blurry vision finally became clear, and he stood up shakily. Seeing this clear scene, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. If he had been slightly slower, he would have been smashed into pieces. He checked his aperture, and there was still 50% of his primeval essence left. The defensive goo was in a weakened state, and was on the verge of destruction. I need to quickly return to Mrs. side. He was extremely anxious. As a goo master, he was in such danger. Miss and Xiao Dai were both mortals, and their lives were hanging by a thread. That white feather flying elephant was still pulling out its tusks, and Zhang Zhu turned around and ran, chasing towards the location in his memory. When he reached the location, Shang Xinci had already disappeared. Zhang Zhu was hesitating on which direction to go, when a goo master ran over with 3 white feather flying elephants chasing after him. "Save me!" he shouted. "Damn it!" Zhang Zhu cursed. He recognized this person as a young goo master from Qin tribe, called Qin Xian. Zhang Zhu was worried about Mrs. safety, and could not care about saving Qin Xian, and immediately ran. Chapter 252. Zhang Zhu cursed loudly, but was still dragged into it in the end. After a thrilling chase of life and death, the two managed to shake off a flying elephant. Finally, they reached a cliff and were blocked by 2 flying elephants. The ground shook as the flying elephant charged over. "Lad, split up and run!" Zhang Zhu shouted, pouncing towards the left. "Oh my God!" Qin Xian shouted, but before he could move, the flying elephant charged over, smashing a huge hole in the cliff and stabbing its tusks into the mountain rocks. The 2 flying elephants were temporarily restrained. "Heaven is protecting me, I am not fated to die." Zhang Zhu fiercely gasped for breath, lying limply on the ground. The cliff was shaking, and the 2 flying elephants were roaring furiously. They continuously shook their heads, causing rock fragments to fly everywhere, and the hole where the tusks were stabbed continued to expand. Zhang Zhu was shocked, knowing these 2 flying elephants would soon escape. He quickly propped up his body and tried to get up. He had just stood up when suddenly the sound of wind came, causing his body to shake. Swoosh! A white bone spear with spiral patterns pierced through his back to his chest, then the spear tip was firmly nailed to the ground. Fresh blood flowed down the bone spear, dripping onto the ground. Zhang Zhu's movements turned sluggish, his mouth slightly opened, and fresh blood immediately flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He slowly lowered his head, seeing this fatal spiral bone spear. At first, he thought it was the white feather flying snow's tusks, but soon, he realized this was a goo master's attack. Who is it? He wanted to turn his head and see the culprit behind his back. But the next second, swoosh, another bone spear shot out. This spear directly pierced through the back of his head, and then came out from his mouth, the spear tip firmly fixed on the ground. Zhang Zhu was firmly fixed, his eyes widening in vain, but his pupils had shrunk to a point. He was dead. He died with everlasting regret. In a hidden corner, Fang Yuan watched from afar. These days, he had already thoroughly understood Zhang Zhu's background. This Zhang Zhu was his obstacle, he had to be eliminated. The two white bone spears gradually disintegrated, turning into specks of white light and dissipating in the air. Without support, Zhang Zhu fell to the ground. A white feather flying elephant pulled out its teeth and rushed towards Zhang Zhu's corpse, stomping on it. She stomped them into meat paste and crushed their bones. The white feathers scattered, and the flying elephant rose from the ground and flew into the air again. Seeing this, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze. Zhang Zhu was already dead. The flying elephant crushed the body, saving Fang Yuan the work of cleaning up the crime scene. He quietly retreated. Not long after he left, the other white-feathered flying elephant also flew away. Its tusks pierced through the mountain wall, leaving 2 bowl-sized holes. A large part of the mountain wall caved in, and rubble was scattered all around. Suddenly, the pile of rubble trembled and a head popped out. "Oh my God, you scared me to death." Thankfully, I had the berry earth goo and escaped from this calamity. Chen Xian crawled out of the ground, breathing roughly as he broke out in cold sweat, feeling lingering fear. This burial goo could allow a goo master to go underground and hide temporarily. The disadvantage was that once it was used, the goo master could only be buried in one place and could not move. Moreover, when activating it, the goo master needed to continuously use a large amount of primeval essence. Chen Xian was chased all along, and only at the last moment did he have the time to use it. The situation is getting more and more chaotic. A goo master actually tried to assassinate Zhang Zhu. Looking at Zhang Zhu's corpse, which had already been stomped into meat paste, Chen Xian swallowed his saliva and fled in panic. The elephant group wreaked havoc for over 2 hours before leaving. Shang Xian Ci and Xiao Dai supported each other as they walked out of the rainforest. Their bodies were covered in mud, looking battered and exhausted. Xiao Dai's face was even greenish-purple, evidently she had bumped into something while running. "Missy!" She was scared out of her wits. Death was so close to her that her body trembled as she walked. Shang Xian Ci patted her hand, trying to comfort her. But in truth, her face was also deathly pale. Along the way, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed freely. Broken wheels, dead ostriches, black-skinned fat beetles and winged snakes' corpses were strewn across the merchant road. As the survivors gradually gathered together, the sounds of moaning, wailing, and sobbing became one. As the leader of the caravan, Jia Long's face was ashen. The casualties this time were too severe. The entire caravan had suffered severe losses, less than 1/10 of them were completely crippled. After gathering the caravan, there were only over 100 people left. Most of them were goo masters, while a small portion were mortals. The strongest Jia clan and Qin clan had suffered great losses, not to mention the other caravans. Lin clan only had 3 goo masters left, and some unfortunate clan caravans had even died. The rainforest was also dangerous. Many people did not die from the stampede of the white feather-flying elephants, but were instead greeted by the ferocious beasts and poisonous insects in the rainforest. "Bai Yun, it is great to see you. Earlier in the rainforest, thank you for luring away a white feather-flying elephant for us." In the crowd, Shang Xian Ci found Bai Ningbing and took the initiative to thank her. Fang Yuan was not at ease with Bai Ningbing and was worried she was colluding with Zhang Zhu, thus he personally went to kill Zhang Zhu. And Bai Ningbing was in charge of secretly following Shang Xian Ci and protecting her life. "This is nothing, I have always been repaying kindness. Lady Zhang, the one who saved you was not me, but your past good deeds," Bai Ningbing said. She was usually reticent, almost never speaking. If she spoke, she would purposely change her tone and lower her voice. Right now, she no longer concealed herself and spoke with a normal tone. Her tone was cold and her voice was clear, clearly a female's voice, causing Shang Xian Ci and the servant girl to show a strange expression. "Right, Bai Yun, have you seen Uncle Zhang Zhu?" Shang Xian Ci asked with an anxious expression, I have searched everywhere but have not found him. By Ningbing's side in her heart, Fang Yuan had already returned. She knew Zhang Zhu was definitely dead. Lady, don't worry, Zhang Zhu is a Gu master with extraordinary skills. He might even be on the way back. She consoled. I hope so. Shang Xinc's brows were tightly furrowed, the uneasiness in her heart increasing. On the other side, Leader Jia Long stood at a high place and shouted, "Everyone listen, the smell of blood here will soon attract other beast groups. We need to evacuate quickly. Everyone move quickly, bring as many goods as you can carry. Those that cannot be moved, you have to abandon them. We need to leave this place in 15 minutes." The danger was not over yet, everyone could only forcefully raise their spirits, suppressing the pain in their hearts as they busied themselves. Save me, someone save me. My blood is still flowing. Bring me along, I only lost a leg, I can still walk. I beg you, I will give you Yuan Stone as a reward. 2, 3. Even 4 will do. The servants who were severely injured and couldn't move all let out pleading sounds. Very few people received help, these crippled people could not bring in manpower, instead they were burdens. Many people were heartlessly abandoned. Seeing the caravan leaving, many people went crazy and started cursing loudly. Some people crawled on the ground, trying to catch up to the caravan. Save me, Lady Zhang, you are the kindest and kindest. Lady Zhang, please have mercy. Shang Xinc's footsteps were hesitant, her lips were trembling, her face was pale and her gaze was flustered. The mountain wind blew her green dress, her hair was disheveled, she was as weak as a grass in a storm. Lady Zhang, let's go. Now is not the time for you to be kind. Fang Yuan walked to her side, held her arm, and forcefully pulled her forward. Xiao Dai, who usually chattered like a sparrow, was now silent, her legs trembling as she hurried along. Believe me, everything will be fine. Fang Yuan's tone was gentle. Shang Xinci covered her chest, constantly breathing deeply. As if the air was thin, making it hard for her to breathe. At first, she only breathed through her nose, but gradually, she opened her mouth, taking in large gulps of air. Her footsteps became more and more unsteady, her limbs became weaker, if not for Fang Yuan supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground. The smell of blood assaulted her nose, her whole body was soaked in sweat, the mountain wind blew, making her shiver. After this shiver, Shang Xinc's breathing gradually calmed down. After another 10 steps, she no longer breathed heavily. After 30 steps, she closed her mouth, her breathing was no longer heavy. After 50 steps, her footsteps became strong again, no longer needing Fang Yuan's support. The mountain road extended upwards, she walked up a slope, a gust of mountain wind blew, completely messing up her hair. She stretched out her hand, tidying it up as she walked. When she tidied up her hair, the confusion, fear, and worry in her eyes disappeared, only leaving behind a determined look. Thank you, she said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, letting go of her hand. Standing on the slope, she slowly stopped and looked behind her. Do you know? This is the most difficult road I've walked since I was born. She sighed, her face was still pale, her voice extremely soft. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile, this was Shang Xinci. As expected of someone famous in the southern border. Even Bai Ningbing could not help but look at Shang Xinci in a different light. For a mortal girl, to be able to adjust so quickly after encountering such a tragedy, it was not easy. On this road, there were incessant sounds of begging and crying, these sounds were nothing to Fang and Bai, but to Shang Xinci, it was the greatest torture and interrogation. Especially when Zhang Zhu was missing, her greatest support had disappeared, Shang Xinci could bravely face all of this, it was truly praiseworthy. This road was an ordinary mountain road, but it was also a difficult and anxious mental road. Shang Xinci gritted her teeth, did not collapse, and walked forward with determination. As if in an instant, she had matured. Fong Yuan chuckled, looking at Shang Xinci with a profound gaze. Miss Shang, you have a kind heart, why don't you go and save those people who have been abandoned? These words were met with an angry glare from Xiao Dai. Shang Xinci smiled bitterly. If I could save them, I would definitely do it. Unfortunately, even if I tried my best, I would not be able to save them. He he he. Fong Yuan laughed. This is what I admire about you the most. Irrational kindness is a crime. Although you are immortal, you make me admire you. Miss Zhang, on the road of life, there are many trials and tribulations. Sometimes the road is very muddy. As long as you do your best, you can feel at ease. Shang Xinci looked at Fong Yuan, her beautiful eyes flashing. She had already faintly guessed that Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing were not mortals. Fong Yuan's words just now confirmed this point. In her mind, she had unintentionally given some help to Fong and Bai. These could only be considered small favors, but she had won the recognition and appreciation of Fong and Bai. After that, Fong and Bai had repaid her several times. First, Fei Ho Mountain helped her, then they helped her earn money, and just now they saved her life. She was a weak girl who had been exiled by her family, and most of her goods had been lost. What was there for them to covet? Nothing. Under such circumstances, they still stood by her side. Just this action alone showed that although they were mysterious, their characters were pure and upright, and their hearts hid the truth, kindness, and beauty. It was his good fortune to run into them. Thinking of this, Shang Xinci's heart could not help but ripple. She stared deeply at Fong Yuan and sincerely said, "Thank you." Although it was only 2 words, it revealed the deep gratitude in her heart. Bai Ningbing could not help but roll her eyes. If Shang Xinci knew that almost all the disasters were single-handedly directed by Fong Yuan, what kind of attitude would she have then? Chapter 253. The casualty count is out. We have 137 people left, 78 Gu Masters and 59 mortals. A vice leader reported in front of everyone. At this moment, in this tattered tent, the surviving leaders of the caravan were gathered together, discussing their way out. The atmosphere was heavy and stifling. The caravan leader Jia Long frowned deeply, his brows almost forming a knot when he heard this. A large caravan of over 1,000 people, to think that there were only so few people left. 78 Gu Masters sounded like a lot, but there were only 12 rank 3 Gu Masters here. There were 28 rank 2 Gu Masters, and the remaining 38 were rank 1 Gu Masters. In this number, one had to exclude the injured. In fact, those who still had battle strength left were less than half. Mortal lives were cheap, they could be abandoned as servants, but Gu Masters were different. Every Gu Master was a precious treasure of the clan, they could not be abandoned. Jia Long knew that these injured Gu Masters were a huge burden to the caravan. In order to maintain their lives and heal their injuries, the caravan's already crumbling logistics would definitely worsen. But Jia Long did not dare to abandon them. Once he did, the morale would completely collapse, the Gu Masters would be in danger, and the entire caravan would collapse. Their final outcome would be to be devoured by beast groups. At this moment, the vice leader changed the topic. The only thing worth rejoicing over is that the caravan still has a lot of goods left. If we evenly distribute those ownerless goods, we will have a large amount of yuan stone, it can make up for our losses. In the disaster earlier, many people died, but the goods were not damaged. If they were evenly distributed, the survivors would instead benefit from it. Hearing this, the eyes of almost everyone in the tent lit up. Merchants pursued profits, even if they were in danger, this did not change their nature. Everyone looked at each other for a while, before Vice Leader Chen Shuangjin coughed, evenly distributing, I feel it is not appropriate. In the battle earlier, my Chen clan sacrificed the most, we also killed the most white feather flying elephants. I want at least 30% of these ownerless goods. 30%? How can that be? Your Chen clan sacrificed a lot. My Yuchi clan sacrificed a rank 2 peak stage young genius. No matter what, our Ji clan wants at least 20%. Everyone started to argue, gradually starting to argue. In front of benefits, there was no one who wouldn't be envious. Shang Xinci was the only one who remained silent among them. Powerful teams would want more. The weaker party insisted on an equal distribution. The quarrel grew louder and louder. It spread out of the tent and attracted countless inquisitive gazes. Shang Xinci suddenly stood up. The tent suddenly fell silent. Everyone. Shang Xinci's beautiful eyes swept around. The most important thing now is not these goods, but how to survive. Perhaps the horde of beasts would arrive in the next moment. We are already grasshoppers on the same rope, chained together by fate. However, the strength of each of us is limited. Only by working together can we have a chance of survival. She paused for a moment. I propose that we first contribute our goods and take out the items that are helpful to us. Here, on behalf of the Zhang clan, I will set an example. I am willing to give up all the goods in my hands for free. What? Free contribution? For a moment, many people were stunned. Chen Shuangjin, Jia Long, and the others' faces also changed. I'm tired. I hope that everyone can discuss an effective method as soon as possible. Goodbye. Shang Xinci nodded and turned to open the curtain. She walked less than 5 steps out of the tent when an even louder sound erupted. Now with the addition of the Zhang clan's goods, the benefits were even greater, making people even crazier. Shang Xinci slowed down her steps, clenched her fists, and sighed deeply. She was also a businesswoman. Naturally, she pursued profits. The so-called voluntary contribution just now was of course not from her heart. It was just that the current situation forced her. She was like a baby carrying a large sum of money. Walking beside an adult, she had to protect herself. Returning to her own tent, Xiao Dai's eyes were red. She was curled up in a corner, crying. She and Shang Xinci had lived together since they were young. The shock that the white feather-flying elephant brought to her was only now bursting out. Xiao Dai. Shang Xinci sighed inwardly and sat beside her to comfort her. Miss, I'm scared. Woo-woo. Lord Zhangzhu still hasn't come back. It can't be, it can't be. Xiao Dai plunged into Shang Xinci's arms, crying bitterly. Shang Xinci patted her back and comforted her, but Xiao Dai still cried. Xiao Dai, Uncle Zhangzhu may never come back. Shang Xinci said in a low voice. When she said this, she clearly felt Xiao Dai's body tremble in her arms. Miss, it can't be, it can't be. Xiao Dai looked up, her eyes red, and kept shaking her head. Accept this fact, Xiao Dai. Shang Xinci suddenly shouted, we can only rely on ourselves now. Don't cry, you can't cry. Crying won't solve any problems. Rely on ourselves. But we are all mortals. If it wasn't for Lord Zhangzhu, we wouldn't have been able to complete this journey. Xiao Dai's eyes were brimming with tears, her mood very low. That's right. If it wasn't for Uncle Zhangzhu, those people wouldn't have let me become one of the vice leaders. Xiao Dai, you're right. We are mortals. But mortals also have mortal strength. Shang Xinci's eyes flashed with a resolute light. She stared at Xiao Dai with a burning gaze. She grabbed Xiao Dai's arm and shook it. Xiao Dai, do you believe me? Xiao Dai looked at Shang Xinci in front of her and felt an inexplicable power. This power came from Shang Xinci and then spread to her body, infecting her heart, making her feel as if she was being illuminated by light. Miss. Xiao Dai's eyes flashed. She had never seen her miss like this. At this moment, she felt that her miss was unprecedentedly bright and beautiful. I believe you. She softly but firmly replied. Very good, Xiao Dai. Listen carefully, we're in danger. Sometimes people are more terrifying than beasts. Let's take all our savings and go find Hei Tu and Bai Yun together. Yes, miss, I'll listen to you. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. In the tent, Fong Yuan and Shang Xinci sat facing each other. Fong Yuan looked at the beauty in front of him with a playful expression. You just said that you have already given away our goods for free? Given them to those greedy hyenas? That's right, Shang Xinci admitted frankly. Fong Yuan's lips curled up, his gaze filled with admiration towards Shang Xinci. She was truly a smart person, she knew when to give up and when to give up, she had courage. With Zhang Zhu dead, Shang Xinci was only a mortal. Even though she represented Zhang tribe, her status was not equal to the other vice leaders. It was simply too easy for these Gu masters to take Shang Xinci's goods. They could kill Shang Xinci and push the blame to the beast groups. At that time, no one could say anything. Zhang tribe would also not investigate a huge scale for a mere Shang Xinci. Thus, to Shang Xinci, these goods in her hands were extremely troublesome and could bring her calamity. Thus, she wisely gave up on this calamity and threw it to others, trying to ensure her own safety. But she also deeply understood that this safety was not reliable. Thus, she came here. I am here to apologize to you, Hei Tu, I am very sorry. Shang Xinci bowed towards Fong Yuan, you borrowed these goods, logically speaking, these goods should be yours. I have overstepped my boundaries this time, I was extremely rash and rude. To express my apologies, please accept these. Shang Xinci brought 2 wooden chests this time. Without opening them, Fong Yuan knew that these chests were filled with yuan stone. A large portion was earned by himself, he gave the other party a 50-50 split. Fong Yuan could not help but look at Shang Xinci. The two's gazes met in midair, gradually forming a tacit understanding. Both of them were smart people, many words did not need to be said. In Shang Xinci's understanding, Fong Yuan was purposely hiding his identity, it was very likely that he was a Gu master. According to his various actions during their interactions, Shang Xinci felt that Fong Yuan was a very reliable person. If there was anyone who could help her, Fong Yuan was undoubtedly the best choice. Because Shang Xinci trusted Fong Yuan very much. However, Shang Xinci also had her misgivings. Firstly, she did not know Fong Yuan's true strength, there was a huge difference between rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3. Secondly, Fong Yuan definitely had his reasons for hiding his identity, he might not necessarily reveal his identity to help her. Without getting Fong Yuan's promise, Shang Xinci donated the goods. After ensuring her safety, she brought all her savings to find Fong Yuan. She said that she was here to apologize, but in truth, she was implicitly inviting Fong Yuan, hoping for his help. She knew that Fong Yuan was the same type of person as her, this was a tacit understanding between smart people. The two looked at each other for a long time, Fong Yuan smiled and broke the silence, these yuan stone, please take them back. Shang Xinci's expression changed slightly, her heart sinking. In her understanding, Fong Yuan rejecting these yuan stone was no doubt refusing to help her. But what could she do about this? Speaking of which, Fong Yuan had already repaid her a lot. There were very few people in the world who could do this. Shang Xinci could not ask for anything. But if Hei Tu did not help her, who else could it be? Bai Yun? No, the two of them had a close relationship, they would naturally help each other. Shang Xinci could not think of anyone else, a bitter smile appeared on her beautiful face, I understand. But these yuan stone, just take it as me giving Hei Tu a gift. A man's wealth is his own ruin, if you don't accept it, I'm afraid I will have to give it away. Fong Yuan laughed, Miss Zhang, I think your understanding is a little wrong. When we first joined the caravan, Bai Yun and I were seriously injured, our lives hanging by a thread. Our strength was at its lowest, but we were coveted by some strong slaves. Humph, when a tiger leaves its mountain, it will be bullied by dogs. It was you who protected us and gave us the opportunity to recuperate. It is not an exaggeration to say that this kindness is a life-saving grace. And I am a person who will repay kindness and take revenge for enmity. Although you are immortal, I approve of you, and even admire you. It is fate that we met in this vast sea of people. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. Let alone a life-saving grace. Take you on stone back, I will do my best to protect you. Ah! Shang Xinci heard this and could not help but exclaim softly. Her eyelashes trembled, her eyes reddened, and soon became misty. Chapter 254. How could the icing on the cake compare to providing timely help? Strong winds know the strength of the grass, a swaying board shows a person's heart. Fang Yuan saw Shang Xinci's expression, but he was not pleased. What came next was the main point. He continued, but there is one thing I need to tell you. Sir, please speak. Shang Xinci stretched out her jade-like fingers and wiped the corner of her eyes, calming her mind. Bai Yun and I are demonic path members. Fang Yuan said. Shang Xinci nodded without any surprise. She had already expected this. Before this, Zhang Zhu had also guessed this and told her to be on guard against Fang and Bai. Therefore, Shang Xinci was mentally prepared and naturally accepted this fact. She did not have cultivation aptitude and was born as an illegitimate child. Her different life experiences made her mature early and had a deep understanding of this world's essence. Moreover, she did not have a good choice right now. Fang Yuan's voice turned cold. Demonic path members have always been vicious and merciless. Bai Yun and I are no exception, we both have murder cases on our hands. Shang Xinci subconsciously pursed her lips. You need to believe me, only then will I be able to help you. But don't worry, when I feel I have repaid your kindness, I will leave quietly. I won't let you have any connection with demonic path members. But before that, we will appear with the identity of Zhang Clan's Gu Masters. I hope Lady Zhang can fulfill this identity for us. Fang Yuan lightly said. Shang Xinci's eyes revealed a trace of determination. Sir He Tu, please call me Xinci. Sir may be a demonic path member, but you are an honest person with principles. Xinci is not pedantic, the righteous path has many hypocritical and filthy people. Being able to obtain Sir's protection is Xinci's fortune. He. Fang Yuan laughed and looked at Shang Xinci with deep meaning. I hope you don't regret it in the future. Du Xinci was about to speak when a voice came from outside the tent. Is Zhang Xinci in this tent? An arrogant male voice that was not old could be heard. Lord Gu Master, please wait. My lady is discussing important matters inside. Xiao Dai stopped him. Something important? Your Zhang clan's goods have already been donated. What's there to discuss? The newcomer sneered. Lord Gu Master, ah! Xiao Dai suddenly screamed, followed by the sound of her being kicked to the ground. Get lost, you lowly maid, you dare to block my Fei's path. Shang Xinci's beautiful eyes flashed with panic and worry. Just as she was about to get up and leave, Fang Yuan stopped her. The curtains were suddenly pulled open, and a sinister-looking young Gu master appeared in front of the two. Zhang Xinci. The young Gu master's gaze immediately landed on Shang Xinci, not concealing his desire and greed. You sure made me look for you for a long time. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he raised his head. With an imposing manner of controlling the situation, he examined Shang Xinci's entire body. Shang Xinci was dressed in a green robe and looked like a delicate lotus. Such a beautiful figure had long been engraved into the hearts of many people in the caravan. He, Fei, yearned for her day and night. He tried to pursue her several times, but was rejected by Shang Xinci. He had wanted to use force, but because of Zhang Zhu's existence, he could only endure. Now that Zhang family's only Gu master Zhang Zhu was dead, Shang Xinci was just a mortal. Such a beautiful woman, Fei had long coveted her, and now he finally had such a good opportunity. Fei's gaze was filled with desire and aggression, making Shang Xinci's heart tighten, and even more sorrow arose in her heart. She had taken the initiative to abandon the goods, but she still could not obtain safety. Her appearance had become a source of disaster. These righteous Gu masters usually appeared sanctimonious, but at this moment, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. Shang Xinci was clear that this Fei was the one who could not wait any longer. Behind him, there were many other pairs of wolf eyes. I wonder why Lord Fei is here. Shang Xinci stood up, bowed and asked. Ha ha ha. Fei raised his head and laughed. I am here to help you, Xinci. Little sweetheart, your family's Gu master has not returned, he must be dead. You are just a weak girl, only by relying on me can you safely survive. Little pitiful girl, you don't need to thank me, this young master is just this kind, come with me. Saying so, he moved forward to pull her away. Shang Xinci's complexion was pale, but she was a young girl after all, so she could not help but take a step back. This delicate and pitiful appearance made Fei's heart burn with lust. Miss, you can't go with him. Xiao Dai ran in and stretched out her arms, blocking in front of Fei. Fei was furious, and with a slap, he slapped Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai immediately fell to the ground. Her cheeks instantly turned red and swollen. She felt dizzy from the slap, and her ears were ringing. Xiao Dai. Shang Xinci quickly squatted down and helped her up. Miss, leave quickly, even if I die, I will never let you take Miss away. Xiao Dai struggled to stand up, and fiercely stared at Fei. Her gaze was filled with fear, anger, and determination. Lowly servant, if you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Fei flew into a rage out of humiliation. He raised his hand and was about to strike down. Suddenly, a large hand stretched out from the void and fiercely grabbed his arm. Who is it? Fei was startled, and when he took a closer look, he saw an ugly man dressed like a servant, grabbing his arm. How audacious of you! Fei's face twisted, full of anger. He wanted to retract his arm, but Fang Yuan's hand was like an iron clamp, unexpectedly not moving an inch. Dog servant, you still won't let go? Fei was extremely angry, his killing intent rose, and he was about to mobilize his true yuan. Fang Yuan suddenly smiled. His face was full of burn marks, and he was also missing an ear. At this moment, he was sneering, revealing a gloomy and terrifying aura. Fei's heart suddenly palpitated. Fang Yuan had already let go. Then he lifted his leg and ruthlessly kicked Fei's stomach. Bang! Fei only felt a huge force coming at him, and he was unable to resist it. An intense pain came, and his whole body flew out like a broken sack, breaking out of the tent and landing on the ground, at least 2 or 3 feet away. This movement was a bit big, and a person suddenly shot out from the tent. The people around the tent all stopped to watch. Even the curtains were torn apart. Through this big hole, Shang Xinci and Bo Dai saw Fei lying on the ground, not moving at all. The 2 girls were dumbfounded. Merchants always paid attention to amicability, and even when they were wronged, they still had to show a smiling face. Shang Xinci's background was not good, and she had long learned to endure, and was used to living with her head lowered. Although there was once rank 3 Zhang Zhu, he was a healing Gu master, and could not do anything alone. Many conflicts were resolved gently, like water, or like a warm sun melting snow. And this sudden kick from Fang Yuan was like a shocking thunderclap, like a precipitous cliff, without a trace of gentleness. It was forceful, overbearing, and ostentatious. The intense violence was far beyond the two girls' expectations. Fei lay on the ground, staring blankly for a few breaths of time. Then the intense pain in his abdomen aroused his intense humiliation and resentment. He was kicked, and the person who kicked him was a servant. Scoundrel, you actually dared to kick me. How dare you kick me? You lowly mortal, you are dead meat. I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. Fei let out an angry roar, standing up from the ground. His face was flushed with anger, he gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with anger, like a wild beast that was about to devour someone. Die! He took a step forward, crazily rushing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a steady step forward, raising his head and chest, blocking the two girls. Fei got closer, and suddenly jumped up to 6 feet from the ground, before diving down towards Fang Yuan. I will smash you into a meat patty! He shouted, stretching out his two palms. Under the effect of the goo worm, his palms suddenly expanded by more than 3 times, bringing with it a fierce sound of wind and a fierce force, fiercely slamming towards Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan was really a mortal, receiving this attack, he would definitely have his bones broken and flesh torn by Fei's 2 palms, dying on the spot. However, he was not a mortal. Not only was he not a mortal, he was also a rank 2 upper stage goo master. Not only was he a rank 2 upper stage goo master, but he also had a rank 3 peak stage snow silver primeval essence in his aperture. Ever since advancing to rank 2, Fang Yuan's aperture could hold some snow silver primeval essence. Especially during this period of time when beast groups frequently attacked, Fang Yuan would store some snow silver primeval essence, just in case. Thus, although Fang Yuan was a rank 2 upper stage goo master, his battle strength was absolutely not like this. And this Fei was only a rank 2 initial stage goo master. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, messing up the two girls' hair. Looking at Fei descending from the sky like a god, his 2 palms slamming down with great power, Xiao Dai's face turned deathly pale. Shang Xinc's heart jumped, and she could not help but shout, "Careful!" Fang Yuan sneered, bending his index finger and lightly flicking. Spiral bone spear goo. A spiral bone spear suddenly shot out, rushing towards the sky. What? Fei was shocked, his mind was in chaos, and he quickly dodged. The bone spear pierced through his defense, piercing through his shoulder and getting stuck in his shoulder bone, causing blood to flow out. Intense pain came, and Fei's momentum came to a halt, and he miserably fell to the ground. You are actually a goo master! He screamed, his voice filled with panic and astonishment. Fang Yuan did not pay attention to him, and directly rushed over, clenching his right fist and swinging his arm, smashing towards him. Fei's vision darkened, and he could only see the fist shadow rapidly expanding in front of his eyes. Damn it! He cursed, and quickly activated his goo worm, and subconsciously raised his palms to block in front of him. Bam! The strength of 2 boars and the strength of a crocodile burst out. The enormous strength directly caused Fang Yuan's iron fist to pierce through Fei's palms, shattering his defense, and then ruthlessly smashed into his face. His nose broke in an instant, and his whole face caved in from the punch. He flew out, blood spurting out like crazy. When he fell on the ground like a broken sack, he was already dead. Fuck, murder! A goo master was killed. The spectators were all shocked, some screamed, and some roared. Fang Yuan's whole body was shrouded in a layer of white armor. This was the canopy goo's activation. Without this layer of defense, he could not display his strength to his heart's content. Goo, he is actually a goo master. Xiao Dai's eyes were wide open. Shang Xinci was also shocked, speechless. She looked at Fang Yuan's back, and suddenly thought of what he had just said. Demonic path people have always been vicious and merciless, Bai Yun and I are no exception, moreover we have murder cases on our hands. Chapter 255. Murder, he really killed someone. What happened? What the hell is going on? Oh Fei's corpse was lying on the ground like a dead dog. How could it not attract attention? In a short period of time, the commotion here had already spread to the whole camp. More and more people were gathering here. Many people saw Oh Fei's corpse and could not help but exclaim, then began to inquire about what had happened. For a moment, the crime scene was surrounded by 3 layers of people, whispering and discussing. 2 people suddenly fought. It's amazing, he died in an instant. That person is the murderer. Someone carefully pointed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan crossed his arms and raised his head, standing on the spot with an indifferent expression. He ignored the surrounding people's discussions, as if he did not see them. He is just a servant, how can he kill a Gu master? Naturally, someone was suspicious. Of course he is not a servant, I saw him shoot out a white spear and kill Oh Fei with 1 punch, his strength is amazing. A Gu master who was watching the process said. A white spear? Chen Xian happened to hear this and his heart jumped. He had accidentally witnessed the scene of Fang Yuan killing Zhang Zhu, and the image of Fang Yuan's spiral bone spear was deeply imprinted in his mind. Thus, he was very sensitive to the words, white spear, and immediately linked it to the same thing. What's going on? What the hell happened here? Jia Long's unhappy voice came. It's the leader and deputy leader. The crowd quickly opened up a path. Someone died. Yes, he was killed, isn't this deputy leader O's youngest son? The deputy leader saw this scene and discussed in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a miserable and shrill cry suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. My son! What happened to you? What happened to you? A figure rushed out and ran to Oh Fei's corpse, then suddenly stopped. This person was Oh Yanggong of Oh clan, short and thin with a hooked nose. Oh Fei's whole face collapsed, his brain and blood mixed together and flowed into a big pool. Obviously, his life force was completely extinguished. Oh Yanggong stared at his son's corpse as tears rolled down his cheeks. My son, you died so tragically. Who was it? Who was so deranged as to kill my son? I'm going to tear him to pieces. He fell into a frenzy of rage and roared at the top of his lungs. Everyone's gazes unavoidably landed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered and said slowly, of course I killed him. Are you blind? I've been standing here for a long time. Can't you see me? This answer was too arrogant, and the crowd immediately became restless. Jiao Long and the other leaders couldn't help but frown. Fang Yuan's fearless look made them feel that something was wrong. In particular, Fang Yuan was dressed in the clothes of a house servant, which made it even more difficult for them to see through him. Thus, they all chose to watch from the sidelines. You are the murderer. Oh Yanggong's gaze was like a knife as he stared intently at Fang Yuan. Even though he was furious, he did not make a move. This made Fang Yuan a little surprised. His own son had died in front of him, but this Oh Yanggong actually restrained his killing intent and did not act impulsively. In fact, those who were able to do business outside were all blind. Oh Yanggong had lived for so many years and was used to life and death in the business world. As a clan elder, he was able to stand tall in the Oh clan without falling. However, he did not want to make a move, but Fang Yuan did. To be honest, Oh Fei's appearance made Fang Yuan very happy. He wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, and then make a strong appearance to intimidate the crowd. However, just one Oh Fei was not enough. If he could add this Oh Yanggong in front of him, that would be perfect. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. Old man, you came at the right time. Your son dared to be disrespectful to my family's miss, the anger in my heart has not yet subsided. Your son committed a crime because you didn't discipline him properly. You are the main culprit, hand over your life to me. As he spoke, he took a step forward and in the blink of an eye, he was about to hit Ouyang Gong. Ouyang Gong was so angry that his beard was crooked. What was Fong Yuan saying? What kind of fallacious reasoning and heresy was this? He was clearly the one who killed someone, but he was actually falsely accusing him as the main culprit. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and brazenly counterattacked towards Fong Yuan. With a boom, the two fiercely collided. Following the muffled sound, the air waves surged. Fong Yuan retreated 5 to 6 steps before stopping his retreating momentum. The white light armor on his body flickered weakly a few times before it lit up again. The sky canopy goo in his aperture had already withered. Ouyang Gong was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. In the air, he vomited a mouthful of blood and landed on the ground. He barely managed to stand, but his face was already as white as paper. Who was strong and who was weak, it was clear at a glance. How can this be? This ugly man clearly has the aura of a rank 2 Gu master. Ouyang Gong is at a disadvantage, he is old and weak, his strength is lacking. Instead, that person is playing to his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses. The deputy leaders quickly analyzed the situation. You are courting death. After suffering this loss, Ouyang Gong reacted and became even more furious, wishing he could directly chop Fong Yuan into 8 pieces. Earlier, he had not expected Fong Yuan to take the initiative to attack, and was also not familiar with Fong Yuan's information. In a moment of desperation, he did not have time to think and chose to block the attack. Kid, I will let you know the difference between rank 2 and rank 3. Ouyang Gong roared and pounced towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was not afraid, he raised the sky canopy goo, with a spiral bone spear in one hand and a blood moon goo in the other, and jumping grass under his feet, he fought with Ouyang Gong. Everyone hurriedly retreated, creating a large space. Ouyang Gong was rank 3 initial stage, while Fong Yuan was rank 2 upper stage. With a small realm and a large realm difference, the difference in cultivation could be said to be huge. But Fong Yuan's situation was very special. In his body was the snow-silver primeval essence borrowed from Bai Ningbing, and he mostly used rank 3 goo worms. His overall battle strength was even higher than Ouyang Gong's. In less than 5 rounds, Fong Yuan had the upper hand. This scene caused everyone's faces to turn pale. What is going on? A rank 3 Gu master is actually being suppressed by a rank 2 Gu master. This is too absurd. Everyone could not believe it, and many people were dumbstruck. After another few rounds, Fong Yuan had completely gained the upper hand, firmly suppressing Ouyang Gong. Only a few people saw through the trick. Although this ugly man has a rank 2 aura, his true cultivation is probably higher than this. Right, he definitely has a goo worm that can conceal his aura. We did not discover him when he disguised himself as a servant. This person's heart is sinister and ruthless, every move is aimed at Ouyang Gong's vital points. Ouyang Gong's situation is very bad. Ouyang Gong was complaining incessantly in his heart. He had thought he could win against Fong Yuan, but he had not expected Fong Yuan to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. No wonder he took the initiative to attack him without fear, his cultivation was not weaker than his. This was really too despicable, too shameless. After another few rounds, the battle situation was completely clear, and most people could see Ouyang Gong's terrible situation. Ouyang Gong's defeat is certain, if this goes on, he will be killed. Ouyang Gong was originally inferior to him, and he suffered a huge loss at the start. He will not be able to take revenge for his son's death. This ugly man has great strength and is fierce and ruthless. Where did he come from? I know this person. He is the servant who won against many bandit monkey kings in Fei Ho Mountain. Everyone discussed spiritedly, with worry, curiosity, fear, shock and other emotions. Both of you, please stop. There must be some misunderstanding. Seeing that Ouyang Gong was about to be killed by Fong Yuan, as the caravan leader, Jia Long could not bear it any longer and flew up, wanting to interfere in the battle. Yang Gong was already sweating profusely from Fang Yuan's attacks, his heart was pounding and his face was deathly pale. Hearing Jia Long's words, he was immediately overjoyed, seeing hope. He hurriedly withdrew and went over to Jia Long. Fang Yuan's eyes swept over quickly, knowing that he could not catch up, he laughed and stopped his charge. Brother Jia Long came at the right time, let's use the bone spear to kill him. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. So this ugly man and Jia Long knew each other? This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind. And he called him so intimately, it seemed like their relationship was not bad. This was the second thought. No, maybe he called him that on purpose to confuse everyone. This was the third thought that came to everyone's mind. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees clearly, while the onlooker is confused. The spectators did not get caught in the battle, so their thoughts were naturally sharp. Jia Long's heart was filled with doubts, because he did not say a word to Fang Yuan at all. Yang Gong was bewildered, he could not determine the true relationship between Jia Long and Fang Yuan, even though he also thought that Fang Yuan was probably bluffing, but what if it was true? If that was the case, then he would fall into a pincer attack from Fang Yuan and Jia Long. Yang Gong naturally did not dare to take the risk when it concerned his own life. He changed his direction and moved away from Fang Yuan and Jia Long, retreating towards the southeast direction. Let's talk nicely. To avoid arousing suspicion, Jia Long immediately stopped. Fang Yuan laughed and chased after him. Yang Gong immediately understood that he had fallen into Fang Yuan's trap, and was about to speak when someone from the crowd behind him suddenly attacked. Bai Ningbing suddenly attacked ruthlessly. In an instant, 3 spiral bone spears shot out. There is still one more person. Yang Gong was horrified, he had no time to turn his head and subconsciously activated his defensive goo. But his goo was already at the end of its tether, it blocked 2 spiral bone spears, and the third bone spear's tip directly pierced through the back of his head, exposing the front of his skull. Yang Gong was dead. His death caused everyone to turn pale with fright, and the crowd immediately went into an uproar. This was the caravan's vice leader, a rank 3 Gu master. Yang Gong's death caused the leaders' and vice leaders' expressions to change as they felt an intense threat. Audacious maniac. He actually dared to kill the vice leader. Let's work together and capture them. Who dares to capture me? Bai Ningbing threw away her straw hat, her white hair fluttering in the wind. Her cold gaze swept through the crowd as snow-silver primeval essence overflowed. Ah, it's snow-silver primeval essence. She is actually rank 3 peak stage. In the caravan, only Jia Long was rank 3 upper stage, the rest of the leaders were either initial or middle stage. Everyone's momentum stopped. Come if you want to die, haha. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood side by side, the last trace of snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture was mobilized and played within his hand. Oh my, what the? Another rank 3 peak stage. Everyone's hearts trembled as their momentum stopped. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stared coldly at the crowd, the camp was deathly silent. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.